te quiero como el mar quiere a un pez que nada adentro, dándole de respirar, protegiéndolo del viento, porque te quiero dibujar desnuda en el firmamento, para hacer todavía más bonito el universo.
Hello everybody, welcome along to the final of the three great tours of the 2004 season. This is the 59th running of the Vuelta Espana. I'm Phil Liggett, joined by Paul Sherwen. Sit back now and enjoy the highlights of what was an excellent event. The race itself starting from León, right in the far northwest corner of Spain, going across the top of the country, then down. But this route particularly hilly this year. Many of the riders on the 21 teams saying that it is possibly too hilly. It's certainly one for the climbers. 187 riders will take the start, by the way, and the big surprise is that Francesco Casagrande out on the pre-race test for blood levels too high in hematocrit, and he's gone home. Vastly disappointed for him, because he was saying this was his big aim of the year. Well, we're looking now at the route for the opening team time trial. And just 27.7 kilometres. The first man across the line on the winning team will be the first wearer of the golden jersey, Paul, not a yellow jersey.
Well, the fastest team at the moment is Fassa Bortolo with a time of 32 minutes and 10 seconds. But Il Baleares, the former Benesto squad, are coming in here, Phil, with a storming ride.
Yes, well, the time taken on the fifth rider as usual, and it's a very good ride for Ils Baleares. Of course, this is a very important race for them, the former Benesto squad. And this is now the arrival of T-Mobile, and they too look set now to upset the leaderboard. I think this is to be expected from T-Mobile. They pulled in some good riders here and given Cadel Evans a ride in the Tour of Spain as well. Best time so far, 25 seconds to the good.
Well, it's a good ride by T-Mobile. They're trying to, I think, ride a little bit better than they did at the Tour de France, but this has never really been their best discipline. But this is the discipline of the US Postal Service. And as they were at the Tour de France, Phil, posting very fast times out on the course, and I think they're going to really knock spots off T-Mobile.
Well, they love riding team time trials, even without Lance Armstrong, who is about to wind down his season back home in the US. But this is a very strong team here, and they have major ambitions in the Vuelta Espana. Mostly stage wins, they say, but right now they could be on top of the overall classification. They're coming up to the line, 31.16. The time to beat. Landis is the man in the front. If this is the best time, then he'll get the golden jersey, 30.45.
Yeah, but what a whopping beating it is. 31 seconds ahead of T-Mobile. That's going to put all of the riders at of the US Postal Service right at the top end of the overall classification. I can see 6 riders there who finished in exactly the same time. 7 riders actually coming across. So that is going to look a very interesting top end of the overall classification. And for Floyd Landis, what a great end to the season.
And Floyd Landis rumoured now to be going away from US Postal at the end of the year over to Phonak, the team of Tyler Hamilton. As we look now at confirmation, Postal have got the best time. They are the first winners of the team time trial today, and that means that Floyd Landis will be the rider to pull on the leader's golden jersey, his first major jersey in a major stage race at that. So US Postal, under the guidance of Johan Brunel, have made an excellent start. There is the order. Naturally enough, all of the riders who finished with Landis follow line astern in the overall classification. Well, the forecast for tomorrow, by the way, is strong gusty crosswinds. So even though the stage itself is basically for the sprinters, it's going to be a tough one to realise, I think. Eric Zabel, good start for him. He led over there the riders in T-Mobile. Onward to stage 2. There we are, right at the top of the picture, heading on now from León to Burgos. We're in famous cycling country here as far as the Spanish are concerned. And this is a long distance today, 207 kilometres. There aren't too many races, stages rather, in the Vuelta, over 200 kilometres this year. Short, fast and snappy is the theory. And this, as I say, one of the hilliest races in recent years in the Vuelta. But this one shouldn't pose too many problems.
Yeah, but this is a very difficult area of Spain to race through as well. It's basically on the plateau. Most of the stages are around about 700 meters or 2,000 feet in altitude, and the winds have not split up the main field. And coming into 2 kilometers to go, we've got Team Fassa Bortolo on the front, and the reason for that is obviously to try and set up the sprint for one Alessandro Patacchi.
Yes, the man who really is on top of his form. 9 stage victories, don't forget, for him in the Tour of Italy, which was a post-war record. He currently has also won 4 stages in the Tour de France in all, and now he's looking to add to his Vuelta total. And it's a familiar sight, isn't it, with the Fassa Bortolo trying to head up the train here. This coming to the end of what is on day 2 and stage 1, the longest stage of this year's Vuelta. Get it out the way early is the attitude. The winds themselves haven't caused too much of a problem. The breakaways have all been swept up. This is a big sprint for the line for Fassa Bortolo.
Huge sprint there in 5th position there. You can just see the T-Mobile rider. That is Eric Zabel right on the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi. But this team really has become the unbelievable lead-out team of the man who is turning out to be the fastest sprinter in the world. And just a little bit further back is Oscar Freire.
Well, Eric Zabel, he almost made it this year. I've lost count of the number of second places this great German rider has had in sprint finishes. He'd just love to convert one into a win right now. He's the points winner for the past 2 years here in the Vuelta Espana, and a very consistent rider. But right now, he's trying to get over the top of the train here. Zabel tucked in nicely, 3rd wheel, sitting on the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi. Other riders trying to move up now as they sprint for the line. There are no bonuses, by the way, in the Vuelta Espana, so you race for real time here. It'll go on points count back amongst the postal boys if there's a jersey change, and it was easy, wasn't it? Alessandro Patacchi has opened his account like he did on the Giro d'Italia on the first road race stage.
And Stewie Grady wasn't very far away there either, looking for a good end to the season after winning himself an Olympic gold medal in Athens. And what a great season he's had in the latter part of the year after a very difficult start to the year for Team Cofidis with that drug scandal that involved David Miller and Philippe Gaumont and a lot of other riders on their squad.
Well, Stuart O'Grady is having a great season despite the rather shaky early April and May time. Let's have a look at the sprint again. Zabel, the eternal second, on the wheel there. Oscar Freire taking him on as well. But Patacchi has all of the answers right now. He continues his form onward into the month of September.
Unbelievable bike rider, and it's just incredible ease as he goes across the line there. And poor old Eric Zabel, as you're right, Phil, what kind of a season would he have had if there hadn't been an Alessandro Patacchi around?
Absolutely. Zabel has had 1 second place after another this year. Still, he still boasts 7 wins despite that, but he got 14 last year.
Just look at this. This is an absolutely superb lead out for Fassa Bortolo. The man there just pulling off the front, in fact, is Vladimir Gustov. And watch the way he actually just opens up the gap there to allow his team leader to come through. He moves over to the left-hand side. That way, it just opens the door enough for Alessandro Patacchi to go through, which keeps the riders on his slipstream just that little bit lower, bit slower. And Eric Zabel there actually had to break a fraction. Nothing illegal about that at all. A very good tactical lead-out.
Zabel's a brave cyclist, though. He went through a gap there that was closing down on him. Cost him the win for sure. Second place. And Alessandro Patacchi can't believe it as he notches another win. There's the result anyway. Zabel taking the victory, another second place rather. Freire a 3rd. Stuart O'Grady off to a good start in 4th. Could be a battle of the sprinters this early few days. And Pedro Orillo also sprinting well there in 5th place. But the wins are mounting for Alessandro Patacchi. Picked up 30 last year. He was the year's top winner. And he's locked in battle this time around to be top winner with Tom Bonen from the Quick-Step team. The Belgian rider, he's not riding this race. Maxi van Heeswijk on count back becomes the new leader. Benoit Joachim at 2 seconds.
But it's still very much the top end of the overall classification, dominated by US Postal Service, and Eric Zabel in 8th place is the best of the rest. Nice to see Max wearing the golden jersey as leader of this great bike race, and it was in the Vuelta Espana a couple of years ago. He got himself a stage victory when he jumped out of the pack on the final day of racing.
That's right, and a good season, actually, one of the best seasons that Maxi's had, and looking forward to an early end to it, I think, now, because it's been a long year for him. Onwards to stage 3, onwards we go from Burgos to Sarria, 157.1 kilometres, a little bit more ripply now, and it has a rather ugly finish, this one. It's not an actual mountain, but it is a bit of a grovel up towards the finishing line in Sarria as the race unwinds over one or two small hills in the area here. Very nice countryside. We're in that part of Spain now, in the north, as we cross from west to east.
Well, in the northern part of Spain, it always can turn out that the weather is rather treacherous, and certainly the rain in Spain has fallen on the plain here this afternoon, running into the outskirts of Soria, the main field completely together, hardly any incidents out on the route, but I tell you what, it really is starting to cause a few gaps as they come into town here on the wet surface.
Well, these are the twists and turns. The conditions really are quite dangerous, have been for most of the day today. This is the part, just like in Italy at this time of the year, in the northern parts, the rain comes down. They can expect sun as they head south. And they may get some chilly conditions too when they get down to places like the Sierra Nevada. Just look at the rain on our lenses.
That's Luca Paolini just off the front end of the main field, and if he can look back over his shoulders, he can see that the whole of the main field is starting to bore down upon him. I don't think as he heads into town here he's going to survive, because he's only got around about 10 bicycle lengths on the front end of the main field, which is actually starting to fragment just a little bit here, because you can see the accelerations coming into town.
Well, Paolini, strong rider, but not a big winner. One win for him this year in a race in Belgium.
Tell you what, the road surface here is actually causing a little bit of havoc in the main field, and you can just see the split starting to appear a little bit further back. Most of the sprinters are at the front end of the peloton, and it looks to me as if one or two riders from US Postal Service have made this split at the front.
Well, this is going to be interesting, because this is a very difficult finish today. The weather is atrocious. You can tell by the gaps down there, there's people scrabbling for wheels. Interesting to see the Kelme boys have decided to try and take control of this race, because their man Alejandro Valverde has a point to prove in this race, and he's a bit unsure whether to stay with Kelme next year with the upcoming likelihood of the Pro Tour, and Kelme not part of it.
Well, although it's wet on the ground, it's actually starting to see the sunshine peek through just a fraction. This looks like Isidro Nozal on the front end of the group, trying to lead out what has started to become a rather small group off the front end of the peloton. Everybody here scrambling to stay in contact. You can see Stuart O'Grady in the front end of this field, and as well Roberto Heras. Heras, a very clever bike rider, realizing how important it is to stay at the front end of the main field on the run into the line like this.
They might well split time this, because they've got a definite split in the peloton, this little league group. They've completely destroyed the real sprinters, the pure sprinters like Pataki. I would put people like Zabel O'Grady, not pure sprinters these days, but they're going to have to work very, very hard to do something about this.
This is Alexander Vinokourov on the front, not too far back. There was Stuart O'Grady in about 4th or 5th position. There's Oscar Freire as well over to the right.
And that's Valverde gone, I think, on the left of the road. He's a good sprinter in the conditions like this, and he's being chased by Stuart O'Grady, and I think it's Dennis Menchov. Valverde takes a good look to see if the effort's worth it, and it is. Valverde continues his best ever season. He gets the victory, and I think O'Grady will take second, Menchov third, and in that group as well was Oscar Freire. But surprisingly, Zabel didn't make the split.
Another man who didn't make the split either, it was the man who was the overnight leader, Max van Heeswijk. He's a little bit further back down the main field, so there's going to be a change in the overall classification. And there's Van Heeswijk just coming through there now. He's around about 15 seconds in arrears. There's the winner of the stage, Alejandro Valverde. But I think, Phil, we're going to see a new leader of the bike race, and more than likely it's going to come from somebody from the US Postal Service. It just depends which one of the US Postal guys was in that leading group.
That's right. We'll wait for the full result, and then we'll know the answer to that. There was a couple of US Postal boys in the split paying attention. Poor old Max was caught out at the back there. But Valverde continues his wonderful season here, and he's going to be delighted with this. He's come into this race third in it last year, but this time around he really has come in as quite a favourite here, and expected to take on the likes of Roberto Heras. There's Heras though, and that's a good result for Heras, taking 5th place. That's a really good result for him. Looking further down, still no US Postals in the top 10. Well, we'll wait and see who they give the jersey to, because one or two of them were in that leading group.
Good to see Stefano Garzelli at the front end. In fact, it was Benoit Joachim who was the man at the front end for US Postal Service. So for the Luxembourger, he will now take over the mantle of the golden jersey away from teammate Max van Heeswijk. That's
a great result for the former champion of Luxembourg. And Benoit Joachim here keeping the USP on top with some good tactical riding today as well, as we move on now to the 4th stage of the Vuelta, as we continue on, heading on now to Zaragoza. And a few ripples on the road today. Highlight is the one third category climb, but then after that we go gently downhill to complete what is just over a 100-mile stage. And in these cross rides across the top of the country, the winds can be a little bit troublesome, but basically the race itself will try and keep control of things before they start the plunge down to the mountains.
It's a very pretty part of Spain, and once again the race here dominated by the slight crosswinds, which have done nothing to split up the main field. A very large group of riders coming into town of Zaragoza, where in the past we've seen some very fast stages of the Vuelta a Espana. A lot of movement at the front end of the main field coming into town, a very rapid final couple of kilometres.
Well, there is the big field, 187 starting in the race. And giving a chance here once more to the big sprinters to have a go. And again, their tails are up because Pataki will have spent a long time looking at the routes that suit him in this year's Vuelta a Espana. And he knows they're the only stages he can play for. He'll hang on in the mountains, and the last week of this race is virtually all mountains. So any ambitions for the points competition too is you've got to get into the thick of it right now.
Well, it looks as if Fassa on the front here have not got themselves completely and utterly in control here, because in fact the rider on the front there is a T-Mobile rider, followed by a man from US Postal Service, and then it doesn't seem as if the firepower is there for Alessandro Petaki's team. They're not completely organised on the front end of this race. That's Botero on the front there for T-Mobile. Coming up to the front now, you can see Fassa trying to take over control if they can. But it's a little bit disorganised for them at the moment. They've allowed one or two other riders to get into the front end of this main field.
And still 187. All of the starters still in this race. No retirements yet as we're moving on to day 5. Whole field here now heading into Zaragoza. Remember, Zabel has won the points on the last 2 occasions. He's mixing, but he's not yet challenging for that point. So obviously, Alessandro Petacchi is riding extremely well.
Everybody around that corner nice and safely at the front end of the main field. You can see gaps starting to appear. I think finally Alessandro Petacchi's team have got themselves in control, but there are gaps now starting to appear in the front end of this main field. Marco Zanotti is not far away either, the Vini Calderola rider in the lime yellow-green jersey. Fassa there's Eric Zabel in 3rd position, right on the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi.
Let's just look at the speed of Pataki here. This light lead out, boys, they've got it right again here. Face of Zabel. He's still got the perfect position. He can read a sprint so well. He can put himself in the right place. He's getting a little bit older, of course, and it's a bit more difficult to find the twitch fibers. Again, he's let Pataki lead into the line, and he's never beaten him yet. Here he comes on his shoulder. Ferrer pushing as well. And as he comes to the line, it's a little bit less certain this time, but no doubt who took it. Alessandro Petacchi snatched it on the line. Eric Zabel, yet another 2nd place for this man. He's going to count all of those seconds at the end of this year, and he's going to find an awful lot. He is well into double figures in 2nd places.
This is just amazing, the speed that Alessandro Petacchi has got. As soon as he gets to the front, he just gives it full gas, and he's now taken this little habit, Phil, of looking over his shoulder to see how far behind the challengers are going to come. Eric Zabel getting 2nd place, Oscar Freire 3rd, and just a little bit out of the action, but always consistent, Stuart O'Grady coming across for 4th place.
O'Grady wearing the jersey as points leader, but he'll find now with that 2nd place to Zabel, he'll have lost his grip on that, at least for the moment. Zabel should be the new leader of the race on points, and Alessandro will slip in to 2nd place. That's O'Grady leading over Angelo Ferlan of the Alessio squad.
Just look at this, perfect lead out by the team. The last man to pull off there looks across to see that he's actually set up his man to perfection. Eric Zabel in the ideal position, and a couple of years ago, if you tried to lead Eric Zabel to the line like this, there was absolutely no way you could stop him coming by. But this man, Alessandro Petacchi, has got such an incredible turn of speed. He accelerates all the way up to the finishing line. He was challenged a fraction there, but he still gets the win by at least half a bicycle length.
And there's the result. It's only day 5, and already Petacchi has 2 wins under his belt here. Eric Zabel in 2nd place. Oscar Freire in the mix as well, with O'Grady also riding good well. This was a sprinter's paradise today. They're all there. And it looks as though Benoit Joachim has done enough to keep the lead to US Postal in that sprint finish. Will stay on top. with all of their men. They're making the most of that team time trial, you see. And they've swapped it around a little bit. This is Joachim being the third man to pull on the golden jersey. Van Heeswijk at 18 seconds. Beltran, Michael Barry and Floyd Landis. As we now continue on our way to stage 5 now. Goodbye to Zaragoza. As we head down to Mareia. We begin to move down to the coast now. It's a long ride, 186.5 kilometres, and all of the pain comes at the end with a second and a third category climb up to the finish at Mareia. These are the first taste of the mountains, really, and the final climb just on 2 kilometres to bring them up to the line, but it is a very sharp climb. It should spoil the moment for the sprinters, that's for sure. And as we're heading to Aragon, the winds again will be cross.
Well, just around about 3 kilometres to go. This has been a very aggressive stage here this afternoon. After about 55 kilometres, a group of 17 riders got off the front end of the main field, and it put a lot of pressure on the peloton. It then split up a fraction towards the end, and that let a small group of 5 riders get clear, and that included Stuart O'Grady. And a lot of people were very attentive about that. In fact, they're just surviving off the front end of the main field. You can see the field has split quite dramatically. There's around about 25 seconds from the group of the leader to that front group of riders.
Well, there were 17 leaders today. They got out to quite a distance, but they've been slowly but surely reeled in. Sprinters aren't going to give away a day like this if they can afford it, but I'm afraid the end of this race, I think there'll be a complete reshaping at the front, and it won't be the sprinters who get their say today. And Kelme quite clearly feel that they have a chance here to reshape the conditions.
Very difficult running as well, with a couple of nasty little climbs on the run into town. Just 2 kilometres left to go, and it's a rather nasty finish here. As you can see, the attacks are coming very thick and fast over the front end of the main field.
Joaquin Rodriguez from Saunier Duval really giving it his best shot here, but he's not going anywhere, is he? That whole field is paying attention. It'll be hurting the back of the race, that's for sure, just now. We've already had word that Scott Sunderland has abandoned the race, and also a number of T-Mobile riders gave up today. The rumour is overnight they had something bad to eat, and that in fact they're actually going to analyse the rice pudding from the hotel to see if that was the problem. Santiago Botero, Torsten Hickman and Stefan Vesserman have all gone, along with Scott Sunderland, all feeling decidedly ill this morning.
That's pretty sad. That leaves a big dent in T-Mobile. It's going to make it very difficult for Eric Zabel over the next few days, losing so many teammates in one move. Aitor Gonzalez coming across here for Fassa Bortolo in their blue and white jersey. We could see the renaissance of Aitor Gonzalez, who certainly, since he moved across to the Fassa Bortolo team, has not been the man who got himself victory in the Vuelta Espana a couple of years ago.
No, he had a great moment in the Tour de France this year, of course, and he did win this race in 2002. But he hasn't really sparkled since 2002.
That was Benoit Joachim there in the back end of the group, still holding on, trying to survive, and you can see what a magnificent town this is the riders are coming into this afternoon. These two have actually got a fairly serious advantage. Now this looks as if this may well be...
Nozal.
Yep, it could be coming across here. Isidro Nozal. And he's actually trying to do the work for the rest of the team here, because I think Roberto Heras is also in this group once again. Heras is being very attentive here. We're inside now the final kilometre. The two riders just off the front there are Joaquim Rodriguez and Aitor Gonzalez. You get a chance to see how nasty this finish is here in Spain.
Well, Isidro Nozal, remember him last year, he took the race lead for 16 days. He gave it away in the time trial to Roberto Heras. So what do? Well, you leave your team and you go and join the same team as Heras, and now you've got to help Heras. And it looks as though the fine, strong riding by Nozal is keeping this race almost together at least. This is an ugly little finish, isn't it now? As I say, it's not very long, but it's certainly sharp on the climb. This is Gonzalez again stamping on the pedals. He's been joined by a few more out for the dance now, though, and this looks like Denis Menchov, who's got in just behind him.
Well, in fact, the rest of the group is not too far behind after. You can just see this is a move coming from Denis Menchov inside of 500 metres to go. Aitor Gonzalez has responded. He's still just about... No, he hasn't. In fact, Menchov has got a slight advantage there as they head into the last 400 metres.
Well, Menchov's been pretty active in this race, and he's been looking good, and he's waited for an uphill finish in which perhaps he can do something. at 300 to go. I can't see anybody get near him. 4 wins this year, started winning back in March with the 6th stage of Paris-Nice. And the field behind don't look as though they've got quite the legs required here. That's Valverde also tucked in. He is beginning to look quite a threat, but Menchov for the moment is going to be the hero of the day, and this will be a very welcome result here for the Illes Baleares team, as he can just a check over his shoulder, and then that's for me.
It certainly is. This is Aitor Gonzalez trying to get himself 2nd place, and I think he's going to go across the line there ahead of Alejandro Valverde. There are going to be some time gaps in this stage here as well, because looking down through that line, there are not very many riders in that group. There's a couple of riders from US Postal Service, but missing is the golden jersey of Benoit Joachim, so there's going to be another change in the overall classification, but I think it will still stay with US Postal Service.
I think it will. That was Tricky Beltran who came in there, 8th or 9th, and he would be the next obvious candidate. And the way US Postal are just keeping the men there that matter, they are beginning to split up in the overall, but they are getting a lot of publicity out of this year's Vuelta already, and I think Beltran will be the next man on the team to take home a golden jersey. But there is the winner down there at the moment, Denny Menchov. 5 wins now to his credit this year, and that compares far and away his best ever season. He'd only ever won 1 in the same year before.
But look at the time gaps here. That's almost a minute back to this group. We're looking down the length of this group here to see if we can see the golden jersey. But certainly there will be a change in the overall classification. I haven't seen Benoit Joachim just yet, but he has certainly lost more than a minute in the overall classification. But for Denny Menchov, getting his team a very good win ahead of Aitor Gonzalez and Valverde, and it was Leonardo Pipoli who came across the line there in 4th place. And as you can see, there are already some pretty serious gaps at the top end of the stage. And there it is, Tricky Beltran in 9th place, so he'll be the new leader in the overall classification.
There'll also be a change in the points race, because none of the sprinters getting up there, but in fact out on the course today, O'Grady was scoring well, and he snatched back the points leader's jersey away from his arch rival, not just here but also in the Tour de France, Eric Zabel. But there's the winner of the day, 26.5 years of age, Denny Menchov. Now can add a stage win, his first ever in the Tour of Spain. He was the winner of the Tour de l'Avenir, by the way, by a single second back in 2001. And there is that confirmation. Tricky Beltran is the next leader on US Postal, but they're now beginning to get split up after the team time trial.
Well, they really do seem to be sharing it around quite a lot. It's almost becoming a US Postal benefit over the first week of racing here, and they've been able to swap and change it around. Benoit Joachim actually didn't lose that much time. He's just slipped down to 28 seconds off the top end of the overall classification.
On to stage number 6 now, and the end of the opening week of the Vuelta Espana. And again, a little bit of a return to flatter roads with a couple of humps in the middle and one near the end of this 157-kilometre ride, taking us from Castellón de la Plana, Benicarlo to Castellón de la Plana. And this now beginning to get into rugged terrain here. An interesting stage, this one. We're heading down the Mediterranean coast. But although those hills, for me, a little bit too far out to affect the standings of the race, but we'll see.
Well, the front end of the main field looks today as if it's Cofidis are going to try and lead out Stuart O'Grady. They've just been attacked there as we go inside of 2 kilometres to go. O'Grady right at the front end of the main field. There has been a split in the main field, and once again that is really because of the weather conditions and the very tricky bit of crosswind that we had when the riders turned in from the coast just a few kilometres ago.
Well, they've come in just a little bit, and the wind is now more or less helpful for them. And still we're hearing of riders having trouble with that food poisoning saga that they had. Still 1 or 2 riders not enjoying the race at all. Andreas Clear, another T-Mobile boy, has gone now. He didn't finish. He's packed in during the day here. And also Bertoletti from Lampre has gone. So we're down to 181, but really the riders who have left the race appear to be suffering from some strange form of food poisoning.
It's always very sad when that happens at a team hotel, and that is obviously what has happened. A lot of those riders from T-Mobile have gone out with some kind of food poisoning, and it's going to be very difficult and very lonely, I would say, at the dinner table in the evenings. Cofidisville today seem to be trying to set this up for Stuart O'Grady. 1 or 2 of the sprinters have missed out on the split. There are only around about 80 riders in this leading group of riders. And as you can see, Cofidis are in complete and utter control there as we go inside of the final kilometre. And maybe Stuart O'Grady is going to get that win. O'Grady, in fact, has been swamped there, and it looks as if Eric Zabel wasn't too far away from the front end of this line.
Well, one thing's for sure, Francisco Mancebo will be the new leader. Francisco Mancebo will be the new leader in the King of the Mountains. He got the final climb today. Should be enough. Now, can O'Grady take this stage? He's getting the lead out here. And if he can, he will consolidate his lead in the points as well.
Tim, he's not actually wearing his Cofidis jersey, he's wearing the leader's jersey in the points classification, but right on his wheel there in third place is Eric Zabel. Oscar Freire not too far on the left-hand side there for Quick Step Davitama. It looks very much as if this could well be Tom Boonen moving up.
Well, this is an interesting race at the moment as they keep on coming up towards the line, but look at Zabel is trying again here as he goes on the right, but he's got a couple of good sprinters locked into his back wheel. O'Grady coming on the left in those unfamiliar colours of the leader of the points here, but Freire came from nowhere there and snatched it right on the line. Oscar Freire, that's his 5th win of the year. He's used to scoring a few more than that, but the win is a win. And that is what the Dutch sprinter, or rather the Spanish rider on the Dutch team wanted.
Well, that was a well-timed sprint there by Oscar Freire. Poor old Eric Zabel, second again as he crosses the line, but getting himself ahead of Stuart O'Grady. Actually, that Quick Step Davitama rider was Pedro Horillo just over on the left-hand side. Eric Zabel has done it absolutely perfectly here, right down the middle of the road, but he can do nothing at all to stay ahead of the man just on his shoulder there, Oscar Freire, who gets himself win number 1 at this year's Vuelta a España.
And yet another second place for Eric Zabel. It is absolutely incredible. There's always one man just a little bit quicker than him this year. O'Grady's riding very well there. Good third place for him. That'll keep O'Grady in the leader's jersey on points. Mancebo now is in the King of the Mountains jersey. But the golden jersey, I think that will stay with Beltran today.
Shouldn't be any change in the overall classification as we look at the sprint just one more time. Eric Zabel led out to absolute perfection there by his team, and now he comes right down through the middle of the main field. But just look at Oscar Freire there in second position, right on the wheel, and he uses that slipstream to catapult himself up alongside. Zabel just doesn't have that speed that he had a couple of years ago, but he is such a consistent professional, and he will make sure now that he tries to stay in the top 3 or 4 places on every one of these individual stages. Because I think his goal at the end of the day, Phil, is actually to try and win the points classification here.
Well, this is a great battle in these early days of the Vuelta for the points classification, and there are 4 riders in it right now. This is the overall situation, and Beltran does keep his jersey. Floyd Landis, Menchov holds 3rd. Valverde, the big danger for the overall, is 4th. And Cadel Evans, ruining the fact he was left off the team for the Tour de France, showing pretty well here at the moment. But most of his teammates, of course, have already gone home. Onwards now to stage 7 in the Vuelta a España. And 170 kilometres as we climb up the steps here. We just go inland from the coast today as we head down to Valencia. Open countryside, mountains all around the riders. They pick a pretty undulating route as they make their journey down away from Castellón. Topping out the high spot of the day, that second category climb. And so far, the US Postal Boys have made full use of that team time trial with some very, very clever riding to keep the golden jersey in-house.
Alessandro Pataki, followed there by Eric Zabel. Just behind him, you can just see nicking into the frame was Oscar Freire. These riders now charging into the outskirts of town. The team Fassa Bortolo once again getting themselves into that very habitual lead-out position now to try and launch their man into the ideal position to get himself the victory here this afternoon. And I think what he will try and do is use Guido Trenti as the last man to lead him out. You can see the speed here as we go inside of 2 kilometres has really stretched out the main field into one very long line.
And again, the peloton all together. One drop out along the road today, but that's about it as they're all lining up for the finish. Who's going to bet against Pataki winning is the big question now. He's already won in history 10 stages, the Vuelta a España. And now he's going to make it one more.
Someone trying to spoil the party here on the right-hand side of the road, and actually they haven't got very much of a gap at all, and you can see how Fassa Bortolo have not panicked at all. They've kept the formation, they've kept as many riders to the front end of the main field as possible, and that attacker there could do nothing but put his nose into the wind, and now he has to sit up and try and get onto the back end of the main field, because just look at that acceleration, that organisation from Fassa Bortolo as we come into the final kilometre.
It is absolutely amazing, and always the wide road, sharp right turn, narrows down a little bit, but the riders are used to that now as they head up towards the line. This is going to be another great sprint, I think, by Pataki, perfectly positioned by his team yet again. The days of Cipollini has gone. Long live the new king of Italian sprinting, as he sits there waiting to fire, and again Zabel isn't very far away as he looks there in the slipstream. Other riders moving up there too are Pedro Jarillo. He's sprinting very well for Quick-Step at the moment, but here comes the launch now as Pataki heads for the line, and guess who's going to get second? Because it looks like Pataki is holding off Zabel again. Can you believe that? But Eric Zabel finishes fourth time second since this race began.
That's unbelievable. He gets himself into the ideal position every time he's on the wheel of Alessandro Pataki, but he just cannot find that little bit of energy needed to go past the flying Italian who's earned himself this year the nickname in Italy of Ale Jet, a fantastic super sprinter. He really is very much reminiscent of Mario Cipollini of old. Once he gets to the front, it's like a drag strip race, and he keeps accelerating all the way up to the line, and nobody has the power to come by him at all.
Well, this second place at least will have some consolation for Eric Zabel, because he's got ahead of Stuart O'Grady, so the points leaders jersey will swing back to the defending champion of the competition for the last 2 years, in fact, and Zabel will be in that white fishes and blue jersey tomorrow. That should make him easy to pick out, but doesn't seem to make any difference. It's me, it's me, it's me, but we know that.
But just look at that. The radar at the side of the road has picked up the speed there of Alessandro Pataki as he crossed the finishing line at 71 kilometres an hour. That's not far off, around about 45 miles an hour. That's unbelievable.
It is, but we should see a change in the overall leadership tomorrow now, because it's the individual time trial. There are 3 time trials this year, including a mountain time trial, which is a really tough effort. But this one is 25 miles, 40 kilometres. It'll be an individual time trial. There's the stage result, though, with Pataki again getting a win. He's now notched another stage win in the Giro d'Italia, making it now 11 wins in the Vuelta, rather. 11 wins. He has 15 in the Giro and 4 in the Tour. That's quite an honours list, isn't it?
Well, you know, the last couple of days, Alessandro Pataki was saying that he didn't actually feel very good. I think that has been put to one side here this afternoon, because he really has got the ideal lead out from his team, and he's got incredible form to finish off. And it's actually nice to see Alessandro Pataki, because the thing, Phil, about Mario Cipollini, he used to ride the Tour of Italy and possibly the Tour de France and then pack up for the season. Pataki is very much like Eric Zabel. He wants to be present throughout the whole of the season.
Well, what does Zabel think when he looks across? That man again has just taken him out and spoilt his grand moment. Zabel, without Pataki in this race, would have been running away with the points competition. Pataki, you see, only goes for the win, and then if he's not in for the win, he doesn't score any points either, because he doesn't contest the finishes. Whereas Zabel stays Mr. Consistent, and that has given him the points competition lead for the moment. Let's have a look at the overall. So Tricky Beltran takes us to the time trial, or the eve of the time trial, with Landis in second place, and Landis can ride a time trial. Denny Menchoff, Valverde and Cadel Evans, the top 5.
Well, there he is, Tricky Beltran, on the eve of a very important rendezvous for him, and I know Lance Armstrong has been on the phone almost every night to most of these riders, just to give them a word of warning and a word of good luck.
Well, they'll need it today now as we move on to stage 8. The first race of truth, of which there are 3, and that's in comparison to the Giro d'Italia, where there was only one very late on this year, pretty similar to the Tour de France, when they didn't have their first time trial till the climb of Alpe d'Huez. 40 kilometres, almost exactly 25 miles, so we should see them getting in around 54 minutes, I suspect. It doesn't look as though there's too many typographical problems out on the course. There's Beltran. He will be the last man to start, and I think that's probably the first time in his life he'll have started last as leader of a major race.
A very nervous moment for him. You can see he's got it right over to the middle of the cluster here for the start, and he's going to try and get up to top speed as quickly as possible. Now rolling down the starting ramp for what is going to be a very important individual time trial for him. He's locked at the start of the day here in exactly the same time as his own teammate Floyd Landis. I do have to say, I think I would give the advantage to Landis, who is a very good individual time trialist and is on great form at the end of this season.
Well, Manuel Beltran continuing now underway. We'll update you with the race situation in a moment as we continue now to look at the Illes Baleares team here. This is Francisco Mancebo. First chance to see the King of the Mountains leaders colours, but that's the jersey he's wearing just now. He is being viewed as a big favourite. If he can stay near the front in the time trials, he's expected to challenge as we get down into that crucial last week of the high mountains. And the next time trial is all uphill in the Sierra Nevada, so that'll be a tough one. Here's Nozal. First rider through here at the moment is held by David Plather, 36.22, and it looks as though Nozal, who lost this race in the final time trial last year, is going to go through best time so far.
Well, there is 31 seconds faster, but let's not forget that final time trial where he lost his overall lead was slightly nastily uphill. There at the 13-kilometre time check, Tyler Hamilton has gone through with the best time, just ahead of Victor Hugo Peña, and Mancebo not too far off the mark there, Phil, in 9th place, just 20 seconds in arrears.
16 minutes for 13 kilometres. Hamilton is absolutely flying here. Olympic time trial champion, and that is probably what he's telling himself throughout the pedal revs. Champions don't get beaten, maybe. He's going to give this his best shot. Ruben Plaza, not David, sorry, he's coming in now, and Ruben Plaza had the best time at 13 kilometres. That's been surpassed, but this should be the best time for the moment because Grabsch of Germany is in 48.32. It's not going to be much of a beating, but it's going to be a beating. He crossed the line with the best time, 48.21.
Yeah, but look at that average speed, 49.8 kilometres an hour. That's almost 31 miles an hour. A bit further out on the course, this is Alejandro Valverde. It'd be interesting to see how he's going to perform. He's lost about 24 seconds at the first time check. He's a great sprinter. He's a man that many people think in the future has got a good chance of winning the Vuelta a España overall. But as with many of these Spanish riders, they really need to concentrate on their aerodynamic positions to improve their time trialling ability.
Well, this looks like we've got Roberto Heras here at kilometre 30, and for him, this is a very, very good time trial.
Well, Roberto is not very good and not very comfortable on the individual time trials unless they're going uphill. He's going to go through there with the 7th best time. He's actually lost himself about 50 seconds there to Isidro Nozal, and that is going to be a fair beating.
It's interesting now to look at this now. Floyd Landis has toppled Hamilton off the pile by 4 seconds at 13 kilometres. Now that is a surprise. Next year, Landis and Hamilton will be teammates on Phonak, but for the moment, Landis is attacking Hamilton's time, 16.17. Now, if he rides like that, Landis will be back in the golden jersey.
He'll be the top man, but we're still waiting to see the time here of Tricky Beltran. Beltran, not one of the great individual time trialists in the world, but he actually looks very good on his machine there, nice and aerodynamic.
This looks like Nozal, is it?
This is Nozal coming up, and he's going to try and knock Plaza's time off the top end of the overall classification. I think he's going to certainly do that. The time to beat is 48 minutes and 21 seconds, and I think Isidro Nozal is going to go inside of 48 minutes here.
Well, it is amazing because last year he lost the Tour in the time trial. It was a hilly one, I have to admit. This is a lot flatter, and he is showing that he can ride the flat time trials quite quickly as he comes home. Best time, he's toppled the 50-kilometre mark for the average, 47.53.9. Well, that's a good time, that.
Here's Tyler Hamilton coming up now, and let's see what his time is going to be at the next time check. He's got a very strange position on that machine of his, and he's going through there with the new best time at 30 kilometres, 35 minutes and 37 seconds for the Olympic time trial champion.
Well, that's the way to go, and that's setting himself up for the win unless Floyd Landis maintains his rides at the checkpoint, and Landis riding extremely well.
Well, there's a lot of rumours about the fact that he will be changing teams throughout the winter months to go across to ride for Team Phonak, and I'm not sure that I think that's a very wise thing to do at the moment. We've seen so many of Lance Armstrong's top men leave the team and go to ride and, on their own account as team leaders, and not one of them really yet seems to have found himself an awful lot of success. Victor Hugo Peña He's coming through here. This is going to be a good time for Victor Hugo Peña. Hamilton has the best time at that point, and Peña has just gone through just 5 seconds off in a time of 35 minutes and 42 seconds.
Well, Peña, don't forget, briefly led the Tour de France last year. And I think this is the best teamwork we've seen with them throwing the jersey around, probably since that time when they waited for the jersey to finally settle on Lance Armstrong's shoulders. But here, they've all had a scent of the golden jersey, and if the pace is kept up by Landis, it's going back. Carlos Sastre here now, also a man for the Vuelta, and trying to fly the flag for CSC. And is he going to do it this time? He's not going to come through with the best time, that's for sure. Bert Grapsch, who was the early leader, down to 4th, but now Sastre's gone over him with 3rd for the moment.
Well, that's a good ride by Sastre, because he's a man who was much more at ease in the big mountain passes, so I think he'll be fairly happy with that. But this is a great ride by number 1, Roberto Heras. Heras is not good at the flat time trials, but here, Phil, he's going to get himself a top 10 finish with a ride like this.
I think this has been exceptional for Heras, and I think this is augured well for him to ride a great ride to the mountains. The defending champion is looking pretty sharp. He hasn't made any mistakes yet. When he's seen groups going away at the sprints, he's made sure he's been in them. He had a terrible Tour de France. His tour was over before we even saw a mountain this year. They're destroyed by the teamwork of US Postal. 25 minutes down before he got to the mountains. But this time is good. A 7th place for Heras is a great time.
It's a great ride by Roberto Heras, just a minute behind Isidro Nozal, but there are some very fast times being posted out on the open road at kilometre 30. This is Francisco Mancebo. Again, a very good climber, not a great individual time trialist, but today, Phil, a lot of the climbers are actually posting very fast times. They realise how important the time trial is, and they seem to be rising to the occasion. Last man on the road, Tricky Beltran. He has an absolutely superb position. You know, a lot of time and money has been spent by US Postal Service in wind tunnels throughout the years at MIT to try and get their riders as aerodynamic as possible on their machines, and it is certainly starting to pay dividends.
Well, as they continue here, Beltran in the yellow strip pushes on, last man to sweep up. Aitor Gonzalez, good time trialist, but compare that with the ride of Heras, and I would say that's not a good ride by Aitor.
I think a little bit disappointing, but look at this. Tyler Hamilton is coming in. It's a very strange style Hamilton has. He's all over his machine. He's looking at the time of Isidro Nozal as the time to beat, 47.53, and he's going to do that with an unbelievable lashing of Isidro Nozal's time.
Welcome home, the Olympic champion, Tyler Hamilton. Best time, 47.16. But we must remember that right up there, beating him at the early checks, is Floyd Landis.
Well, that is a huge beating there. First at the finish line for the moment, Tyler Hamilton, 47.16, 37 seconds faster than Isidro Nozal, but there are still a number of riders from US Postal to come in. And look at this man here, Victor Hugo Peña. He's going to challenge the time here of Tyler Hamilton. It's going to be very close indeed. This man has been an individual time trial winner in the Giro d'Italia in the past. And Phil, this is going to be so close, but he's actually just gone outside the time of Hamilton.
Well, that is an exceptional ride by Victor Hugo Peña, the man from Colombia who loves to fly the flag around the rest of the world for US Postal, delivers the goods when it matters, was the surprise leader of the Tour de France last year, but that is a great result. He hasn't won a race this year, but that's not his job. He's in now, 2nd place behind Hamilton, and it looks as though Landis has slowed.
Well, he went out very fast indeed, but in fact he's gone through the 30-kilometre check there in just 3rd place, only 12 seconds behind Tyler Hamilton, but he does have the ability to pick it up. He may well not be too worried about the performance of Hamilton, because what's more important for him, Phil, is to finish in front of his own teammate, Manuel Beltran, who is the last man out on the road. He now looks to be that little bit more laboured. Look how far forward he's starting to sit on the saddle. He's trying to get the power into those thighs to keep that big gear ticking over. These riders are all riding here and an average of around about 31 miles an hour.
And Mancebo coming in here now, still lying in 3rd place, but he's going to shortly drop behind the time of Nozal. And he should be okay. He should make a 4th place finish here. He should stay ahead of Platza. But Mancebo looking very sharp as we go down towards the mountains, and this will be seen as a great ride by Francisco. He'll just stay clear for 4th, 48.13. Just inside the 50-kilometre-an-hour average. Been a rough day for Tricky Beltran. He's worn the jersey for a while, but at least the way things are going at the moment, Landis will take it back and keep it in camp.
Well, there's 16 seconds between Landis in third place and Beltran in fifth place. So for the moment, the overall classification looks very much like Landis will be the new leader at the end of the day. Tyler Hamilton, though, has roared around this course, 25 miles in 47 minutes and 16 seconds. That is in excess of 31 miles an hour.
Well, we expect that from the Olympic champion, don't we? It was a great ride. He came so fast in the last quarter of the Olympic Games time trial. Made tremendous ground to be the only man to climb over the Sydney champion Vyacheslav Yekimov, who was his teammate, of course, when they were both together on US Postal. This is the last Grand Tour for US Postal, and what a way to say goodbye to the sport for the sponsorship, because they have held the lead now as we halfway into the second week of the Vuelta.
Landis picking his way around that corner. I tell you what, he seems to know this course absolutely perfectly, because he used all of the road there to make sure he didn't lose any impetus at all. And that, I think, is something which is very important really about a man like Johan Brunel, because he is such a technician. He takes so much time to make sure that his riders are perfectly prepared for individual time trials. Alejandro Valverde coming in with what is going to be a very respectable time. He will go outside the time of Francisco Mancebo, but he's not going to lose that much time to Tyler Hamilton.
But on a flat time trial, what this time trial is doing is projecting the projected climbers, where the men we expect to excel in the mountains, but they are all turning in an extremely good race against the watch here, which is only going to leave us with a very tight general classification. And frankly, this time trial's told us not a lot.
It hasn't told us anything at all, and I'm actually quite amazed at the performances of the climbers, who are all racking themselves up in the top 10 or 15 places. Valverde crosses the line in 10th place, and again you see, look at that average speed, 49.3 kilometers an hour, but a minute and a half loss to Tyler Hamilton. This looks like Landis.
It is indeed. Now let's get the clock on the screen and see how he's going. There's the time of Hamilton. It's going to be close. I don't think he can get there in about 10 seconds to the line. It looks as though Hamilton will win the stage, but Landis needs a good time now, as close as he can get to Tyler, because these two boys, once teammates and now to be teammates again next year, are split, but they're both from the USA, and it looks as though Landis is going to reclaim the golden jersey, albeit from his teammate Manuel Beltran. He still sits second as he comes up to the line. He should get there nicely, but it'll be tight. No, he's gone down to third, 47.34.8. Third place, very fast start by Landis. Lost it a little bit over the last 10 miles or so.
Well, I tell you what, Manuel Beltran hasn't done a bad ride either, because he's posted some pretty good checks out on the course. He was fifth at the last time check, not too far behind his own teammate, just separated by 16 seconds. So he will have to do something very special if he's going to stay in the golden jersey this afternoon. I don't think he will be able to, but I tell you what, that really is turning out to be a very close battle between US Postal Service riders. Menchov, by the way, started out of his role here. He should have started third from the back, but he was they actually separated the two riders from US Postal. And there is Beltran. What a ride.
Well, take my hat off to him there. He's had a nice carrot out on the course. We didn't see him catching on those long straight roads, but that is an excellent performance to get close to Denny Menchov, as he comes in only 26th place, which is going to be a very fine run-in for the yellow jersey. It's true what they say, pull on the golden fleece, it turns you into two men. That's a fourth place finish for Beltran, and it's going to be tight. He may not have lost his lead here.
I will do. Look at that. The difference between the two of them is 10 seconds. And that really is quite a remarkable comeback for Beltran, because he was 16 seconds down at the 30-kilometer time check and only 10 seconds down on his teammate Landis at the finishing line. That was a great recovery by a man who is reputedly not a great individual time trialist.
Second, third and fourth for US Postal, behind another American, Tyler Hamilton from Phonak. And I think it's close, but I think it'll just fade away slightly in favour of Landis. There's the Phonak boy on the podium. Olympic time trial champion Tyler Hamilton takes a rather splendid trophy there. A little book to read when he's got nothing to do when he goes to bed tonight. As he prepares now, he'll be happy with that. He came here with no big ambition, to do his best, he said, and as a result he's done his best. There it is, and it is those 10 seconds. The 10 seconds lost in the time trial to Landis has reversed the situation overall. Floyd Landis gets the golden jersey back, and Hamilton now up into third.
Well, Valverde not too far away either. He stays in the top 10 in 6th place. Benoit Joachim didn't ride an excellent individual time trial, but he still managed to keep himself up in the top 10 in the overall classification, actually in 8th place. But Landis getting the jersey back after wearing it on the first day after the team time trial on day 1.
Stage 9, the 10th day of the Vuelta Espana, and there's been no other team to lead this race except US Postal. A nice round 100 miles today, but it's a little bit pebble dashed by those 3rd category and 2nd category climbs, with a very tough climb taking us up to the finish at Atana. And that is where this race will certainly be decided, the strongest man on this all category, outside category finishing climb. This is now when the Vuelta Espana begins to get a little bit tough, I think.
It certainly does. It's the first real big rendezvous, and let's just have a look at that. It starts the day off with a couple of 3rd category climbs, then 3 2nd category climbs, followed by a 3rd down towards the end at Beni Falim, but it's all really going to be on that final climb of the day. 39 kilometers to go now on the 5th climb of the day there at Torre Manzanas.
Well, this will be a nice tester now to see, and I have to say the climbers did their best in the time trial to keep themselves nice and tightly packed. This is the remnants of the breakaway here as we go on to this climb here, the Torre Manzanas. 2nd category, just sat there at the back, is Pablo Lastras.
He had a good Vuelta a Espana a couple of years ago when he got himself 2 stage victories, but right now he's hoping that this breakaway is going to survive. But you know, they don't really have that much of an advantage over the front end of the main field, and this is the group that they were with just a few moments ago.
Well, I can tell you what, yesterday's winner, Tyler Hamilton, does seem to be in more than a spot of bother. He's some many minutes behind at the moment. There was a breakaway, got away pretty early on, and they've been pretty much dominating the race here at the front. And this is the first battle, I suppose, for the points that will really count in the King of the Mountains. That's the situation just now. Leader at 2:58, peloton going back to over 5 minutes. And Tyler Hamilton has been dropped apparently and is trailing by about 8 minutes.
Well, this is the 4th man on the road. This is David Blanco. He's 2 minutes 58 seconds behind the 3 leaders. And in fact, it seems to me as if he's actually got a couple of riders in front of him.
Yes, there are a small breakaway of 3. There's the peloton, timing through the 3 minutes 23. So they're beginning to close up a little bit now. Still Floyd Landis has got his golden jersey back. This will be a big test for him today, though, because the climbers are licking their lips. This is Lestras just here.
So that's Cardenas just
Felix
in front
Cardenas.
of him.
He's been there all day.
And he's looking for some points in the King of the Mountains classification, because he is the defending champion in that competition, a title which he took last year. So only 2 leaders now, Cardenas and Lastras, 3 minutes and 23 seconds ahead of the main field. So all of the men in the middle now have been picked up by the peloton. The race situation is just 2 leaders, but I tell you what, this is not really a peloton anymore, is it, Phil? Because there's a lot of pressure on the front end of the main field, and this is Alexander Vinokourov. He too is not having a very nice day.
No, he's not. Well, the good news is the rice pudding apparently has been declared safe, but it didn't stop all the riders retiring from the T-Mobile, and that mystery remains. But it looks as though today Vinokourov is also having his fill. There's been a lot of dropouts today, I can tell you now. AG2R also claiming problems with the food. Have lost 4 riders today, so that team is vastly thinned out. And Thomas Konechny is also gone from T-Mobile. It's a bit of a wonder now whether those 2 teams are going to finish any riders just now. And Maxi van Heeswijk has also retired.
Well, I'm sure they'll finish Eric Zabel, because he's ever consistent, and it doesn't really seem to matter what happens to the rest of the team. Even when they crumble, Eric Zabel is always very consistent and always a man that they can count upon. You can see today, I think Liberty Seguros, Phil, are trying to really toughen up this race. I think they want to set something up for Roberto Heras. And this is Lastras, who was in the break just a few moments ago, just getting picked up by the front end of the main field. But Roberto Heras' Liberty Seguros are really stamping out a serious amount of authority on this race. I think they want to see if they can crack Floyd Landis. It's going to be a tough cookie to crack, though.
Well, we'll try and hopefully get a camera in there, Sherwen, and get a good look at his face. But he's in that group just now. But Felix Cardenas, as we look here now at the Rabobank rider, Oscar Freire, looks to be in a little bit of trouble himself, the sprinter. These are the roads he doesn't particularly like. He's a very up and down rider, Oscar. He wins one day, he packs in the next. You never quite know his consistency.
He's always very consistent though when it comes to World Championships. He's won himself 2 titles over the last couple of years. These are the 2 leaders now. 8 kilometers to go to the finish. Cardenas on the front, a serious chance of getting himself the win here this afternoon, because they're still holding on to a fair amount of their advantage.
Well, Cardenas lucky to be in this race. He really wasn't sure he should have come to the start. He had an accident in training before the race. He broke I think it was his elbow. He's got a couple of screws in there, but they're remarkable, these riders. He has come to the start, and today, as the defending King of the Mountains, he's chosen to go out on the hunt for points. He's certainly pilled up quite a few of them, and it should be enough to give him the overall lead at least. 2 minutes 50 on the peloton, and that may not be enough.
2 leaders are still holding on to only just inside of 3 minutes, and the main field, despite the pressure, this is further down the field, and this is Tyler Hamilton, and as you can see, Phil, this is in fact Oscar Sevilla. He too is being tailed off, and that is a bit of a surprise. Team Phonak are not having a great day here.
No, they are not. And Oscar there looks a little bit troubled. He still looks as baby face as he ever has, even in his great days when he almost won this race. He beaten by Angel Casero, 2001, I think it was.
Well, this group now is certainly being reduced in numbers. I make it only around about 22 riders. There's Leonardo Pipoli just sitting on the back here for Sonia Duval. But Liberty Seguros are really trying to break the stranglehold of US Postal Service, and there in 3rd place is Floyd Landis, looking very comfortable in his golden jersey right at the front end of the main field. And as you can see, this pressure that's being put on the front end of this race by Liberty Seguros is really starting to damn a lot of riders to 2nd ranks.
That's a very select little bunch. Now, Cardenas needs to finish in amongst the points at the top of the finishing line today. If he does, then he will be the leader of the King of the Mountains. Currently, he's picked up a lot of points and he's up in the top 3, but he needs those points at the finish if he wants the leader's jersey. A lot of teamwork being done here. And this is becoming a battle of the riders who've got good climbers on their squad. Just looking down here, this is Jimenez. He also, not too sure where he is on the road at the moment, to be quite honest. Eladio Jimenez, he was with the breakaway, so he must be on his way back. 2:26 the gap, 8 kilometers to go for what we'll call the peloton right now. Looking for the golden jersey down there.
Well, I did see it just a few moments ago.
They're
about 4th position, in fact, and as we come to, there's about a kilometre separating these riders on the road, but as you're going uphill, that doesn't correspond to a minute, that corresponds to about 2.5 minutes. Cardenas still looking very good there. You can see the weather has changed just a little bit. The clouds are starting to come in, but it is fortunately dry for these riders. Pablo Lastras, a very aggressive bike rider there in 1st position, wearing number 87.
He's got no victories this year, but he rode well last year. He came to, of course, our notice when he picked up that stage win in the Tour de France at Saint-Maxion. And after he won there, he went on to win the overall classification in the Tour de Burgos, not too far away from where we are. And that's about all he's got to his credit, but they're good wins, there's no doubt about that. He's also had a couple of stage wins in the Vuelta in 2002, and he might be queuing himself up for a good win today. 2:20 the gap, but the only thing against him is they've been away an awful long time. Cardenas has been hunting the King of the Mountains points. He's bagged quite a few. He isn't the leader yet, but he is, let's not forget, the defending champion in the mountains. But that gap is not insurmountable behind them as we start the climb up to the line.
Well, Cardenas got himself a very good win in the Vuelta a Espana last year. It was at the top of the Sierra Nevada, which is a great place to win if you are a climber. And I think he's starting now, Phil, just to put a little bit of pressure onto Pablo Lastras. Cardenas is much the better climber of the 2 riders in the leading group, and they are still holding on to a fair amount of their advantage. If they can keep the pressure going like this, they may well just hold on to survive. But I think Liberty Seguros have got something else in mind, because they are trying to set this race up for Roberto Heras.
Now the crowd here are enjoying the spectacle, even if it is a little bit chilly up on the slopes. Nice climb this though. Lick your lips if you're a really good climber, but I think these 2 boys are tired. They're just hoping now. They're around about just over 6 kilometers from the finish here, and it's all uphill. You can see the road swinging around across the face of the riders. They will see it too. This is the group looking as though it's getting a little bit smaller. But it just shows, you know, Floyd Landis is there at the minute. That'll be 7 kilometers to go under that banner.
And it looks like it's hats off time as well. Somebody donned the helmet to the side of the road there, inside of 7 kilometers now, and still the front end of this group is being dominated by Liberty Seguros. Roberto Heras is very comfortably in this group. I also noticed Luis Perez moving to the front there for Cofidis. Get a chance to see who is in the back end of this group. There is one of the riders from Liberty Seguros at the back. That's Marcos Serrano. Kilometers slowly but surely ticking by, and these riders will be just hoping that there's no big battle in the group behind, but I think there is going to be a serious sorting out, because Roberto Heras probably thinks he's got a very good chance of getting the lead away from Floyd Landis. Heras did a superb ride in the individual time. Cardenas,
he for some reason decided this isn't quick enough. He doesn't want to go to the top with a team with a rival. He's trying to attack him, and this is a big effort by Felix Cardenas, a rider who has not won a race this year, but he got second in the Tour of the Asturias, which is also a climbers race. Last year's King of the Mountains, and a stage when he finished 8th in the Vuelta last year, but he came in this year after his injury, not really knowing quite what to expect, but the team wanted him in because his team is a small team and they need a big name on it, and there's no doubt that Felix is the big name they wanted on it. So he started, and now he's had a good day today. Brave man that would attack so far out and race for more than 100 kilometres ahead of the field when you're not sure of your form.
this is Baranovsky on the left-hand side there for Liberty Seguros, wearing number 9. He's done a lot of work on the front end of the race for the team leader Roberto Heras, and I think now he's paying for that, and he is going to slip away and just going to have to drag his body up to the summit of this climb.
Well, those clouds are not looking too good, but let's hope the rain stays away till the riders at least get over the top and finish. But look at the crowd here. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. It would look a lot nicer if the sun was peeping through, I must confess.
There's Floyd Landis. This is Roberto Heras in second position, right on the wheel there of Isidro Nozal. Nozal now is the man who's taking up the pacemaker. And look at those gaps starting to appear. This is an unbelievable job being done by Liberty Seguros. And they've actually hacked almost a minute off the time of the two leaders. 1:34 at 6 kilometers to go.
A little bit of a test bed this, I think, for the big climbers. They haven't put in anything to hurt anybody, but they're seeing just who is staying with them in that very select peloton. Heras has staked his claim as the favourite because he's put his team on the front to do all of the work. US Postal, who've made the most of the golden jerseys so far, having led every day, but they've done it with clever riding. They still say they've no real ambition to win this race.
That's amazing. They said that before the start. The only reason they were going to come to the Vuelta a Espana was to try and win individual stages. Well, they've been all over the newspapers here in Spain by their domination at the top end of the overall classification. Roberto Heras now trying to crack the man who only 12 months ago was his teammate. This is Stefano Garzelli at the back there wearing 201. He's in the spot of bother too, trying to stay in contact with this unbelievable infernal pace which is being set on the front there by Isidro Nozal. Aitor Gonzalez, the Terminator, the winner of the Vuelta a Espana a couple of years ago, he's also been left behind. Mancebo too now is starting to drop off the back there. Now this man was expected to accompany this group in the mountains, and this is Floyd Landis. This is hard.
Well, this is the pressure of the day. The yellow jersey has made a huge effort here, or the golden jersey rather, a huge effort to hold on to a very select group of climbers. He would probably not have made this effort if he hadn't have been the race leader. Big test moment there for Floyd Landis. Meanwhile, back at the front, Cardenas has been rejoined by Lestras, who's not giving him an inch.
Well, what Floyd Landis has to do right now, Phil, is not to panic at all. He's got a fair amount of time in hand over the climbers, but they now have to try and dam him further back down the overall classification if they can. Look at Roberto Heras. He is completely and utterly concentrated. He is a king of the mountains. He may not be going for that competition, but he certainly is magic when you see him going up hills like this.
Well, this has been terrific efforts here, and of course that group now has been sliced to a handful.
Isn't it funny how the sport really throws up these things? These two men in first and second position were first and second overall in the Vuelta a Espana last year when we get into the final climb. And Roberto Heras, in fact, took the lead away from Isidro Nozal just 24 hours before the end.
Just 7 men left now in pursuit of 2. Now there's an idea of how high we're going. Rather a dizzy shot, that one, I have to say.
It is, but Floyd Landis is not actually losing all that much time. He's only around about 10 seconds off the pace as we go with the two leaders inside of 5 kilometers to go now.
Yeah, I wonder what Floyd's going to make of that when he sees it. 3 miles still to climb to the summit here. Looks like peepily as these riders continue to go through. These are riders coming back from the early breakaway, actually, as they've more or less wiped them all out now by fine tempo riding by this strong man, Isidro Nozal. He rose from nowhere to be a star last year, 16 days in the leader's jersey. But the all-important final time trial, he gave it away to Roberto Heras. Couldn't match him in the mountains. Now here he is doing all of the work which could pave a yellow jersey for Roberto Heras. And this is Valverde. He's suffering from a fall he had a couple of days ago, and he still looks to be in trouble here. He's not quite as sharp as he was in the opening couple of stages.
Well, he's a brave rider, he's a courageous rider. A lot of discussion as well as where he's going to go and ride next year. This guy is regarded as one of the major talents in the sport for the future. A lot of people think that he might switch across to go and ride for Rabobank, to go and ride alongside Oscar Freire, but you can see now the pressure is starting to crack a lot of riders. Carlos Sastre too isn't able to stay with the pace of Isidro Nozal, who led the Vuelta a España last year for an awful long time and actually slipped down towards the end, just 24 hours from the end of the race, down into 7th place.
And that's Bingen Fernandez also up there. He's gone back as well now. Well, hats off to Isidro. He's playing the role to the full, and he's going to give himself a high overall position right now because they destroyed most of the Vuelta on this climb. Time will make the essence later, but at the moment there's nobody here, and here goes another attack. And this time it is again an attack from Cardenas. And back on the defensive comes Lestras, and it looks as though he's mastered him once more.
Well, Pablo Lestras is riding an absolutely superb climb here because Felix Cardenas is a very good climber, the winner of the King of the Mountains classification last year and the winner of the stage to the summit of the Sierra Nevada, and he's not been able to put daylight between himself and Lestras, who must have turned himself inside out there to respond to that attack.
Well, this is an unrelenting climb, and we're pulling back, which is never a good sign. There's the two leaders, and there are the immediate chasers. I think that's one rider losing ground, but these aren't. This is the chase group now, and that's Nozal setting the pace for Heras. It looks as though they are going to catch them and spoil a perfect day for the breakaways. Fernio and Pipoli, the other riders in this group right now. Pipoli always turns in a good surprise occasionally, and looks like today he's on a good day.
Floyd Landis, the leader of the race in the overall classification, the wearer of the golden jersey, and he's actually riding a very sensible race here because he's controlling the race. He can see basically where all of the challenges are in front of him, and I would say for the moment he's only lost himself around about 15 seconds.
Well, a couple of strong attacks there by Felix Cardenas has done nothing to alter the two leaders' positions. And now I'm not so sure he's got too much more left in those legs. He's still having to do all of the work because Lestras is answering the attacks. Don't think he's got the strength to make one himself. 4 kilometers to go, and there's all sorts of bother here now because this is David Blanco, number 12.
Forgotten about him. He was caught out in the middle of nowhere for an awful long time. He was trying to get across to those two leaders, and he's actually survived an awful long time. Valverde, he too now is beginning to suffer, slipping back as riders start to accelerate up through the main field.
He hasn't got an answer to that one, to be quite honest. This is Menchov there, just behind. He's riding a great tour too. Sastre, this is Menchov. Conditions getting a little bit grimy up at on top here. We're almost on the cloud line.
Cabeza de Carrera, the front end of the bike race. We're with moto number 1, and this is Felix Cardenas. He looks pretty comfortable, but he's having a very difficult time getting rid of Pablo Lestras. Now the gaps are starting to narrow very dramatically, and in fact there's only about 50 to 100 meters between the two leaders now and the chase group of the heads of state of this bike race. There is Isidro Nozal still pacing Roberto Heras. Surely Roberto Heras very soon, Phil, has got to try and accelerate out of the slipstream of his teammate here if he wants to win himself this stage.
The face there of Nozal reminds me as though he should have a part in a James Bond film. He sits there on the front now, much to do all of the work. Heras is taking him. Heras actually is setting himself up here for a likely stage win right now because there are the two leaders literally around the corner. And these are only 4 riders left. Remember the group we had at the start of the climb?
Well, it's goodbye Blanco.
Oh, yes.
And this is Mancebo. Whiteout, yeah. Mancebo starting to recover here. In fact, he may well ride himself back in. He's a little bit further down the road. He's got Carlos Sastre for company. And there just in front you can see the group of Roberto Heras. Now Heras still sitting in the slipstream of Isidro Nozal, who is doing an unbelievable job of work here this afternoon. He's never looked round at all. He's just sat on the front end of this group, and slowly but surely they've eliminated riders from the rear, and it looks as if somebody's actually recovered here and got onto the back of that group.
Well, it's Menchov who's just hanging there.
Not very much longer either, because I think he's decided to give up the ghost.
Well, what have we got to say about Isidro Nozal? He's been absolutely superb. What a strong man he's turning out to be here. His second place in this race last year, 16 days in the golden jersey. That was no fluke. This man hasn't done much outside of the Vuelta de España, but this is his race as they continue up the climb. Number 104 there, by the way. That is Jorge Ferrio from Spain.
This is why Menchov dropped off the back there, Phil. He's actually dropped off the back to wait for his teammate, Francisco Mancebo, to try and pace him back up to this group. He must have got the nod from the team manager that, in fact, his teammate was starting to cover, was starting to ride back up to contact with Roberto Heras and Isidro Nozal, and Menchov has actually sat up and waited for Mancebo.
Well, that's good teamwork, because it's also been some very good riding there from Mancebo, because it looked as though this group was moving away.
But what an unbelievable job this man is doing on the front, Isidro Nozal. He's got control of the front end of this race. He's eliminated almost the whole of the main field. Now this is Felix Cardenas, who's been caught and passed straight off the back.
Straight through, and I think also, though this is Lastras' last desperate effort, and there is Mancebo.
Heras has gone.
Heras has gone, and now it's up to the others to follow, because the commissaire going a little bit demented at the back there, because we're in the way of the attack here. Piepoli is trying to get across to him, pretty easy to recognise.
Well, Piepoli is in pretty good form right now as well, because just a couple of weeks ago he won himself the Subida Urquiola, which is a very nasty race just outside of Barcelona. He's a great mountain top finisher, and over the last couple of years he spent most of his career actually riding in Spain, so he knows most of these climbs, and he's actually made the contact with Roberto Heras. Now Heras, I think there, Phil, is going to be a little bit surprised.
Yes, but he's not going to worry, I don't think, too much about Piepoli being a threat all the way to the finish in Madrid. But we'll see. This is the rider who was overweight in 1998 because he had 20 screws in his body after quite a serious crash. But that's all behind him now, and he's back to his very fit self again. It looks as like we're going to finish this in the mist as well at the top of the mountain here. But Leonardo Piepoli, it's unusual for an Italian to settle down quite so well in Spain. They like their own country to live, but this man here is riding exceptionally well on Spanish roads. Just looking down the list here, this is Nozal now, still finding the strength to hold on. He won't pace make anymore now. Ferrio is going to have to do all of the work. And there's a pure climber for you. Flicks his left elbow saying, come on, give me a hand. Well, Nozal says, I can't really pace now. My team captain's up the road.
Well, after all the work that he's done, I'm not sure that he's got very much left to do any more pacemaking. But, you know, he's a very courageous bike rider. He's come up to the front here and he's decided just to keep going, because let's not forget, Nozal himself is 7th in the overall classification at the start of the day. Piepoli is a long way down, more than 15 minutes down on Floyd Landis, who for the moment we don't have any news on at all. But I don't think Floyd Landis is losing all that much time.
Just look at the face here of Valverde. Trying now on what is a bad day for him not to concede too much time, because there's every chance you can reverse it with the roads that lie ahead, the mountains, and 2 more time trials. Far too early to concede the Tour yet, so grit your teeth and try and just save seconds. But at the moment, Heras is making the most of this, and there's where's he find his legs from?
This is unbelievable. Isidro Nozal was asked to come to the front by Ferrio there, and he said, okay, I will, but I'm not going to pace you all the way up this mountain. I think I'll go and see if I can help Roberto Heras just a little bit more.
That is amazing, because he looked as though he was absolutely on his limit when Ferrero called him to the front, and now he's got a real chance of pedalling back up here by the look of it. Well, Piepoli knows the mission of Roberto, so he's not going to help him. But I bet he comes round him in the sprint if these two stay clear to the line.
Well, Heras is more important today to try and get himself time over everybody else in this race. He started the day in 14th place overall, 2:26 behind. He lost most of that time in the individual time trial, but today he's trying to turn the clocks around and climb himself up the classification. Look at the face here on Piepoli. All he's doing is just looking at the back wheel of Roberto Heras and hoping he can stay in contact, because if he can, he does, I think, have a very good chance of getting past Heras in the sprint.
Well, he's 33 Piepoli, 3 days after this race finishes. But right now, he's riding like a teenager. He's pretty strong today. Had 4 wins last year, and he's had only that 1 win Paul told us about this year in Urquiola. Now, this is further down. This is still Mancebo. Might keep his lead in the King of the Mountains because he's going to score on this climb, which will stop Cardenas, I think, from taking over the race lead in that department.
Well, Roberto Heras opening up the gaps on everybody else in the bike race here this afternoon as he comes up to the Flamme Rouge, the red kite. Just 1,000 metres left to go, but that's going to take them just a little bit more than 2 minutes on the slopes of a mountain like this.
Now, Piepoli has done nothing to help Heras in his mission to gain time in the Vuelta Espana. He's going to be poised for the big finish here. There'll be no presents given to the Spanish rider, I'm sure, by the Italian. Look at that, straight under the kilometre and only 12 seconds behind. Nozal racing into third, but Mancebo, off our cameras, probably done the ride of the climb.
He's done an unbelievable job. He's never panicked. He's picked his way through the field. He's caught riders one at a time and started to dispatch them, and he's pulling himself that little bit further up towards Roberto Heras. In fact, he is only around about 20 seconds behind Roberto Heras there at that 1 kilometre to go banner. And Isidro Nozal, Phil, is only 10 seconds in arrears. And in fact, Floyd Landis is not too far behind. He's hovering at around about the 40-second mark, so he could just hold on to his overall lead this afternoon.
Fight as long as he possibly can. This is stage 9 of the Vuelta, day 10. Only US Postal have led so far, but this is the most important day for the climbers and the men who want to win in Madrid. And right now, the defending champions have made sure his name's on top of the list of the men who want to. Here he comes up towards the finish. And this is Nozal, who suddenly found his second wind. Meanwhile, a little bit lower down, Valverde continues to fight. You've got to admire that man of courage. But now, I think it's more the question of when will the Italian make his move?
I think it will come when he sees the banner across the road. Roberto Heras has never looked round at all because obviously, Phil, in the back of his mind here this afternoon, I don't think he's too worried about the stage victory. What he wants to do is get as much time as possible on the rendezvous which suit him, and that is the uphill mountain finishes. This is where he could lay the foundations of possibly a second win in a row here at the Vuelta a España, but he's got an awful lot of work to do. But he did the same thing last year. He never gave up right up until 24 hours to go before the finish. He still kept the hope in his heart that he could win this bike race.
This is Valverde, also looking as though at last acts of desperation here to save seconds, because he knows exactly what Paul has just said. His time is of the essence on this mountain today. What you lose here to men like Heras may not be able to be recouped, but there is the attack for victory, and Roberto has no answer because he's made so much effort to gain time over the rest. He'll just chase Leonardo and try and salvage every second out of this stage. I don't think it'll give him the golden jersey today because he's a little bit too far behind, but we'll see where Landis finishes. No doubt about the winner. It's going to be Leonardo Piepoli as he goes clear now for a very good result for him. And he's certainly opened up the gap, so he was saving something just for that sprint finish.
He certainly was. Looks over his shoulder. He's got a very big gap over Roberto Heras there. He's not too worried about the overall classification. I think he was dreaming of a mountaintop finish here. He's in great form this season. He's had a lot of top places in the overall classification in some of the smaller stage races here in Spain, but this is going to be his best win of the season.
There's no doubt about that. And a good result too for Sonia Duval, as Leonardo Piepoli gets only his second win of the season. And right behind him is the man the Spanish crowd want to see. Roberto Heras comes over just 4 seconds in arrears, but more importantly ahead of his major rivals. Here comes the big man. He is big too to get over a mountain like this, and he double take then when he looked over and he saw Mancebo coming on him like a train.
Only 15 seconds, and that man was around about 30 seconds down at 2 kilometres to go, so he really has recovered quite remarkably. This is Ferrio coming across the line.
Good ride by him.
And Valverde too has recovered over the last few kilometres.
We're talking just a few seconds here, maybe 30 to Valverde, so he didn't lose the Tour of Spain today, that is for sure. This looks like Denny Menchov coming in. Again, the riders who were forced to ride well in the time trial are now showing they can ride well here.
This is Carlos Sastre coming through for CSC. He too has recovered quite a bit. We're still waiting to see Floyd Landis come up. And that's Floyd Landis. There he is, inside of a minute, so he lost a little bit of time over the last couple of kilometres, and I think he should stay up there in the Golden Fleece.
I agree. Well, there's the stage result as we saw it come over the line. The time gaps, of course, are most important, but they are only seconds here at the top of the Alto di Atena. You know, the Pippoli really isn't going to affect the outcome of this race in a week and a half's time. He gets the stage win. Different style of trophy today, and overall Floyd Landis has survived a serious mountain stage to keep his lead from Beltran by 33 seconds. Mancebo still third, Nozal is fourth, Alejandro Valverde is up into fifth, and just off the list there is Roberto Heras.
Well, that's a great ride there by Floyd Landis, and he really must have done an excellent job over the last few kilometres. He was slowly but surely losing time to Roberto Heras all the time, but he did enough to stay in the golden jersey.
Not quite the mountains as we move on now to stage number 10. There they all are for you. 3 third categories, a second, but again, just before the end, a brilliant place for a springboard broad attack is this first category climb. We go from Alcoy now to Zoret de Cati, 174.5 kilometres. And this is where the riders now will continue to attack. We are going to stay in the mountains now and the undulations, with very little visits down to the flat roads. This is a tough tour from now on. And that is the race situation as we join the action here now. There is a breakaway on. The gap is 7 minutes, and as we speak, 7 minutes and 28 seconds.
It's a massive gap. It's brought to us by the GPS. Spain actually has a GPS on all of the motorbikes that go out onto the course, and it gives us a rough guide. It's never an exact time check from the main field to the breakaways, but it gives us an idea of whether the break is going up or whether the time gap is starting to come down.
Well, the amazing thing is the battle here, which is still being raged by the boys for the points jersey as well. And this breakaway here contains sprinters, and that's the most important thing, I think, as the riders have opened up a fairly big gap here. 14 minutes it's been, and now coming down a little bit. There's an interesting graphic for you. 17.4 kilometers to the finish for the peloton, 10.9 kilometers to the finish for the breakaway. That should say it might well stay away today.
It should stay away, because that's around about a 5 kilometer difference between the two, and that at the moment corresponds to just outside of 7.5 minutes.
And what's strange about this, Paul, is on a semi-mountainous stage, the sprinters have got into the move. Stuart O'Grady, Oscar Freire, Eric Zabel, all following each other around because of this battle for the points lead, are all in this breakaway on a day they shouldn't be seen.
Well, it's putting an awful lot of pressure onto Liberty Seguros, who are on the front end of the main field, trying to keep themselves in contention. But certainly the sprinters had a very difficult day yesterday, and they've all gone out on the attack. In fact, the battle for supremacy in the points classification really is quite remarkable. That is hotting up to be a very interesting race.
Well, still 163 men in the Tour. The only 3 dropouts we've heard of today: Nikolai Jalabert of Phonak, Laszlo Bedrogi of Quick-Step, and Fabien Yecker from Sonia Duval. All given up today on the road, so there'll be 163 as we speak, heading towards the finish.
Long line at the front end of the main field. Liberty Seguros, they are now, Phil, starting to act as leaders of this bike race. They really do believe, I think, that Roberto Heras has got a chance of doing something very special on the climb up towards the finish.
Well, they won't get caught. 7 minutes 35 at 15 kilometers from the line. All of the race leaders are in the big pack. Nobody is affecting the destiny of the golden jersey up front. There's some interesting names up there, though. Names like Stuart O'Grady. I've mentioned Eladio Jimenez from Kelme. And the breakaway is thinned down a little bit, but it's still basically all up there.
It's the front end of the main field. A big long line, once again dominated by the crosswinds in this part of Spain. And we've seen, the rain is actually now starting to come down, and that really is remarkable. The weather conditions have changed in the space of around about 20 seconds. This is the leading group.
Well, it's sweeping in across the road here. Not a pleasant situation now. Zabel and Oscar Freire and Stuart O'Grady have been dicing out the intermediate sprints. Oscar Freire got the first one, Zabel was third. Zabel got the second one, O'Grady was second, and Oscar Freire was third. And in the third one, Zabel won that ahead of O'Grady. So at the moment, It's advantage Zabel for the points.
Well, Eric Zabel, he's an unbelievable player. I've got a lot of time for Eric Zabel. He reminds me an awful lot of a man by the name of Sean Kelly, who was a great sprinter in the 70s and 80s. Kelly was present from the start of the season in February right the way through to the very end of the year, which is exactly the same as Eric Zabel. And Zabel this year has been second so many times every month of the season from February right through till now.
That's right. And everybody likes Eric Zabel. If ever you talk to anybody about this great German, they all say, what a great guy, what a consistent bike rider. Races for the love of the sport, and we all agree with that. 8 kilometres left to ride now. This is the remnants of the breakaway. There are, looking at them, look, about 7 of them left at the moment. And we're looking probably here at Ruslan Ivanov, Juan Fuentes, who speaks fluent English, but he is a Spaniard riding on an Italian team, Seiko. Jose Miguel Elias from Relax, Eric Zabel are in there. Also Oscar Freire, Eladio Jimenez and Stuart O'Grady. That's the makeup for you, and having told you all, there it is for you to see.
Well, these weather conditions really are pretty nasty. I have to say that I would expect to see an attack coming from either Fuentes or Jimenez on the run in towards the finish, because this is a very difficult run into the finish line. It's not exactly a mountaintop finish, but it's not far off.
Probably just as well with all these sprinters in the breakaway. This is a most unusual breakaway. You would not expect to see 3 top sprinters in a group like this that contains a first category mountain. There's the details for you. The Zorre de Cati, 10.6 average gradient. It's 4.3 kilometres, just over 2.5 miles long, this climb. And then that little clip down to the finish. But if you can get away on the top, you might hold them off downstairs.
Well, the main field is still under a lot of pressure, and the pressure is being put on at the front end of the main field by Roberto Heras's Liberty Seguros team. They really now are starting to slip it into gear, and they do need to come up with a good ride in the Vuelta a Espana, because they had a disastrous Tour de France this year. They put all their eggs into the one basket of Roberto Heras. They thought Heras was really going to rattle the cage of Lance Armstrong in the big mountain passes. Well, in fact, before he got to the mountains, he was already around about 40 minutes in arrears.
Well, the gap here is coming down, but I think this rain has completely dampened enthusiasm for the chase. They know that the breakaway is not affecting the overall destiny of the golden jersey, so they're going to live to fight another day, I think, and just get it over with. Well, I didn't quite catch that banner as to exactly how much to go. It's probably 7 kilometres left to go.
I think that was 1 kilometre to the summit of the climb. This is the leading group. There is O'Grady, 3 from the back. O'Grady is an unbelievable bike rider. You know, he's never scared to go out on the attack, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was his presence in that leading breakaway at the start of the day that forced the other 2 sprinters, Oscar Freire and Eric Zabel, to take up the chase.
Well, Stuart O'Grady started off brilliantly with a crack at the World Cup, 3rd in Milan San Remo. Then it all went wrong for the Cofidis team, and the doping accusations started to materialise. Grady had just joined the team, wasn't part of any of the accusations, but the team suddenly had to stop racing. And as a result of that, he lost all hope of continuing in the World Cup. So he's been concentrating on the big tours. It's a big day for him.
Yeah, it must have been pretty tough for him psychologically, moving across from Crédit Agricole to ride for Cofidis, and then all of a sudden the team completely and utterly embroiled in scandal, of which he had absolutely nothing at all to do with. But he kept his morale, he kept training, and he now seems to be riding a very good end of the season.
Well, let's see if he can pick up a stage win today. This would be delightful for him.
Well, he's sitting in the wrong place here, because there's an attack just going off the front, and there's a group of about 3 riders now starting to open up an advantage over the rest of the group.
He's just going to keep an eye on things here. He's going to see what's happening. He's going to keep an eye on Freire and Zabel, and you can bet your life that Eric will keep an eye on everybody, because a rare chance for big points, which they don't normally get on this stage. They wouldn't have put this down as a point stage for them. They went away, in fact, for the early sprints where the points were, and as a result the breakaway started and they kept going, and this is what it is. There's Freire.
And Eric Zabel also. Stuart O'Grady now has decided this is a good chance for him. He's seen the attack going off the front. Zabel under a bit of pressure on this climb, as is Oscar Freire.
Yeah, this looks as though it's beginning to split up asunder here.
It is putting up.
This is Fuentes.
Well, we expected the climb to come, the attack to come on the climb from one of the climbers in this group.
That's a good move by Fuentes. He comes to form late in the year. He did so last year, and he continues to get himself onto some good results. He started to come through really last year. That was his first big time. He got a couple of wins in the Grand Prix Industria and the Grand Prix Lodio. There's only 2 wins as a pro. He hasn't won anything this year, but you know, on a big team like Seiko, you don't often get your chance, and for Juan, this is going to be a big chance for him.
The main field are really whacking it up here. It's the Kelme riders on the front here, trying to whip up the pacemaking. I should think for Alejandro Valverde, they're inside of 10 kilometers to go. Look at unbelievable.
That's been a torrential downpour in that area. It's still raining heavily here with Fuentes, but that was torrential there.
Look at the wind blustering at the side of the road, pushing the barriers. Unfortunately, those barriers are fairly well secured. 6 kilometers to go. There's 4 kilometers now separating the front end of the bike race to the main field, who are absolutely scorching along these roads. They've knocked quite a lot off that advantage. I don't think they're going to see the race again, but this looks coming through. This is Stuart O'Grady. Now, O'Grady is an unbelievable bike rider. He's actually ridden across the gap to Fuentes, and he's actually, I think, going to make the junction. Stuart could get himself the victory here.
Well, it would be great if he did it. He's never won a stage of the Tour of Spain, and he's reached now Fuentes. And a handy pair of legs to come alongside. These two know each other pretty well because Fuentes used to live in Sydney. Now, Stuart didn't know him when he lived in Sydney. But since then, Fuentes has ridden in the Jacobs Creek Tour down under January timing of the year in Adelaide. And that's where Stuart comes from. And I'm quite sure they've had a good chat because Fuentes, shall I say, Australian accent is totally fluent because he was brought up there for about 15 years.
I tell you what, O'Grady is the most versatile bike rider I think we can talk about, because this year he won himself a World Cup for the first time, went across to Athens, won himself a gold medal in the Madison, and then came across here to ride the Tour of Spain. It really is a very difficult do to swap and change between the different disciplines, but O'Grady is so full of talent. He's been able to do it well this year.
Absolutely, he is the man when it comes to all-round bike riding. Well, the Kelme boys, for some reason, have taken this race by the head and have decided to start riding at the front. Well, I don't think there'll be any complaints there. Just saw Floyd Landis off to the right too.
Yeah, Landis is riding at the front end of the main field. Still got a good half a minute advantage over his teammate, Manuel Beltran. He's going to try and stay up there at the top of the overall classification as long as he can.
Well, it shouldn't be a big change today because that breakaway consistency shouldn't alter things too much. There's the breakaway for you. Jimenez, O'Grady, Ferreira, Elias, Fuentes and Zabel, the remnants of the breakaway. They've done well to stay away. They will stay away now because the rain is on their side, I would think. There's another attack going. Is this Fuentes again? It looks like it might be through the mist.
Yep, he's just decided to go again. They were just picked up by the rest of the group, and he thought, well, let me just hit them hard again one more time. So O'Grady back in the group with the rest of the sprinters. There over to the right-hand side, you can see Oscar Freire keeping a very close eye there on Stuart O'Grady. But this might be the move that's going to pay.
There's this Eladio also getting across here now.
It's a good move, the Kelme rider, Eladio Jimenez. He now has taken up the chase. He's got to the back wheel of Fuentes, gone straight by him, and it looks as if that's Oscar Freire. Very difficult to see through these nasty conditions here this afternoon in the Tour of Spain, but I think that was Oscar Freire still taking up the pace behind.
Well, Eladio, is he going to do what he did in the year 2000 and win here? Because that's what happened then. Your name appears to have to be Jimenez if you win here, because Jose Maria Chava Jimenez, he also won here, sadly no longer with us. The rider who has been the king of the mountains and also the points winner of this tour in years gone by. 4 times the king of the mountains. He won the points in 2001. But that is Jose Maria Jimenez, who sadly became very depressed and passed away a couple of years ago. But the last time that this Jimenez came, in 2000, he won the stage. So he's obviously inspired.
I tell you, this is a nasty climb. These guys are all over their machines, just trying to keep themselves going up. I think it's very difficult to see through the mist, but I think that is Oscar Freire in second place. Stuart O'Grady climbing out of the saddle there, trying to keep himself in contact in third. And Eric Zabel, in fact, is just dropping away a little bit.
Oscar Freire continues to amaze me. One day good, one day bad. We're on the good day again today now. And this is a free fall. There's Landis just off to the right of our picture. His golden jersey looking a little bit drab under the conditions. As we come under the banner here, and I'll tell you how far to go when I see myself. Looks about 5 kilometres to go. 5 to go.
5 kilometres still to go to the finish. Eladio Jimenez here is not really opening up the gap on Oscar Freire. I think it is dancing through the haze there. It's very difficult to see in these conditions, but it looks as if it's the orange Rabobank jersey.
Well, the ambition of Eladio Jimenez might have been a little bit premature here. Sorry about the picture breakup. It's all out of our control. It's the atmospherics. We've done very well to keep these pictures with the clouds so low. Makes helicopter flying a bit hazardous. And a counter-attack going from the field now. And it looks as though Isidro Nozal might have got control of the peloton.
Well, it's been a big domination by Liberty Seguros throughout the whole of the stage here. Looking back there. Difficult to see through the mist here, but it's still Eladio Jimenez on the front end of the race.
It is Freire, you know.
It is Freire, still in second place, and in fact he's going to do what he can. Freire is one of those unbelievable rare sprinters who has the ability to climb fairly well.
Well, just watch the riders, and that gives you the indication just how hard the slopes are now of this climb. It really is tough, and our camera's not behaving now. They're probably getting water in them as well with torrential rain we've been through. Looks as though it is easing off. And the peloton has regrouped under the guise of the Kelme boys, who've got a plan today, whatever it might be, maybe to launch Valverde late on. They're not going to catch up with the leaders. They are closing quite quickly, but there's no way they'll catch up.
But the main field is certainly having a fairly good sort out there as well, because that group once again has been reduced to around about 30 or 40 riders. Eladio Jimenez, he's opening up the gap slightly now over Oscar Freire.
Painful though, isn't it?
It's very painful indeed. It's very slow, but I think slowly but surely he's starting to get that little bit of extra distance, and once he gets to the flatter part, you actually get an idea of just how big the gap is, and it is, well, it's gone unbelievably.
Yeah. He just came round that bend, he flipped the gears up a little bit, and he's really given it some power, and he's doubled his advantage there. There's Il Parata. Well, at least the flag behind him anyway. Now, we don't want to see any pushing like that, because they can get riders disqualified even if they don't ask for the push. It puts them in jeopardy.
Well, the referees must think this is a gap that is starting to open, because they've allowed one of the neutral service vehicles to come up behind the leader. But just look at the way he is labouring to get up to the top of this climb here, and once he gets to the top, he plunges down into the finishing line. If he goes over the top of this climb here, Phil, with around about a 30-second advantage, I don't think anybody's going to see him again. But oh, it's so sore.
Well, Jimenez, this will be a great result for Kelme. And even if Valverde will remain at their #1 man for the final, certainly they're in for a stage win if he can continue now. It's not too far once over the top, down to the bottom and over the line. He's won here before. His teammates, though, are getting mixed up with the attack at the back here.
Well, in third place there, that's Isidro Nozal. They are starting to open up a gap there. In fourth place is Roberto Heras, and I can't see, once again, the leader of the US Postal Service, Floyd Landis. This little climb is putting him into a little bit of bother, and I'm actually surprised to see Tyler disappearing on a climb like this, because let's not forget, he was one of the strongest men in the mountains at the Tour de France.
Well, just now, it's been a wonderful tour, whatever happens in the next few minutes, to the US Postal's race leader, because they've led this race since the day one win in the time trial. And nobody's really expected them to win the race. So maybe today we'll see the change. Jorge Ferrio, who had a wonderful day in the breakaway, somehow has found the legs to have another go.
Very good climber, dancing out of the saddle on the pedals, as very often the position adopted by the big climbers, and the Tour of Spain is all about climbing. He's putting the big names into a spot of bother there, because Isidro Nozal is not able to stay on the wheel at all. And in fact, Roberto Heras, I think, is quite happy to have his teammate up there alongside him.
Yes, this rider shot to form yesterday, enjoys the mountains. He's got a great shape for being a good mountain climber. Small man, but light and lithe, and enjoys the road. At least the rain has stopped for the moment, but the roads will stay wet, and our cameras are hopefully going to dry out and not go down on us. But as we head up towards the summit, this is, remember, the chase at the back now. We've still got the leaders ahead. They're not going to be challenged. They're going to fight out the first place.
Well, this man is trying to get himself a place, at least in the top 10 at the end of the stage if he can. There's 7 riders up the road. And a little bit further up the road, we rejoin the leader, who is still doing an excellent job here. He's actually opening up around about a 30 or 40 second advantage over the other riders in the group, and it's still Oscar Freire holding on to second place.
It's a good move now by Eladio Jimenez. I think it took a while. Oh, and what's happened here? Yes, it looks as though, again, Floyd Landis, he really is under pressure. He produced that good time trial, but he's starting to struggle now.
Well, first and second place in the overall classification, because Tricky Beltran is there as well. Just gives you an indication how much pressure Liberty Seguros are putting on this bike race. They certainly want to try and move Roberto Heras up in the overall classification. Every time the race goes uphill, they're going to try and take advantage of this and chip away at the overall lead of Landis and Beltran. That's Aitor Gonzalez on the right-hand side, a former winner of the Vuelta Espana. A consistent bike rider, but certainly not the man who won the race a couple of years ago.
Well, in fairness, this has been a pretty tough slog up this mountain for sure, as these riders still trying. It looks as though Ferrio is still trying to get clear here. Is that Valverde?
That's Valverde now. This is why the Kelme riders were all over the front of the main field, and it looks like Roberto Heras is coming up there as well. Isidro Nozal has blown it.
And the motorbikes queue up for the shot of the day as Valverde has attacked the defending champion. He needs a bit of time back. This is Heras. Ahead of him is Valverde, who will not give up trying. He was under pressure yesterday, but he's going to have another go today. They're having a job keeping hold of Ferrio. He's going out of sight and he's sticking to his guns, that little man.
There's people here as well. It's not quite as easy to recognise with his helmet on this afternoon. The riders not allowed to take their helmets off on this stage because it's not actually a mountain top finish, because once they go over the top of this final climb of the day, they plunge downhill into the finishing town. Heras has recovered, but I think he'll be rattled just a little bit by the performance there of Alejandro Valverde, who now seems to have recovered from that little bit of an injury he had a couple of days ago.
He is an immense talent, Valverde. He's been knocked around a bit in this race, but it looks as though he's recovering gently. Roberto Heras will be happy if the race continues to the line in this position. Meanwhile, coming up possibly, I think this is towards the summit of the climb here now, Eladio Jimenez. And he's got the advantage that could win in the day, and it'll be a case of deja vu.
Well, he's also got the advantage that behind he's got a teammate who will be able to defend his position there, because Valverde's position in that group, just splintering off the front end of the main field, will give them the tactical advantage. I don't think anybody's going to see this man again now as he goes over the top of this climb, and he will take some phenomenal risks on the descent of this mountain. I only hope that he's able to stay upright.
I think it'll just be a risk to go down the darn thing, because it's so slippery down here. The roads are very, very wet. Only good news is the rain has now stopped. There's the golden jersey, and I'm sorry we couldn't hold a picture for you there of Floyd Landis. He is losing ground. Desperate moments again for Landis. He's not going to go out of that golden jersey without a fight, and he's got his main contenders not too far ahead of him just now. He could still hold on. He will have to take risks, though, going down the mountain if he wants to stay in gold.
Just 3 kilometers to go, and if you look at these riders here, you get an idea just how steep and nasty this climb is. These are some of the top men from the Vuelta a España this year, and they are struggling just to get the bikes going forwards on the slopes of this climb. Valverde is doing a very good job here for a rider who's a fairly large rider. He does get himself over these mountains quite well.
Just a reminder that we haven't, although we haven't seen them because of our camera staying with this move here, still ahead are the remnants of the breakaway. The sprinters are still in front, Freire, O'Grady and Zabel, and Fuentes and Ruslan Ivanov. We haven't seen them, but they are still in front by some minutes over this group here. And it's going to be a big tussle, what looks like being for second place now from the sprinters. And you know, the man that gets second today could be the next leader on points.
He certainly could. Look at the leader, though, of the bike race at the top left-hand corner there. He's going down this hill like a maniac.
On dry
road,
and
the road is completely dry on the other side of the mountain now. That really is a remarkable change.
A kick in the weather there. Only raining on one side today as we now go down towards the finish, and Jimenez won't be caught now. There's the Heras group. And down below us, Jimenez from a different angle.
Going down very well. This is Floyd Landis, bottom left-hand corner, really having a hard time staying in contact with this bike race, and he needs to recover here this afternoon because he doesn't have that much time in the overall classification. Only around about half a minute over his teammate and only 38 seconds over Isidro Nozal.
Poor Floyd is suffering again today. Touch and go this time. It's been touch and go every time, but this time's more crucial than ever. And Isidro Nozal, look at that face. He's done his work again, but it's beginning to tell now his daily output for Heras.
Well, I tell you what, he's still staying in contact there, and if he can just get in contact with that leading group, he's got a very good chance here this afternoon of becoming the new leader of this bike race overall, because he's not too far behind Floyd Landis in the overall classification. He's a courageous man, though, isn't he? He's just digging as deep as he can into that suitcase of courage to pull himself back into the bike race. Of course, he's not really riding for himself. He's thinking more about catching those three riders there, just to help Roberto Heras that little bit more.
Well, Ozal is looking to me as though he might be. That's Santiago Perez we've seen there, a Phonak rider.
Oh, it hurts. He just hasn't got it, has he, in those legs? And we return to the front man here, Eladio Jimenez. He's not too far away. Very shortly he should be seeing the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, and he's not far away from getting himself a very nice stage victory.
And a repeat of his win in the year 2000 here. And all the winners who come to this place are called Jimenez, it seems. Jose Maria won here. Now Eladio is looking for win number 2. And keeping it in the family name at least, even if they're not related. As he comes up towards the finish now, that's a good result for Eladio Jimenez. A tough way to do it, I have to say, from a breakaway that's been out front for much of the day. But in a race like the Tour of Spain, these breakaways do seem to have a better degree of success than perhaps in the Tour de France. And that's a great win for him as he crosses the line. And what's more importantly, I suspect, a brilliant win for him, for Kelme. But look at this, somehow O'Grady stayed away. Our cameras never went with him, but when he moved away earlier, they never brought him back.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know what Stuart O'Grady's done. He's taken advantage of the downhill section of the course here. He's an unbelievably agile bike rider, and this is going to pull him that little bit closer up towards Eric Zabel in the points classification.
And they'll give it to him, I think, Paul. That should be, and it depends where Zabel finishes now, but that should be good enough. There's Zabel. No, that's not Zabel. So that it will, in fact, give O'Grady the lead in the points yet again. Oscar Freire comes home, and Ruslan Ivanov just behind him. No sign yet of Eric Zabel. He's out of the points. Well, for the moment.
For the moment, he's still got to get himself to the finish line. This is Fuentes, the early attacker from Team Seiko. He's going to come across the line here for 5th place.
And there's Eric. Is that Eric? No, that's not Eric Zabel.
Still not Zabel. So
no.
Zabel is going to be 7th from that leading group of 7, as long as he survives in front of the main field.
Wow, did they sort out towards the end of that climb. That breakaway has all come over in single formation today.
Now then, back with the Roberto Heras group. That should be Alejandro Valverde with him, Leonardo Pipoli. Now Pipoli over the last couple of days must have climbed up a little bit higher in the overall classification, but still he's around about a quarter of an hour behind riders like Roberto Heras. This is Floyd Landis just reaching the top of the Premio de la Montaña. He's having a hard time, and he's actually lost an awful lot of time. Here is Eric Zabel. He'll have to relinquish that points leader's jersey this afternoon to a certain Australian by the name of Stewie O'Grady.
Nothing much in it. That fight is set to go on for a while yet, I think.
That is pretty interesting to see.
Zabel what will he be, Zabel? He'll be 7th place.
It is pretty interesting to see that the sprinters are actually going out into breakaway situations to battle out the points classification.
That's right. We must remind everybody that it's places which count at the finish and not time for the points competition. It's meant to be a sprinters competition, and today, for the first time, 3 top-class sprinters were in a breakaway on a mountain stage.
Really quite remarkable. This is the next group on the road, and Roberto Heras once again opening up a bit of time, and it looks as if Isidro Nozal didn't quite manage to make the contact with this group as they reach the summit of the climb, so he may well be losing his chance at a crack at the Mayo Amarillo, the golden jersey of leadership in the Vuelta a España. But Floyd Landis, Phil, is going to have to do something very special to keep himself in the overall lead.
1 kilometre to the finish. Always a nice sign, and this is a matter of time. There are small time gains to be had here, and possibly big time gains over Floyd Landis, so we'll see if they can keep it prized open nicely now.
Look at Heras and Valverde, both of them riding really hard on here to make sure they open up as big a gap as they can over everybody else in the race. Valverde's going to move up in the overall classification, and so too is Roberto Heras. He is taking advantage of every big climb that he can in this Vuelta a España, and we're still only halfway through. People
I tell you what, they use plenty of barriers, but in this part of Spain there aren't many people to put behind the barriers. As you can see, it's not a highly populated country out in the countryside, and unlike the Tour de France where it's summer holidays time, this race here just has to really search for its public. But it's a great race and a very friendly race.
This is Ferriot.
He did well to stay away.
Forgotten all about him. He's going to come across the line for 8th place, but look at the time gap. They really didn't pull back very much on that leading group of riders, because he's going to cross the line just around about 4 minutes in arrears.
That'll be an 8th place then for Jorge. That's 2 good days he's had now in this event. Oh, he's glad that's over too. Time for a nice warm shower and some dry clothes. Here's the battle behind. This is about time now.
It's Valverde on the front. Roberto Heras has matched all the moves and stayed there. He'll be quite content with that this afternoon, because the important thing is he's opened up time gaps on everybody else in the event.
Yeah, good result that. Valverde will climb up the overall with that result too at 4:17. There's Nozal, Sastre. Oh, this man just knows how to suffer. He really does. He just does not give up. Those big feet, we noted them last year. I think they're about, in English sizes, about size 12.
They are huge. Here he comes up to the line, and you know, Floyd Landis looks like he may well have lost the lead in the overall classification this afternoon to Valverde.
He's still not come in.
Well, that's Mancebo coming in there.
Is Landis in this group?
Yes, he is. There he is.
Yeah.
So it's all going to be a question of what the
time
time is on the clock.
I think he just hold on. I believe he'll just hold on. But these last 2 days, it's going to be very close. But these last 3 days, you know, he really should have lost the lead, I suspect, and he hasn't. Well, let's have a look at the result first. Jimenez gets it in 4.5 hours ahead of Stuart O'Grady. Very strange result. And there he is in the golden jersey. So he has held on. We'll wait for the confirmation of the gaps. It cannot be much. And I think Floyd Landis, grimacing to smile here, just wants to get off and go and have a shower. Let's have a look at the overall. 8 seconds is the gap. The closest ever winning margin, by the way, was when Eric Caritou won by 6 seconds a few years ago now. But it looks as though Valverde enjoyed his day. He's very much a challenge, clearly recovered from the crash. And Mancebo there in the overall King of the Mountains colours. There is Jose Miguel Elias is the man with 48 points today, and he was the King of the Mountains, I beg your pardon. Well, for 11 days now, US Postal have continued to lead this race since the team time trial. Another day slightly uphill as we climb towards the end, one of 165.8 kilometres. The riders moving away from San Vicente del Raspig on to Caravaca de la Cruz. And this is the sort of gradient the riders can expect. It's pretty open countryside. The wind's always a problem in the area, but thankfully things aren't too bad all around. The weather not too bad either. And the breakaway, and this has been the situation virtually since the start, Dave Zabriskie of the US Postal Service, I have to admit that Johan Brunel and his team have thought of something different to do almost on a daily basis.
Well, Zabriskie built up a massive advantage over the main field, 13 minutes and 15 seconds, and I don't think anybody's too worried about the position of him in the overall classification, so I think it may well be a situation where he will survive off the front end of the main field. This is Alejandro Valverde. He's actually been involved in an accident on the road. He's second overall at 9 seconds, and I wonder if he's dreaming about ripping this golden jersey off the shoulders of Floyd Landis towards the end of today's stage.
Well, I don't think he'll do it too quickly. There's his jersey there from what was a pretty heavy tumble.
He went down very heavy indeed at the side of the road, and as you can see, he ripped out the back, and it was a very nasty crash that he went down in. But he's a tough character, and he's back in the main field, and currently around about a quarter of an hour behind the lone leader, Dave Zabriskie.
Well, Zabriskie got away after 3 kilometres. There was no resistance to his attack at all. A 25-year-old national time trial champion from the US, so if anybody can stay away, it's this man. He's a bit of a specialist against the watch. Getting a chance here on the big team now for US Postal. He looks as though he's struggling, and I'm not surprised because he's only got 4 kilometres to go. The field are closing in, but I think he is going to stay away here. And what a win it's going to be. Far and away the biggest win of his career.
Well, I tell you what, at one stage in the day he had an advantage of around about a quarter of an hour, but it actually has tumbled down quite a lot, and it's actually currently hovering at around about the 2-minute mark. He should survive, but he's still got to get himself to the finish line. As you can see, the main field starting to whip up the pace. Most of the work on the front end is being done by Fassa Bortolo.
Well, we're heading up to the finish, but let me tell you, the battle for the points has all been enacted for second place sprints today behind Zabriskie, and Eric Zabel picked up a couple of points at the first one, and again he was best at the second one, and that means that he's going to keep the race lead in that competition, or rather get it back as we go to the eve of the rest day here, away from Stuart O'Grady.
Well, there at 4 kilometres ago, the official time check was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but let's not forget that is just a guide coming to us from the motorbikes. And there is around about 2 kilometres the distance between Dave Zabriskie here at the front and the front end of the main field, who the difference in speed right now is absolutely phenomenal. Zabriskie here at 2 kilometres to go is just about riding at 42 kilometres an hour. And look at the face on him. Look at the sweat starting to come through his shirt there as well, while the main field, Phil, are riding along here at around about 55 kilometres an hour.
I know it's not exactly a slow pace, but a 100-mile time trial is what Zabriskie has done today, and I'm not surprised he's looking as though he's in pain just now. Unfortunately, you have to get up that little rise there. That's the finishing town as we wing our way round into the town, but I can't see anybody beating him now. There's the peloton. There's a rider drop back there very quickly indeed. I would suggest a flat tyre for him. The long line of cyclists here in angry mood now. The sprinters, of course, are going to take part in a sprint royale for second place with a gap of 2 minutes 9. That's what it will be. And Zabel and O'Grady, more or less, the one that finishes in front of the other will be the next wearer of the points jersey.
It's been an unbelievable battle, really, since day one between those two riders. This is Zabriskie still holding on to 2 minutes advantage, and he shouldn't really lose that, although it is a nasty climb up to the finish line. I don't think I could imagine a situation where he's going to lose a minute for each of the final 2 kilometres, but look at that salt coming through his jersey there. It's been a very long, hard day in the saddle for this man, and he certainly is riding to a very successful stage victory. And what a Vuelta a Espana it has been for the US Postal Service in their farewell swan song in the Grand Tours, because next year this team will change its name to the Discovery Channel.
That's right, and magical, I suppose, is the wrong word, because they've just had a wonderful tour. Ever since they got the lead originally, Floyd Landis is going to have no problem taking it again now. This is the end of stage 11, so we're 12 racing days into the tour, and there's only been one team leading it. That's half of the race, slightly more than half of the race. US Postal have really had a great tour, that is for sure. And today they're going to finish it off with a stage win, which I would think they didn't plan, and they certainly couldn't have expected. When one rider goes clear after 3 kilometres, you don't expect to see him still in the lead with a couple of minutes in hand when you get to the end of the day. But that's the way it's going to be, and at 25 years of age, this is the finest win for Dave Zabriskie. He turned pro back in 1999 for Nutrafig, had a couple of wins then. He's then been around the small teams before US Postal recognised his potential, took him on board back in 2001, and this is without doubt his best result, and coupled up with his fine 5th place rides in the Tour of Georgia and the Dunkerque-Fourday in France last year. So the USA time trial champion has shown us his real talent, and time trial to a great win today.
Well, it's not the easiest way to get a win in a bike race like this, and it's certainly been a very long, lonely day for Dave Zabriskie, but he gets the win. He can celebrate over the last few kilometres because he's still hanging on to a good 1.5 minutes advantage over the main field. Actually, there in the distance you could see them as Zabriskie celebrates over the line to get the win. What a long ride that was for him, 100 miles, 4.5 hours in the lead.
Oh, you can't believe it. Congratulations all round. He's not worried about time, he's not worried who finishes second. He's got the stage win in the Vuelta a Espana. This is the build-up now, and guess what? Pataki sent his team to the front once again, and Zabel is there in 3rd place. O'Grady is on Zabel's wheel because he's wearing the points jersey at the moment. If Zabel finishes in front of him, he won't be wearing the points jersey, not tomorrow but the day after. We're all having a rest tomorrow.
Well, there's a sprint lead out there coming for Alessandro Petacchi. I'm surprised to see him sprinting out for second place, because at the end of the day he normally likes to just try and get himself. In fact, it wasn't Petacchi in first. Petacchi's in about third position there. Zabel's got the lead.
Oh, and poor old Grady's been sandwiched out of that one. He couldn't go through with that. It was an impossible gap on the left of our picture. As now they try to go for the line yet again. This is going to be a great sprint. Zanotti is the rider in yellow trying to get through. Zabel is going to come through the middle over O'Grady, or is he? And that's Petacchi coming now on the left from a long way down, and on the line I think he got it. Alessandro Petacchi has just pipped Stuart O'Grady, and by virtue of that sprint, O'Grady will keep his points jersey.
Well, I don't know where Alessandro Petacchi came from there, because he was completely and utterly boxed in. About 50 metres to go, and he came right around the outside with an incredible acceleration. But O'Grady and Zabel are having an unbelievable battle, and in fact Marco Zanotti gets in between O'Grady and Zabel.
Well, it's even worse for him.
It's worse for Zabel, but better for O'Grady.
Absolutely right, because O'Grady had lost his lead on the road today to Zabel. Now he's got it back again in the final sprint. Overall, let's have a look at it, because I think we should do indeed, that Floyd Landis has brought this race to the rest day, having kept US Postal in the golden jersey from day one. Starting as we finish, but it's been around the team a bit, that golden jersey, in the meantime. And there is O'Grady confirmed, just 2 points ahead of Zabel in what is an intriguing points competition. Frere third, and Petacchi, despite his stage wins, only in fourth place. In the mountains competition, Jose Miguel Elias has 48 points, 10 more than Jimenez and David Fernandez there. So after a day of rest, the race continues now as we're heading and continue what is going to be a very, very difficult final week, but really it starts today. 145 kilometres, a mountain top finish on the ore category climb with a couple of steep ones on the way as well. This will be a return, we would expect, of the Valverde Heras, a big battle at the top, and expect a little bit of help for Heras coming from Isidre Nozal.
It is a very difficult course, and the fact that it's just 145 kilometres is going to make it just that little bit more difficult. Looking at the back here, number 11, you can see bearing the scars from that crash of just a couple of days ago. And that, in fact, is Alessandro Valverde. That's what the race route looks like here this afternoon. Velefik, the first category climb to start off with, followed by the Calor Alto, and then finishing off with the Calor Alto for a second time. And I tell you what, that really is a very nasty little climb.
Well, this is the one that they are all fearing today, and already we are hearing of a massive number of riders dropping out along the way. Pavel Tonkov has gone from Vino Calderola, the world champion. Astaloa didn't start this morning, by the way. And another riders, none of them big names, but they've all been dropping out. AG2R are very thin on the ground now. A couple of riders only left in the team because they've lost 2 more today from their squad.
Well, this is going to be a very difficult day, I think, for Floyd Landis to try and hold on to his 9-second advantage over Alejandro Valverde. Valverde just waiting in the wings to see if he can take over the overall classification. This is Marcos Serrano in second position, and just in front of him, the man who was very aggressive just a couple of days ago, and that was a very big climber, Felix Cardenas.
Yes, and Cardenas on another expedition today. And if he can keep this up, he's going to find himself in the King of the Mountains jersey tonight. He's lying there just in the top 4, lost a little bit of ground, but riding okay. This looks like Francisco Jode Lara out in front at the minute. Patanina, 10 kilometres from the finishing line. Just to give you the results over the Velefik climb, it was Lara ahead of Cardenas and Serrano. Over the Cala Alto after 88 kilometres, same result again, Lara, Cardenas, Osa, Unai Osa. And then on the Cala Alto, that's where we're headed to now, and that is up to the observatory there. And it might be a change here because it looks as though the order's gone out to try and get Roberto Heras up to the leaders.
There's Luis Perez just on the right-hand side there for Team Cofidis. But you can see what is happening here right now. The Grupo Heras has got 11 seconds difference between themselves and the yellow jersey of Floyd Landis. But Landis, I think, is actually around here about to make contact again.
Well, the elastic has been stretching but never snapping today, and If anything has come out of this Vuelta a España for Floyd Landis, it's been the art of suffering, because he's certainly done that. He has fought gallantly to hold on to the golden jersey. When the days have come and gone when we thought he would lose, he's always got in just in time. It's going to be hard to keep that rhythm up now, though. He's getting tired, surely.
Well, look at that. On the front of this group, it's Liberty Seguros. In third position is Roberto Heras. I can't actually see Alejandro Valverde in there. I think that is Tricky Beltran in the group there for US Postal Service. And as you can see, this pace here is really starting to put a lot of riders into a spot of bother. There's Stefano Garzelli. There's Floyd Landis, just on the back of the group. So he's actually recovered just a little bit there, and I think he's managed to reintegrate the Roberto Heras group.
David Blanco going off the back there. Landis is tagged on to the back, and he's having to hang on in there for the moment. Just in front of him, you can see the balding head, I think it was, or Pipoli.
No, that's Garzelli.
I beg your pardon, Garzelli, Stefano Garzelli. We haven't seen much of him at all in the race this year, but he's still there.
He's been very quiet, just sitting on the back there. You can see David Blanco. I would expect that the man in second place in the overall classification, Alejandro Valverde, should be in this group, although I haven't managed to spot him just yet. That's Roberto Heras and the Liberty Seguros riders, and as you see, every time we go uphill, this race absolutely explodes, and we see a hierarchy of 15 to 20 riders moving out of the front. Roberto Heras, I think, today is going to try and lay claim to a big finale. He's tried to win a couple of times here, but always somebody's popped up and taken away the glory.
But this really is a difficult climb, and you can just look down there at the speed they've hit the climb at, and it's all down to the work of Liberty Seguros. And again, Mr. Faithful there, Isidro Nozal, not at all unselfish after his great second place last year. He's here for one reason, despite his own high overall position, and that's to get Roberto Heras into the final golden jersey. There are still challenges in this race. I'd be very worried about Mancebo, and still, despite his falls in this tour, also Alejandro Valverde. And here comes an attack now.
That is Valverde. You can see he's got the little sequels of that crash from a couple of days ago on his left knee. He went down very hard in the early part of the race.
This might be a test for him today.
It's going to be a very big test for him, and he's actually put a bit of pressure onto Isidro Nozal and Roberto Heras. This man is an unbelievable talent for the future. And 15 wins so far this season. One of the most prolific winners alongside riders like Tom Boonen, the Belgian rider, and of course the man who's won more races than anybody else, Alessandro Petacchi. Floyd Landis. I think that is going to be the end of Floyd. He's been dropped on a number of occasions. He's pulled himself back into the race. Beltran just in front, I think, has been given the order, stay in contact with the group because there's no more engine room.
I think you're right. That increase in speed there by Valverde, there's a little chance to have a look at it again, was a chance to lift it up another notch. Now at that point, you see Landis was tagged onto the back there of Garzelli's wheel, but there was a very fast reaction from Liberty Seguros, and it was a little bit too fast, the acceleration, for Floyd Landis to cope with. Good climbers like to go fast, accelerate, and then ease back into a rhythm and then go again, and that's the evidence of a good climber. Once they ease, though, people like Garzelli are getting back on. Straight
off the back, I think he's going, because look at this. This again is Isidro Nozal on the front, just tapping out the rhythm. Luis Perez is the coffeeless rider there. He's ridden a couple of good Vueltas a España over the last couple of years. And you can see this race is really starting to split up, and it all is because of the work being done by Liberty Seguros. I think this is going to be the end of the golden dream here for Floyd Landis, because once you get dropped a first time and you fight your way back, and a second time and you come back, the writing is basically on the wall, and I think that's the situation here for Floyd Landis. Started the day just 9 seconds ahead of the man there in the white jersey, Alejandro Valverde, and right now he's lost his lead by 6 or 7 seconds to the Spanish challenger.
And the pace-making here by Nozal has now split this group into 2 complete halves here, and that's going to damage also the golden jersey. You can see Landis now, he's wise not to panic. He's going to stay within the red zone and ride at the pace he can handle. There's no point in trying to live with these top climbers, because it's just not possible right now. Mancebo also on the back there. Santiago Perez has tacked on.
Look at that gap. The difference between Valverde and the golden jersey is 23 seconds. So the gap is starting to expand. Here on the back, Francisco Mancebo, looking very comfortably over his shoulders. He wants to see the position of the golden jersey, and you can see that that gap is starting to widen. But what a job of work on every moment when it's been important Isidro Nozal has done for the team. He's always been there. He really is riding a splendid Vuelta a España, but the man likely to take the advantage here this afternoon is Alejandro Valverde.
And not surprisingly today, the battle for the sprint has taken a back seat after Grady got the lead by just those 2 points before the rest day. They haven't been scoring out on the course today because the climbers have had a free rein. The breakaway getting away on the first climb of the day, but it's been more or less put back into a situation where once more now the big contenders are together. There's Francisco Mancebo, still looking good, strong, tacked on to what is becoming a very, very high tempo, quality leading group here.
I tell you what, this is an unbelievable, difficult final 10 days of racing here at the Vuelta a España. This is Carlos Sastre trying to stay in contact here, and you can see all of these riders, all very good climbers, are really being put on the edge of their saddles here this afternoon.
Well, it's really now, between now and the finish, and remember this is stage 12, between now and the finish there's only 2 flat stages now. So this is where I suppose the big boys will tell you the Vuelta really begins, and it's going to be a battle of the climbers, and just about the climbers that matter have got themselves in the right position.
Well, 28 seconds now, the difference between Valverde's group and the group which contains Floyd Landis, the leader at the start of the day. That's Luis Perez in the white jersey of Cofidis on the left-hand side. All of the big sprinters this afternoon taking a back seat and just trying to make sure they stay in contact and don't get eliminated. Stefano Garzelli is having a very difficult time here to stay in contact with the group.
Well, if these guys come to the line together, it'll be the Kelme rider Alejandro Valverde next in the golden jersey. If the gap opens, he's already the leader on the road. This is Roberto Heras, as you saw there, 5th overall in the classification, but he's really 4th already because down the panel has gone poor old Floyd Landis here.
Heras is making a move here. Look at the gap he's got. It didn't look like a serious attack. It just actually looked as if he was standing on the pedals. He's gone off the front of the group, and there you can see just in front of him.
I can't remember. That looks like Nozalta. No, it's not. It's Lara, I think. He's still clear.
7 kilometers to go to the summit. But Roberto Heras here has made the move. He's got a gap over the rest, and in fact this is rather interesting because Alejandro Valverde now is going to have to try and respond to this. He has to stay in contact with Roberto Heras if he wants to have the golden jersey at the end of the day.
Well, Francisco Lara, who only came in with 24 hours notice to the event, has just been caught and passed. He's had a great day in the mountains, but now it's all over for him. As you see, the little climber Xerre, Mancebo and Valverde are going to have to dig deep here because they can't allow Heras to gain too much time. That's him up the road. Huge decision time now. I think that was Santiago Perez just ahead of there as well.
Well, there was 38 seconds between Valverde and Roberto Heras at the start of the day, and it looks to me as if Roberto Heras has already opened up around about 10 or 15 seconds over Valverde. Valverde is riding defensively. He's actually just sitting on the wheel there of Francisco Mancebo, and that would indicate that he's not in the greatest of form this afternoon, and that is very often the case after you've had a nasty accident.
And Nozal also looks as though he's done his job. He's bottom left of the picture here and beginning to look very laboured indeed. But you know, we've seen this so often, haven't we? And this man still closes his eyes, grits his teeth and finds something special. Valverde sitting on the wheel of Francisco Mancebo. Mancebo not a big winner, but he is a very, very good climber. And he has 10 wins to his credit since he turned professional back in 1998. But he has his moments. Valverde, well, he also, like all of these top riders in this race, know how to take the pain.
Well, 12 seconds now separates Roberto Heras from Valverde. Separated at the start of the day by 38 seconds. Roberto Heras now has to really stamp on the pedals, but he actually looks an awful lot better than he did a couple of days ago when he just really could only stay on the wheel of his teammate Isidro Nozal for an awful long time.
He's been riding himself into this race, trying to put the memories of a bad Tour de France behind him.
Disastrous Tour de France, I would say. He came in thinking he was going to be a real serious challenger to Lance Armstrong, and he just lost all of his time on the early flatter stages before he even got to the mountains, and he lost an awful lot of morale. This is Valverde and Mancebo. They're just looking up the road there. I think just in front of them is Lara. He's about to get picked up.
No, Lara's gone through. I think that's Santiago Perez, the Phonak rider there.
Oh, it could well be. Roberto Heras is in front there in that gaggle of riders surrounded by motorbikes. And here he comes, just dancing away, looking superb. He really loves this race when it goes uphill, and I think this Vuelta a España has been made very much with him in mind.
Well, there can't be many more mountains. There's been a few complaints about the severity of the course of this Vuelta a España. And not surprising that they emanate from the sprinting teams, not from the climbing teams as usual. 6 kilometres to go to the finish. There's a lot of chance of gaining time here. He's still only just up the road. And whoever that rider is, and I think it is Perez, these two are going to pick him up anyway now. And this will be the battle for second place.
21 seconds, just 17 more seconds for Roberto Heras to move off the front of these two here, to put himself in a position to actually take the golden jersey here this afternoon. And look at the face here of Mancebo.
Amazing.
He is absolutely turning himself inside out, and he's actually turning out to be an ally for Alejandro Valverde. Valverde, I think, just quite content to sit there and allow somebody else to make the pace-making. Look at his face too, a picture of agony.
Well, the Spanish champion of Spain, Mancebo, also, and it was Perez, here he is, also won a stage in the Tour of Germany. Came to this race with big hopes, hasn't let us down yet. There's the overall situation. Valverde best placed, the next candidate for the golden jersey, but only if he closes down here on Roberto Heras, who could climb into the #1 slot.
Just needs 12 more seconds now. Let's not forget these GPS readings are only a guide, but what the guide indicates to us is Roberto Heras and Valverde. The gap between them is starting to go to the advantage of Roberto Heras, last year's winner, and you can see Valverde's in real difficulty here. He's taking risks, and he's just closing his eyes every now and again to try and push the pain away a little bit.
He's going to need all the help he gets there from Mancebo, because he's a little bit worried about that left knee. He fell on it, and he's got it quite heavily strapped. Huge test for today. First day back in the saddle on this mountain section. But we'll see how he goes. But at the moment, it's all good. Although I think if Heras, he's certainly got the time here to open up, to take the lead by a hatful of seconds. It won't be much more than that if he does take the lead. One thing's for sure, for the first time since this race began. Oh, and there's nearly another touch of wheels there, because he just locked up, and he almost brought off Perez, who was very quick to react and nip round him and grab the wheel of Mancebo.
He was on the limit all of the time. We saw him make one or two little mistakes because of the fact that he was right on the edge of his saddle, trying to stay in contact with Mancebo, but I think he was right at the end of the red zone, and now he's going to have to try and recover if he can, get himself into a rhythm. But this bodes well now for Roberto Heras. Just 6 seconds more Roberto Heras needs over Valverde, and he will be riding himself into the golden jersey at the end of today. And I think he knows that. Look at the way he's pedaling. It is so easy, so smooth, the way that he rides this bicycle when it goes to coming up hills. He is really one of the masters.
Well, a great climber is poetry in motion. You can see the scars on the elbow there of Valverde. An innocent but very heavy fall he had, and it's taken him a while to get back in. And today he's losing a little bit of time, but it won't be a race loss overall yet. But once you let Heras get away like this, and he was launched again by his faithful teammate Nozal, as we go under this banner, 5 kilometres to go. Still 3 miles. It means you can lose an awful lot of time yet to this man.
Who certainly can, and let's not forget Floyd Landis, the leader at the start of the day, is losing a huge chunk of time. In fact, at the moment, the overall leader is more than 1.5 minutes in arrears, so he will plummet down the overall classification tonight, with these two men looking at riding themselves up higher in the standings. Perez there in second position. He is riding a very good Vuelta a España here, but Mancebo, I think, before the start was everybody's favourite to finish in the top 3.
5 kilometres to go for Mancebo and Santiago Perez. Well, Tyler Hamilton, who picked up the time trial win, we haven't seen him in our camera shot since, and it looks as though Perez is going to try and fly the flag for the Phonak team overall.
Well, Valverde's lost his chance of trying to get the golden jersey there unless he can recover over the last few kilometres, because there he is at 44 seconds to Roberto Heras. He started the day with a 38-second advantage over him. It's 36 seconds between Heras and Mancebo, and a further 8 back to Valverde.
That's going to take some closing now. We're still talking seconds at this stage of the Vuelta. Almost said the Giro d'Italia, but that was a few months ago. And we're looking now at the white jersey here of Valverde.
Valverde just got to find himself a little bit of rhythm, and it's not surprising, you know, when you take a knock like he did, it's very difficult to bounce back. I think in the back of his mind he was hoping this afternoon they would have a very good chance of getting the golden jersey. I don't think he expected to see such a vicious attack coming from Roberto Heras, top left-hand corner. The two chasers in second and third place on the road there, Mancebo and Perez. Fourth place on the road, down in the bottom left-hand corner, is Alejandro Valverde, the star, I am sure, of the future of Spanish cycling. But here this afternoon, his body is asking for mercy, asking just to slow down a little bit to try and take the pain away, compounded by the fact that not only is his body in pain for going uphill, but also by the fact that he went down in a very nasty accident just a couple of days ago.
Well, as we go under 4 kilometres to go, Floyd Landis apparently is more than 2 minutes behind with still 4 kilometres to go. So we are looking probably at the new leader of the Vuelta now. New leader, but a familiar name, now Roberto Heras. He's had a wonderful relationship with this race, and he is the defending champion. Let's not forget that. But in 2003, when he won this race, he only wore the golden jersey for 2 days.
Right down to the very end, and poor old Floyd Landis, I think, you know, he's really held on to that jersey for a number of days now, and a couple of occasions we thought he was actually going to lose it, but he kept hold of it. And I think what's happening now is the lights have gone out and he just doesn't have anything left in the engine room, and he's just going to try and survive. But even if he stays at 2 or 3 minutes in arrears, he could keep himself up in the top 10.
Well, Valverde is going to take a little bit of heart and 4 kilometres to go and keep his pressure on, but look at the clock. He is now conceding more or less 1 minute under the banner, and that is now getting a little bit more serious, I think.
A lot more serious. He's just got to try and concentrate now on making sure that he loses a minimum amount of time, not to panic. Even though he knows he's losing serious time to Roberto Heras, what he has to do is just find a rhythm which is almost comfortable, but that's a very difficult thing to do on a mountain like this, as Heras makes it look so easy, so smooth, and this is what he really is good at, and this is why he was signed up a couple of years ago to go across to the US Postal Service to pace a man by the name of Lance Armstrong to the heights of the Tour de France. But now, since he left the team last year, he had a disastrous Tour de France this year, and now I think, Phil, he's on the road of this finish this afternoon. He's making amends for that.
Well, last year he won this race by winning the mountain time trial on the final weekend to Abantos, where he destroyed his teammate, Isidro Nozal, and became the winner. Second time he's won that. Now he's laying the foundations perhaps for a third victory here. There are still pockets of resistance though, and there's still some tough mountains which lie ahead. He'll be mindful of that, because you see how the form changes. One day you ride well in the mountains, next day you lose time. And right now the man losing the time is Alejandro Valverde, which Heras will be pleased about, because I think that man has weighed him. Little bit of a rejuvenation coming from Santi Perez though. He was nearly 5 minutes behind at one stage in this race. He is now closing the gap.
Look at that, those are big gaps now starting to appear to the hopeful Spanish rider Alejandro Valverde. They expect a lot from this man in the future. But I'll tell you what, Roberto Heras has had an unbelievable relationship with the Vuelta a Espana over the years, and I think since he first rode the race back in 1997, I don't think he's ever finished lower than 6th place in the overall classification.
Well, he's certainly won 7 stages, and he might be lining up for his 8th stage victory throughout history. Sorry about the little spot on, it looks like a halo, doesn't it, over Roberto Heras, but that looks like a bit of dampness has crept into our camera lens there.
It's not surprising, we've had a lot of very damp days. I think there's just a little bit of mist probably fogging up the inside of the lens, but that's not affecting the performance here of Roberto Heras, and he's just ticking those pedals over quite remarkably. It looks as if he's actually caressing those pedals and getting the bike to go that little bit faster uphill. He'd be happy, I think, to see that the sun is starting to peep through a little bit here in the afternoon. But he is opening up some serious gaps and making some serious damage onto the overall classification, which will have a very big turning upside down this afternoon.
Well, Mancebo, who picked up Perez, is now having to do all of the work here, the champion of Spain. And he's working as hard as he can, just about, and Perez is making the most of it. The helicopter is where Roberto Heras is as we circle our way under the 3-kilometer banner, and now these two are almost a minute back. So where on earth is Valverde?
Well, Valverde is going to be around about 1.5 minutes, I think, the way things are starting to develop here. Francisco Mancebo could be, Phil, riding himself up into second place in the overall classification at the end of today if Valverde can't do anything to recover. He's about to come through that same point now, and in fact it's not a minute and a half.
He might have recovered.
He has, because it's 1 minute and 18 seconds, so he now seems to be finally finding his rhythm.
It's just gone a little bit easier, the terrain there, and he's got himself back in. See, wise men don't push themselves into the red zone too deeply because they don't come out of it again. And he's just hanging on. He might well, because you can see those two riders just around the corner, at least get back to them. This man's gone for the day. I think that's pretty certain now at 2.5 kilometres to go. Depending on the gaps, and if they stay as they are, he's the next golden jersey.
Well, I think here we're probably looking at the top 3 men in the overall classification at the end of today. Top left-hand corner, Roberto Heras. He should take the golden jersey as leader. Top right-hand corner, Francisco Mancebo should move up into second place of the overall classification if the race stays as it is. And Alejandro Valverde, who started the day in second, currently has dropped away down to around about third, but he seems to be recovering over this last few kilometres.
He's getting back into some sort of a rhythm. 1 minute 18 is the spread across the top 4 riders here now. The one that is a bit of a surprise is Santi Perez of Phonak. He has given us no reason to think he was going to be a challenger in this race, but all of a sudden he's one of the top 4 on what is a major climb.
But he's been very consistent over all of the big mountain stages. Roberto Heras is the best. We have to admit that. He is riding a superb ride at the front end of the race here, and just coming up to 2 kilometres to go. I wonder if he's still holding on to that 1 minute. In fact, it appears that Francisco Mancebo is recovering over the easier gradient because he's chopped off maybe 2 or 3 seconds.
Perez seems incapable at the moment of helping Mancebo. It's a pity, but if he could. And now, what's he going to go through at? I think he's just about on the same time. He might have lost a second or two, Valverde. He can see the other two. And up comes a group here, so there's reinforcements. Isidro Nozal has just ridden himself back into the action. Sitting on his back wheel there is Luis Perez, Cofidis rider, and that's a good result for him. And completing the list there, it looks as though we've got our old friend Jose Angel Gomez of Spain tagged on.
Well, Isidro Nozal right now has to sit on the wheel of Alejandro Valverde because this is a turning point in the Vuelta a Espana. He can do absolutely nothing to assist Valverde because Valverde needs to lose time to Isidro Nozal's own team leader. It was 1 minute and 20 seconds at the 2 kilometre banner there, so in fact has lost just a couple more seconds. Yep. I thought he was starting to recuperate over the slightly easier gradient as we get up towards the summit.
Might be a slight change now. Gomez having a trouble here. He's just come on. He's not quite closed the gap.
What is Isidro Nozal doing here? He should not be doing that at all. He should not be riding in front of Alejandro Valverde at all.
No.
He has to defend the position of Roberto Heras. And I wonder if Roberto Heras just got to look at the TV camera in the team manager's car.
Yeah, I don't. Nozal may not know the situation. He must know Heras is ahead. Perhaps the programming's gone a little bit wrong for today. But Nozal seemingly doing the wrong thing. He should be sitting on Valverde, making him make the effort, and maybe nipping away from him just as the finish line approaches. It looked to me as though Mancebo was getting a little bit tired there. A good length between him and Perez.
This is unbelievable. Nozal is now pacing Alejandro Valverde. They've popped Luis Perez off the back there. I think Isidro Nozal is thinking about himself here, not necessarily thinking about the team, and he could find himself trying to climb up into a high place in the overall classification.
This man, as it is now, is our next candidate for gold. The crowd has spotted him. He really is a pure climber. His build, everything about him is for going up hills. And it looks as though, and this is a surprise, Santiago Perez, who was caught by Mancebo, is now just lifting the pace a little bit too hard for the other Spanish rider.
Well, let's not forget, Francisco Mancebo is the current national road racing champion of Spain, and he really has the most disastrous position on a bicycle, but I tell you what, he goes uphill pretty fast. Now that'll be sweetness for the eyes of Roberto Heras. Just 1 kilometer to go to the summit. And again, you see, look at him, he's taking advantage of the fact that it's leveling off a bit, getting out of the saddle, changing the gears up to try and pick the pace up from what has been around about 22 kilometers an hour for the last half an hour of racing to probably around about 40 kilometers an hour for the last 500 meters.
Well, the costly barrier operation here, but not because of the crowds by the look of it, as Roberto Heras sprints out the last 500 or 600 meters. Then he can take a look over his shoulder. Oh, he almost clipped the barrier with his shoulder there. Take a look over his shoulder then and watch the time tick by. I think it'll be great news for him. There's no way now he's not going to be in goal tonight. Under the kilometre goes Santiago Perez, looking set to be a bit of a surprise second. The wind there, a bit brisk across the top of the mountain, coming from the left. And the battle, Isidro Nozal still riding with Valverde and still setting the pace. And I'm not sure that's a wise decision. Anyway, his team captain has done his job well today and still gritting his teeth, because as we saw the other day, he is intent on taking as much time as possible.
He's a great bike rider, and that's why Lance Armstrong enjoyed having him alongside him for a number of years to help him in the big mountain passes. But when he comes to the Vuelta a España, it's only for one reason: to ride for himself, and he's done that so well over the last couple of seasons.
So down the home straight for a familiar sight for Roberto Heras. He's racing towards his 8th ever stage win in the Vuelta, and is he laying the foundations now to become the final winner of this year's Vuelta España? He certainly looked good all day, and he's got the time gap which will give him the race lead. So shall we say it's all going according to plan at the moment?
But look at the average speed of the day, Phil, 33.5 kilometers now. It's been a very difficult day in the saddle with a lot of big first category climbs. This is a good ride. This is Perez coming up here.
Well, he was nearly 5 minutes down, so he's doing himself a world of good today and could be coming up towards a challenge here.
In fact, he's done an incredible last couple of kilometers, because he was around about a minute behind Roberto Heras, and he's going to be just outside of half a minute. So he, in fact, has ridden probably one of the best last 2 kilometers, 34 seconds on the line.
And the battle for Valverde, the man who can suffer and suffer. This is Mancebo. He'll get the 3rd place finish. He conceded a lot of time to Perez in that long straight, which is something of a surprise. 53 seconds down on the winner. There's no doubt then who is the next leader. It's certainly Roberto. And Valverde, helped along the way by the teammate of Roberto Heras, and to no avail here, because Isidro Nozal really has gained nothing on this. Now he's content to follow and let Valverde take him to the line. About a minute and a half by the time he gets down there for these two. And that's a big loss today.
It's a huge loss for a man who will now rue the day that he actually fell off on one of the flatter stages, because I think it's that accident that's led to him having a very bad day here in the saddle. A minute and 27 seconds there for Alejandro Valverde, and his dream of gold has just been blown out of the water.
Luis Perez coming in there
alongside Angel Gomez, and they were outside of a minute and 38 seconds, but there's no doubt who the winner is.
Roberto Heras, 4 hours 20 minutes. Perez, the big surprise. Mascots all round, bouquet of flowers, familiar sight now. Stage winner, and very shortly I think they'll be calling him back on board for a golden jersey. He held it for 2 days last year, 6 days in 2002. He's left himself in with a chance of beating both of those records. He now leads the race by 35 seconds over Mancebo. Valverde's dropped 1 place to 3rd. Nozal still there in 4th. Floyd Landis done well, but conceded 2 minutes 19. So moving on now to stage 13, 172 kilometres. Unlucky for some, Tyler Hamilton not starting today, reducing the field to 148. Oscar Freire, big sprinter, going out yesterday, but the battle's still there amongst the top 3 sprinters for the points jersey. Well, this should be one of the last few days remaining, one of only 2 days with this lovely flat finish here as we race down to Malaga. should welcome a big sprint finish. We'll pick up the action late on here as the whole peloton now being wound up as usual by the Fassa Bortolo squad.
Right on the front end of the main field, Fassa Bortolo getting themselves organised into that big long train once again, trying to look after their man Alessandro Petacchi. But also over the last couple of kilometres they've been getting quite a lot of help from Cofidis, and of course they're obviously thinking about Stuart O'Grady and the possibility of Stuart getting himself a stage victory. But it is so very difficult, Phil, here to try and outwit Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, he has the team, that's the thing, and Team Mobile, for example, virtually nobody left on that squad. The same with AG2R. So they're not getting mixed up with it either. Alessio had good sprinters, they've virtually all gone home. So it's getting a little bit easier perhaps for Petacchi. The grand old man Zabel always will annoy, bet on that. But other than O'Grady, it's hard to see where Petacchi will be challenged. And he's got control of this race on a lovely approach to the finishing line here in Malaga now.
It's been a fabulous day's racing this afternoon, all along the Mediterranean coast. Slight undulations, but nothing really too much to worry the sprinters at all, which is why there are still almost all of the 148 riders together coming into the final kilometre.
It's a sort of day that the climbers wanted, because tomorrow is another tough day in the saddle, and they'll be back in action. But for today, Petacchi will have ticked this one off as one to have, and he's looking for stage win at number 4.
Look at the team there now stretching out. They're down to the 3 final men. In 4th position there is Alessandro Petacchi. Eric Zabel taking up the place that he prefers there, right on the wheel, but just coming onto his shoulder there, the yellow jersey of Marco Zanotti just moving in there as well, maybe trying to upset the party.
Watch out for Stuart O'Grady too, wearing the points leader's jersey, which has been thrown around consistently between him and Zabel. There's the train, there's Zick gritting his teeth now, the pink jersey of Zabel. No team support at all, really. He's got to make the best of everybody else's back wheel. As they go on the right-hand side of the road now, trying to sort it out. There's going to be 1 or 2 new sprinters on the block here now, but a familiar finisher and a familiar second, because it's another 1-2 and the same order. Petacchi, Zabel. Zabel will claim probably the points leader's jersey with that. Looked to me as though Grady was either 3rd or 4th.
And look at that little graphic on the right-hand side. Velo sprint, 65 kilometres an hour. Alessandro Petacchi, though, Phil, is so confident. He's just looking over his shoulders all of the time to see where the challengers are. But the only man in this sprint able to stay anywhere close to him at all was Eric Zabel. And that was nice to see that Pedro Jarillo got across the line in 3rd place. Stuart O'Grady wasn't too far behind. There's the quick-step rider coming through there for 3rd. O'Grady coming across the line for 4th. But I think that might well swip the points jersey around.
Well, that was the anticipated finish, but poor old Eric, I think that's the 5th time he's taken a 2nd place sprint here in the Vuelta this year. What a shame he couldn't have converted those to wins. But he's lined up behind Petacchi. Petacchi continues to just leave himself an outside chance of winning this race on points. But at the moment, it's still a battle between O'Grady and Eric Zabel. And I've totally lost count of how many times that jersey has switched shoulders, but it'll do so again now. Eric Zabel in charge.
Well, there's an interesting 5th place too. Christian Moreni getting himself up there with the sprinters. More reputedly a man for the attacks on the flatter stages, but this time mixing it with the sprinters. Eddie Mazzolini in 7th place. Guido Trenti getting himself 8th. He was one of the last men to launch the Fassa Bortolo train, and Alessandro Petacchi to win number 4 here at the Vuelta a Espana. He really is becoming the number 1 man of the Grand Tours.
Well, he's had a wonderful season this year, there's no doubt about that. Overall, they're all together, no change at all. Haras keeps his golden jersey complete on day 1 in defence. And Thabo in 2nd, Valverde, Nozal, Floyd Land is still very... Oops, steady on, Roberto, and he dropped the trophy.
Well, Roberto Haras now can take a back seat for the next 24 hours as well, because the next big rendezvous is starting to loom on the horizon, because when you get down to Malaga, not far away from the Sierra Nevada.
Indeed, indeed, and that's where we're headed to now. We're back into the mountains today, stage number 14 as we head up from Malaga to Granada. Just on 100 miles, a 2-second category. The first category nicely strategically placed before we dive down to the finish in Granada. And this could be a day, it should be a day, when we see the climbers return to the fray. We're getting ever close now to the battle in the Sierra Nevada of the mountain time trial. beautiful scenery now as the Tour of Spain. It really is a beautiful country, Spain, and we'll see the best of it when we race around it in bike racing formation. A little bit of a breakaway on here at the moment.
This is a beautiful part of the world, and we're right at the southern tip of the Iberic Peninsula, and this is where the majority of Europe comes to make their holidays throughout the year, really, because it has one of the nicest climates throughout Europe, with temperatures very rarely going anywhere near freezing at all.
Just looking at the results, so my goodness me, that was a tight turn around that corner. The Shimano car did well to hold his line, so did Santiago Perez. But these are pretty exciting descending photographs from the cameraman, who didn't flinch when he went around that left-hander. And a chance now for Santi Perez here to gain a little bit of ground. He's had a good day. We started to see him just a couple of days ago. And I can tell you, by the way, that Stuart O'Grady didn't start today. That's taken some of the pressure now off Eric Zabel. And neither did AG2R's Mikel Astaloa. And I think there's only 2 riders left in AG2R now, as we stay here with the new man on the block.
I'll tell you what, whatever you do, please don't try this at home, because
Painful.
This is a very painful and dangerous manoeuvre, but it is very effective. 68, 70 almost kilometers an hour for Santi Perez, who's got a 30-odd second advantage over a small group, a very select group of riders just behind, which once again has actually contained Roberto Heras. Heras, very attentive, Phil, over these next couple of days, but I think very much looking forward to tomorrow's individual time trial.
Well, this is an interesting descent now, because there's not much they can do but sit there and freewheel down. They're hitting speeds of 90, 95 kilometers an hour here. This is a 60-mile-an-hour drop, and they're making the most of it. The roads are in perfect condition, totally closed, of course, for the passage of the race, so they can use it all. There's Valverde in the white jersey.
Just in front of him is Isidro Nozal, then Roberto Heras. They're trying to pull this man back into the fold, but at 15 kilometers to go, he is still holding on to a good portion of a half a minute's advantage as they start the descent now down in towards Granada, which is right in the shadows of the very famous Alhambra.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that Stuart O'Grady dropped out by not starting this morning, but that's the way it is, and he's taken away a little bit of the excitement for that points jersey, which is now centering only between Zabel and Alessandro Patacchi. But with all the mountain stages to come, and Zabel won't score points, he could have a challenge, of course, from the climbers as we go into these last few days.
Well, this is a nice descent here, a very fast descent, hovering at around about 50 miles an hour on the charge down into Granada. Santi Perez has really taken the bull by the horns in deciding to go it alone here this afternoon. You can see the helicopter just hovering up there. This is Garcia Queseda from Team Kelme, and I think what he's probably trying to do is to whip up the pace, making a little bit for his own teammate Alejandro Valverde. Luis Perez is taking up the chase just behind him.
Just look at the speed. Our camera's following these riders down here, kicking out their left knees there to stay upright as they go down. Perez has gone over the top on his own of the Monachil climb. He's being chased by Heras, Valverde, Sastre, Mancebo, Nozal. We've seen Luis Perez and Carlos Queseda, and somewhere in amongst it too is Leonardo Piepoli. But this rider suddenly finding himself again here. He started to come good. He's had a very quiet tour. It was all the fingers are pointing at Tyler Hamilton as the likely man to lead the team. Hamilton delivered the goods in the time trial, but has since left the race complaining of stomach problems. So we're now watching a new man on Phonak here try to make an impression.
He's trying to make an impression. He's taken an awful lot of risks going around these corners. He's certainly making an impression on me, Phil, because he is using every little bit of road. And you see around these very steep corners here, it is almost impossible for the motorbike to actually stay in contact with a bicycle racer. That gives you an idea just how agile these men are on the bikes. You see how they put the knee out just a little bit in the corner there. That's to lower the center of gravity and keep you into the apex of the corner, making sure that you don't lose very much momentum at all. This is a great descent now.
I'll tell you, this we're looking at Queseda there, taking them down, and also Luis Perez of Cofidis. But our camera guys are doing an incredible job. This is some of the most exciting descending I've seen for a long time, staying up with the riders. We're talking of huge speeds down here. And Perez has, and this is Santi Perez now back at the front, is making the most of this. They're not really closing in on him just at the moment. He's not a winner either, so if he wins this, it will be a surprise.
Well, he's hanging on to still around about a 35-second advantage, but he's not looking like a man who is going to weaken. In fact, he's just lost a little bit on this descent, and that's all because of the work being done by Garcia Queseda. It's down to around about the 30-second mark. Let's not forget this GPS reading coming to us is just a guide on which way the result is going. That's the group there containing Valverde and, of course, Roberto Heras, Isidro Nozal. They've opened up, and I'm a bit surprised that they've opened up such a big gap here on a stage which should really have seen a large group of 20 or 30 riders staying together over those two first category climbs.
Time to zip up for warmth here, Alejandro Valverde. He's got less bandaging on that left knee today, just a sticking plaster over the wound. Looking as though he's feeling a bit frisky again. May have recovered. Anyway, that's Piepoli in the yellow as they rejoin. And the leaders there, this is the leader, Santiago Perez. He's been a pro since 2001, but his only victory came in a stage of the Giro d'Italia at Limone Piemonte back in 2003.
And in fact, he didn't cross the finish line in first place on
That's
that occasion.
right.
He was behind Stefano Garzelli, who was subsequently disqualified for a doping infringement.
That's absolutely right, and so we can't say we've actually commentated on this man ever winning a stage of anything, or a race for that matter. But he's been coming back steadily, and he's been riding very strongly, so he's not entirely a surprise today. But he's still got to shoot from the depths if he's got any ambitions, or he might be just out hunting at the moment to pick up stage wins, and that would be no small consolation here, especially as he hasn't won a stage in the Vuelta before. 10 kilometres to go. It's still a big ask for him. There's Mancebo, number 81, Leonardo Piepoli. This is an interesting group, Valverde, and they are working hard here. And again, relying heavily on Isidro Nozal is the golden boy, Roberto Heras, and he won't do any work. He's saving as much energy as possible.
Well, you know, if you've got a teammate to work for you, why not have Isidro Nozal? This man won the 2 individual time trials at the Vuelta a Espana last year, so he's a very big engine to ride on the flatter parts of this course, and he too is riding very high in the overall classification. Roberto Heras, I think, is in an ideal situation here this afternoon. He just has to sit back. His closest challengers are here with him. He can keep a very good eye on them. And they're actually opening up a pretty large gap over the whole of the main field. The next group behind them is around about a minute and a half in arrears. The main field is around about 15 minutes back.
Well, I think we can forget the main field now, probably till the end of this race, because they are not going to challenge. The winner of the Vuelta Espana is among these riders here. They're the same suspects we have seen day in and day out do battle when they know it's a battle for time. Mancebo has been up to it, and Piepoli, well, he came to the fore with his 1 stage win, but he's still not really an overall challenge for the victory.
He lost a little bit too much time early on. In fact, when we came to the end of the first week, he was more than 15 minutes in arrears in the overall classification, but he's got himself the stage victory he was looking for. It looks as if, in fact, they've picked up Carlos Garcia, because he's back in the main field now, and he is riding on the front to try and pull back the one lone leader, as we're now very much in the outskirts of Granada. Santi Perez has 8 kilometres to go to the finish, and what the Kelme riders now are trying to do is pull this race back together to try and offer the victory to Alejandro Valverde.
Well, this has been a wonderful race by Santiago Perez from Phonak, taking over the leadership of the team here and trying to deliver them a podium place. He needs good time on today's stage, and then we'll see where that puts him overall. But behind, it looks like again it is Carlos Queseda who is doing the work for the Kelme squad, and Heras won't be objecting to that.
Well, he's actually extending his advantage there. The last time check we got, it was just coming inside of the 30-second mark, and as we go under the banner here, he stretched it out to 41, 42 seconds. So it's going in the right direction, and there's only, in fact, it's Valverde himself in person who's come to the front here to try and pull it all back together. He is the fastest man in this group if they can pull back the lone leader.
He looks a tall, classy bike rider, Valverde. He really does. And he struggled his way through this race. He hasn't found it at all easy. He was 3rd overall last year. Now 7 kilometres to go. The clock goes on. About 42, 43 seconds was the gap last time. It's nothing, is it? But this time it is a flat-out race for the line. It's not a big peloton burning down on a single man. It is one man against a handful, and he's got a chance. We'll look at the clock when we get through to that time check in a moment. It's a lovely part of the world now as we head to Granada. pleasant, warm, late summer days here. And I should imagine it's not just the pace that's hot out there either. This is Luis Perez now for Cofidis.
On the front, trying to pull them back. Each one of these riders coming forward every now and again to push the pace just a little bit higher. This is Carlos Quiseda of Garcia, I should say, of Kelme going through, and it's still hovering at the 42 seconds. So over that last kilometre, they have done nothing to the advantage of the man off the front end of this group. He still holds a good chance of taking himself the victory on today's stage. And as far as I can remember, this will be the first time he's crossed the line in victory.
Well, I would entirely agree. He's had a great sadness during his career, because 2 years ago his girlfriend was killed in a motor car accident, and he's often thought about her. I don't think he's really recovered from that great tragedy in his personal life, but maybe now he's going to have a chance to have some sporting triumph here, and I don't think there'll be too many complaining at that. 6 kilometres to go, and Santiago Perez has worked very hard. We haven't mentioned him in the opening 10 days of the Giro, of the Vuelta rather, beg your pardon. But I say right now, he's suddenly found his confidence. He came good in the mountains 2 days ago, and once you get your confidence, things happen.
Well, that can very often happen in a team as well. When you come in with the idea of actually working for a designated team leader, and the two team leaders in Phonak were supposed to be Oscar Sevilla and were supposed to be Tyler Hamilton. Well, that has completely changed now, and this man, Santi Perez, has been given a free hand to ride for himself, and he's taken it with both hands, grabbed it, and seen this as a great opportunity. And the more we get into the Vuelta, the more he really seems to be riding with confidence. He's clocking out these 1 kilometre rides at the moment at around about 1 minute and 10 seconds, and that's just around not far off 50 kilometres an hour. So he's not a man who is fading.
Well, he's had a good dress rehearsal for tomorrow's mountain time trial as well, because the Monachil, which he's been over now, will be gone over again tomorrow in the mountain time trial as we head off into the Sierra Nevada. And good dress rehearsal, but he may be giving away a little bit too much of his energy today. This is the day he's probably chosen, knowing that the big hitters will be concentrating on the mountain time trial.
Yes, they'll be trying to keep just a little bit back in reserve, although it doesn't look very much as if Kelme are keeping anything back in reserve at all. They're thinking about the stage victory as well, because they've got the fastest man in the group just in second position there, Alejandro Valverde. He's a very rapid sprinter. They're not doing anything at all, just 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It is fluctuating between the lone leader and this group of riders who are really the top men in the Vuelta a Espana. And if you look at the position here of Santi Perez, Phil, he is not showing any signs of weakness. He's locked solid right in the centre of the handlebars here, still looking exceptionally strong. 4 kilometres to go. He's only now got around about 5 more minutes of effort to go.
Well, just under 3 miles to the finish for him, and he's really conceding nothing. The clock is on again now at 4 kilometres. They're flying over the kilometre bands, but they are taking this attack seriously. Maybe they know something we don't, and maybe they fear this man, because they are not giving him the lead we would have expected. He's not yet a challenger for a podium place in Madrid.
Well, one Perez chasing another Perez. That's Luis Perez on the front for Team Cofidis, and he's whipping up the pace, and immediately he starts to slow down. It's Alejandro Valverde taking over and coming up.
About the same, isn't it?
It's hovering. It's exactly the same at 39 seconds. The man at the front is now starting to feel the confidence and the possibility of the stage victory. He's just got to continue for another couple of minutes of agony, and then he'll swing into the finishing straight with a good advantage over the main field. They're doing nothing at all to eat into his advantage, and I think right now it's going to be very difficult for them to catch him.
Clock back on, 3 kilometres to go now. I don't think they're going to catch him because they've showed no signs of improving. This man is riding a time trial equal to the speed of that very elite chase group. These long straight roads now through the trees. As he concentrates, he hasn't altered position, he hasn't looked over his shoulders, he's just got on with the job. And Santiago Perez could be running to what I think we can safely call his first ever win as a professional bike rider. He was awarded that stage in the Giro, but he never crossed the line then in first place back in 2002.
exactly the same, 39 seconds as they go under that barrier at 3 kilometers to go to the finish. Perez is doing a magnificent ride. Roberto Heras just sitting 3 from the back there, nice and comfortably, keeping an eye on everybody else. All of his closest challengers are in that group with him, but he doesn't have to worry about individual glory on these stages. He's got to think about what's coming up tomorrow, because that mountain time trial is going to be a very important rendezvous for him. He has to ride well, and if he can ride like he did in the last mountain time trial in the Vuelta a Espana 12 months ago, he could be extending his advantage once again in the GC.
Yeah, well, the clock is once again on. He's seeing none of this, of course. He probably wishes he would. Need a last word of advice from the team, because all of a sudden they've got a man here who is going to move up probably into the top 6 or 7 overall now. Therefore, he will become a challenger. But after tomorrow, who knows, because he may be giving away all of his energy one day too soon. Hard climb tomorrow, vicious mountain time trial, and perhaps not as steep or renowned as Alpe d'Huez as it was in the Tour de France with Lance Armstrong, but it'll be a sort-out day. And there's the clock still counting. Oh, what's this? Sastra's got a problem.
I think he was just going around that corner there. I don't think he went down, but we did see it, and in fact that's had a little advantage for Santi Perez. He stretched it out to 41 seconds. That's Luis Perez on the front, Valverde. Let's have a look at. In fact, he didn't crash. He just went round the corner, and he ran out of road and managed to stop before those concrete barriers.
Well, he might or might not rejoin there now, but one thing's to the good. 41 seconds, 2 seconds at this stage is an enormous amount of time to ease out of the chase. So they've had their rhythm disrupted. This rider now is sensing the first big victory, and it's going to be a pretty emotional one for him as he races up. What a result for Phonak now. Tyler Hamilton won the time trial for him. That, I think, to a degree was to be expected. Hamilton now at home, but this rider here is delivering the goods for Phonak and is putting in now a challenge at the top of the overall classification.
Yep, he's just ticking out that rhythm now. He's looking up the road. He can see in front of him the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, and that will make him realise that he's closer and closer to a very important victory in his career. It could be a turning point for a man like this, because once you get that big win under your belt, it really does give you an awful lot of confidence. He's not weakening at all. He's just ticking it away at around about 95 revolutions a minute. It's a very good cadence as he hugs the barriers there, and very shortly, Phil, he'll come into the finishing straight.
Well, he's only just 27 years of age. He had his birthday in August, so he's a Leo. And now coming into this race, he surely didn't expect to have a stage victory, or maybe he did. But one thing for sure, he's got it. And he's still pulling away from that chase group at a time he should have been losing ground. So here comes Santiago Perez of Spain. Enjoy the moment. It's never happened before. And he unzips the jersey, kisses his chain and waves to the crowd. Santiago Perez gets the stage win, and he will continue his ascent of the overall classification. No danger yet to the men who are on the podium so far in Madrid, but you never know.
Good job. Carlos Sastre did recover. He's just on the back of that group there, but I'll bet he's gasping for breath right now.
Well, he did well to get back. He must have sprinted that gap closed. Now let's see if Valverde can finish off the sprint. He's in a perfect position because Garcia, his teammates, leading him out. He's looking around to see who's going to take him on, and he's going to go for it now. Little attack coming from Luis Perez. Perez is the name today, perhaps. He's on the left of our picture, but Valverde is going to win the sprint. But look at the clock. In fact, in that last kilometre, Perez, Santiago that is, did pick up more time. The final gap, 45 seconds.
Well, that'll be good. That'll be an advantage to him. That'll move him just a little bit closer up in the overall classification. And one man we forgot a lot about there was, in fact, Floyd Landis, one of the only men from the top 10 in the overall classification to actually miss the move.
Yes, and that means he'll slip even further away, poor old Floyd. The pressure's off him now without the golden jersey, of course. As we're looking here now, the winner of the day. And although he'd be credited with overall, he's won one race before, but it was that on a disqualification in the Giro, so he's now had 2 wins in his career.
This, I think, will be the one that he will enjoy the most because it's in his home country, and there is classification. He'll probably save that for a long time to come. Santiago Perez, 46 seconds the official time gap over Alejandro Valverde, and Luis Perez, the other Perez in the breakaway. And in the overall standings, no change at all for Roberto Heras. He was accompanied by all of his closest rivals, But now Phil is very much on the eve of a serious rendezvous, the individual time trial to the summit of the Sierra Nevada.
And he's just off the overall situation. In fact, he's come up into 6th place now, Santiago Perez. Now, has he given it all away one day too soon as we move on to that individual time trial? Not long in kilometres, is it? Just under 30 kilometres, about 19 miles. But look at that, steadily uphill until it bites you to death as you make your way up to the top of the Sierra Nevada. This is going to be a big turning point of the Tour, or is it? Is Roberto Heras going to consolidate now his position as the overall leader of this race?
Well, he does have the advantage of starting last, but it's a very long individual time trial. This 18 miles or 30 kilometres of racing, climbing right up to the summit. Just out of interest, one man didn't start the individual time trial this morning, the super fast Alessandro Pataki, I should say. He's not Spanish, but I presume that's because of the fact that we're facing up to a very difficult next few days.
Nothing more for him except the last stage, and he hasn't wanted the pain of the mountains which remain now. This is Isidro Nozal, who can turn in a very good mountain time trial, but remember, he lost at the Bantos last year, his overall lead in this race, to Roberto Heras. All cheers for him though, he still nurses a very high overall position, as indeed does Alessandro Valverde. He needs to produce something very special today, and I'm just not sure he's got it.
Well, he's had a very difficult day. You can see he's still got bandages on his left knee, and of course he's cut up his left arm quite badly as well. Roberto Heras should be the man there's a bit of a problem here, and he's just indicating to his back wheel, and he's going to pull off. I'm not sure what the problem was. It doesn't look like he's got a flat tyre, but he's going to change machines.
But they do take bites, whatever the problem. That's a much faster way to get the job done, and that was a good change. So he's probably conceded 7-8 seconds there for the bike change. Let's have a look at some times. This is Eladio Jimenez. He's had his stage win coming through here to the top now. It looks like he might land a 5th finish. The best time has been done, and we didn't see him come in. Alexander Vinokurov, one of the survivors of T-Mobile. Oh, ouch.
This is not good. Floyd Landis, he's looking at a 23rd finish time at the moment at 13.5 kilometres. The fastest man at this point was Santi Perez. Now that is rather interesting. That's the winner of yesterday's stage, obviously on complete and utter form after getting himself that win. But Floyd Landis there, Phil, going through 2 minutes 45 seconds in arrears. He is certainly, I don't think, going to be in the top 10 tonight.
I'm beginning to question with the OC Madrid now, never mind the end of this mountain time trial. I think his race has been run in all honesty, and what a wonderful race he's had, let's face it. But look at that surprise again. Santiago Perez, there's me saying he might lose time today, setting the best time at the moment, 30 minutes for 13.5 kilometres. 26, 27 kilometres an hour. That is incredibly quick up this mountain.
It certainly is. It's a horrendous mountain. It's never ending. It goes on right the way up to the top. In fact, this is the highest road in Europe when it gets up to the summit, but it's a dead end, unfortunately. The only way off the mountain is to turn around and go straight the way back down.
Garcia, who rode well yesterday, 3rd place there, but this is Valverde just holding 2nd, so Garcia's done well as he goes through in 2nd place, so maybe he is up for it today.
That is a very good ride. He's only 5 seconds off the pace at that point. By the way, at the top of this mountain, a very good Kelme rider lives, the name of Francisco Cabello, and he lived up here because he wanted to live at altitude. It's a little bit boring though, because there's not that many roads to use. There's only one circuit around the top of the mountain. But in the recent years, in fact before the Olympic Games this year, a number of riders came here and used the Sierra Nevada as an altitude training centre.
This is Mancebo coming up. Perez still holding at 13.5 best time. He's gone through with 4th best time. That's good. This is Sevilla finishing. Oscar was a superstar projected, but he hasn't really come through this last couple of years. 13th place at the minute. He will go a little bit below that now. There's Sevilla, by the way, still in the listing, number 13 there. Vinokurov is still best time. He's not going to be challenged here. 1 hour 5 for 19 miles. That gives you some idea just how tough this climb is.
It certainly does. This is the yellow jersey, Roberto Heras. And in fact, this is not a great time by him, and that's a bit of a surprise to me, because maybe the gradient is not to his advantage, because he is much easier on the slightly steeper climbs. That's where he has the advantage over all of the other climbers. And he's gone through there in 3rd place at 13.5 kilometres, 22 seconds off the time of Santi Perez.
A bit of a worry that as far as Hussey is concerned, because Santiago Perez is beginning to make his presence felt here. Aitor Gonzalez coming up for an 8th place holding at the moment. 1:07 at 52, but 2 minutes 17 behind Vinokurov. So I think, Paul, that's not going to be a good ride when the day's done.
It certainly isn't going to be a good ride. Let's just have a look at the 20-kilometre point, and Santi Perez has just recorded the fastest time there, 42 minutes and 1 second. But look at the time gap back to Garcia, 1 minute and 52 seconds. And even to Pipoli, who is a very good climber, he is at 2:17.
But Vinokurov, who's in with best time, at that point conceding 2 minutes to Santiago Perez. That all's well for Perez, if he doesn't blow, of course, because it's the latter half of the climb which is the hardest. Well, the 7% improving to 6% gradient here for Francisco Mancebo, who is being shouted all the way along at the 12 kilometres to go point. Still 7 miles to go.
Well, trying to find his rhythm a little bit further back. This is a good ride here by Alejandro Valverde. He's actually catching Isidro Nozal, who started 2 minutes in front of him. So Nozal here this afternoon is not having a very good day, and it's really not all that surprising, Phil, because of the amount of work he's had to do over the last 4 or 5 days.
Yes, he's held a good overall position, but he's had to hold it and just hope he'd stay there while he works for Roberto Heras, because that's the object of the team, is to try and keep Heras now in the golden jersey. So I know Isidro won't be feeling too happy being passed by Valverde, but that's the way it goes. Still Perez, best time at 42:01 though.
But Valverde is in 2nd place at the 20-kilometre mark. They're just 27 seconds adrift. This is Stefano Garzelli. He comes in with the 8th best time, but just look at that average speed, 26 kilometres an hour. That's around about 16 miles an hour.
I have to say that that was a ride of good class there from Garzelli, because I don't think he's on form, but he is a good bike rider and he's kept himself up amongst the leaderboard. Lots of cheers here though for Alejandro Valverde. This is Mancebo. These are the boys we've been talking about. Once the road tilts up, they are the ones that project themselves. It's become a pretty dour battle, this, between the top Spanish riders, and there might be a new one getting in on the scene too. Santiago Perez all of a sudden seems to be a different bike rider from the years gone by.
Well, he certainly does, but look at the time gaps over riders like Francisco Mancebo, almost 2 minutes at the 20-kilometre point. This is David Blanco coming up here. This is a very good time. He's actually going to push Vinokurov quite close. 1 minute, 6 and 29 seconds, 54 seconds off.
He's gasping for air there. He's really given that a terrific effort towards the mountain. A few deep breaths required to recover from that one, but he's still almost a minute slower. Alejandro Valverde looking good. Look at that big chest there working away those lungs.
You know what, with a good ride here this afternoon, he actually could grasp himself the golden jersey, because Roberto Heras, I don't think, is having a great day here on the slopes of this mountain. There's Santi Perez. He's just going to go under that barrier, which is going to indicate around about 3 kilometres to go to the finish. Look at the way he's pedalling. He's out of the saddle, looking very comfortable, and probably on a high after winning that stage yesterday into Granada.
Well, he was 6th from the end out of the start house, 6th overall this morning, and he's a rider who doesn't seem to have lost anything, even though he made that huge effort yesterday to hold the field off, the chase group off, and win by 40-odd seconds. And here he is now beginning to throw another big spanner in the works and try and win the mountain time trial. 2 stages back-to-back would be exceptional. I really can't see it happening. But Vinokurov still the best time, and Carlos Garcia Quesada here again is turning in a very, very good ride in the services of Valverde. A very good ride indeed, and that, I think, is Luis Perez just ahead of him.
Well, that's a great ride. That's a 2nd place ride for Carlos Garcia, a
so
minute
far,
and 5:53. There's still a lot of fast riders to come. He was only 18 seconds, though, off the time of Alexander Vinokurov.
Now, that's the closest we've seen so far to get near Alexander's time. But we know the midway points, it's going to be rocketed out of that 1st place very soon. Here is Mancebo, riding right over to the left of the road here. And he is really going to go down fighting in this year's Vuelta. He's been a real challenger, but he's had to struggle at times on the mountains. As he goes under the 7 kilometres to go banner. He's still right up amongst it. Let's switch back to the finish. This is Santiago Perez, and this is going to be the time which will rock the boats. Look at that. 102 versus 105. Vinokurov has seen his time not bettered throughout the day, but this man is going to blow it off the mountain. This has been another superb performance. It might be the winning time, but we'll have to wait and see. Santiago Perez, the winner yesterday, on top now. 1:2:29, 3 minutes better than Vinokurov.
That is a smashing of Vinokurov's time, 28.4 kilometers an hour. That is remarkable for a man who hadn't crossed the line in first place in a professional bike race until yesterday. That is going to be a very difficult mark to beat.
I think the young lady on the left is Alessandro's girlfriend. There shouldn't be no better inspiration required than that to give him a good time today. He's going to have to work pretty hard, because as he now looks as though he's going to challenge her all the way to Madrid for a podium, there's a new man getting in the way of things here now, and I don't think any of these riders before this race started would have rated Santiago Perez.
Well, I tell you what, Roberto Heras, look at the face here, Phil. He is not having a great day, and that's a big surprise because this is a mountain time trial. He won the mountain time trial in the Vuelta a Espana last year, but he's actually losing huge chunks of time to Alejandro Valverde. This is Carlos Sastre, a very sensible time for him. He might just scrape inside of the top 10, but look at the time gap. Almost 5 minutes back to Santi Perez. Here is Alejandro Valverde, and for him, he could be in a position here to steal the golden jersey off Roberto Heras.
Well, he's right up behind Sastre, and that is an extraordinary ride. He's been inspired. He looked a bit shaky when he left the start house for a couple of kilometres, but he's certainly got better and better. But he's behind Perez by 1 minute and 7 seconds, but he is best of the rest just for the moment. Valverde gets second. That's going to keep him right up there. Possibility, yes, of a golden jersey. Well, Heras has the answer to that.
Well, Heras is actually under a lot of pressure. He was a long way behind at the individual checks, and I got him around about 35 seconds down on Alejandro Valverde, and he didn't have very much in hand at the start of the day. You can see his face. He is not looking very comfortable at all. I think it's probably because this is not an ideal individual time trial to him. Here's Isidro Nerzal, and he's lost a huge chunk of time. He was caught and passed by Alejandro Valverde. He's still going to make the top 10, but look at the time gaps in this individual time trial, 4.5 minutes.
Well, there's the time of Alessandro Valverde. It's going to be really touch and go with no further checks on the whereabouts now of Roberto Heras. This is Mancebo still up amongst it, coming in with the 4th time, and he should hang on to that, but he'll have to be just quick now to get inside the time of Garcia. He'll do it. So he'll hold 4th for the moment. But 3 minutes 18, a massive time gain by Perez. Perez is going to be right in the frame now. He's got to be considered a man for the podium. Here comes Roberto Heras. It's desperately close, around about 1:4:25, and he'll be out of that yellow jersey. And he's not too far away from that. Look at his face. He knows he's close to losing it, and if it loses it, it will go to Valverde. So there's a serious effort required now, because the clock is going to eliminate Roberto Heras if he doesn't find it. It's 1:4:25, and he'll be out of it, and he's coming 1:4:20.
That's 5 seconds. Unbelievable. He really pulled something out, but I don't think he could go any faster at all over that last kilometre. But a quick calculation is that he has just held onto the golden jersey for 5 seconds ahead of Alejandro Valverde.
Back-to-back stage wins for Santiago Perez. The world is suddenly got a lovely hue to it. A road race victory on a mountain, now a time trial victory on a mountain. He is now a challenger for a podium place in Madrid. Just look at him enjoying the moment, and he's never known the moments of a winner before. There is the confirmation. Valverde is closed into 5 seconds. Everybody's Spanish in the top 5, but Santiago Perez has climbed from the mid-teens to 3rd overall in a matter of days.
Absolutely remarkable, as well as Floyd Landis. He looked as if he was losing huge chunks of time, but he's managed to keep up in 7th place in the overall classification, and finally a smile appearing on the face here of Roberto Heras.
Well, Eric Zabel is finding life a little bit easier now. 148 points in the points competition. The only sprinter left is Valverde. You've got to watch out for Heras, who will continue to score over the next few days in the points competition. Heras has got the lead too in the King of the Mountains. in first place here, as we now move on with the race. And looking now at stage number, and I've lost the stage number 16 for you now, 190.1 kilometres, Olivenza to Cathera. And this race now, not too bad for the riders, but a little bit rough towards the end. But the way these riders are going at each other every day, and the way the body is responding quite differently every day, Heras is no way certain yet of winning this Vuelta. And the big challenge looks as though not only is it coming from Valverde, it's also coming now from Santiago Perez.
Well, 5 seconds is not very much of an advantage at all for Roberto Heras, but I think today it's a lot happier with this transitional stage. A small breakaway has managed to establish itself over the main field. Just 4 kilometres left to go. The main contenders quite happy, I think, to give this breakaway some freedom this afternoon. They built themselves up an advantage at one stage of over 14 minutes, but currently the main field is around about 11.5 minutes in arrears.
And do you remember Joshiba Bolocki, who crashed out against Lance Armstrong last year in the Tour de France? Well, he's just abandoned the race here, and we haven't seen a shot of him at all. So that's very sad. We can only hope that this year of consolidation to recover from his serious injuries means he might get back in amongst it next year, because we miss him in the mountains as a big challenger in the Grand Tours. But this breakaway seems to be the day today. I saw this route described as long and boring today. Hasn't been a lot of breaking scenery. There will be a strange result because the breakaway doesn't affect the overall lead. You always get one day like this in a major tour, and you always get somebody who gets his first victory.
Well, that's Valjavec there in third position for the Phonak team. He's got a slight split over the front end of the main field. Tony Cruz is in this break as well. There you can just see his blue jersey a little bit further back there, trying to pull himself back into contention here. And a name that we haven't mentioned since the start of the Vuelta, in fact, is there in the red jersey, Danilo De Luca. I'd forgotten he was in the race.
Well, we've never seen him, that's why, but he's there now, and he's the sort of man that could win this stage. 3 kilometres to go. Danilo De Luca had his ups and downs this year and his battles with officialdom, but he's there tagged on to the back just by Antonio Cruz. And there's an attack here, and that looks like Julia, I think it is. Jose Julia, who's gone. And nobody reacted, and I think he may have gone here. Look at the gap he's opened up in the run to the finish. Well, he's never won a race as far as I know, as Jose Julia has made his run for the line, and he may have made it at exactly the right time.
Well, you're right, he's never won a race in his career so far. He turned professional back in 2002, and he has hit them at the right time, and I'm not sure exactly who is going to take up the pacemaking here. It really should be Danilo De Luca, because if it comes down to finishing it off, De Luca is the fastest man in the group.
Absolutely.
But he's had a very quiet Vuelta. 2 kilometres to go, I think that banner said. That's Valjavec at the back. There's Tony Cruz trying to pull it all back together here. Keeps getting caught out at the back end of all of these splits, Tony Cruz, as he slowly but surely pulls himself back up to the tail of that group. We are now looking at that group reforming, but here on the front, this man, Jose Julia, has got himself an advantage of around about 10 seconds.
He could have made the move right here. Well, because of this breakaway going clear, hasn't affected the battle for the points jersey either. Eric Zabel can tick a day off. He might not be keen to have done that, actually, because this could have been a day he could have scored points. And now it's going to swing back to the Mountaineers as they get into that last kilometre now, thinking only of the finish.
There's Valjavec on the front in the lime green shorts of Team Phonak. They are obviously on the crest of a wave right now with back-to-back wins by Santi Perez, who's pulled himself up to third place in the overall classification. But when you accelerate and slow down like this, it's not the way to try and pull back a last-minute attacker. You need a concerted effort, and that's why he's hit them right at the psychological moment when they're all thinking about trying to save a little bit of energy for the final sprint of the day. This man is giving everything just to stay off the front end of the group.
And this is going to be an unexpected win for Kelme here. And Kelme, if this Pro Tour series comes off next year, and it's far from got the accord of many cycling nations or organisers, but if it is forced through by the UCI, which is their intention, then this team won't be taking part in those races, and we won't be getting opportunities like this.
That is the big problem, I think, Phil, about the big Pro Tour, is that lots of these smaller teams, like Team Kelme, are the aggressive teams in all of the Grand Tours. This man looking over his shoulder now knows he's got the win. First ever win of his professional career, which is still a young career, only 3 years into it.
Well, now he has win number 1. Once you get 1 on the board, then the rest seem to follow. but he's well clear now. It'll be a battle for second place. And in fact, it won't be a battle for second place because that's Valjevec who stayed clear. He will get second, so the battle will come for third place. And it wouldn't surprise me if De Luca finishes it off, and he'll be very annoyed because he should have won this stage.
Well, that's the difficult thing when you're in a long breakaway like this. At the end of it, there's a lot of complications. There you can see Valjevec getting himself second place, and it's a big gap now back to the rest of that group. Now there is De Luca in the red jersey, and he's going to make it a long sprint, but in fact somebody's just leapt off the front in front of him there, and I think that is Pablo Lastras.
Yeah, Lastras. He's not a sprinter though. Here comes De Luca. Just took him in his slipstream, and now he's gone for the line. He should have won this stage, and I think he knows. Tony Cruz trying to get on terms, but I don't think Tony's going to do it. No. On the line, Danilo De Luca takes it from Antonio Cruz, and they're just on 45-46 seconds there. But there's the winner, Jose Julia. And for the first time, really, we call this a slightly down stage because none of these riders affected the destiny of the golden jersey. The riders in the pack recovering a little bit. We're receiving talk that there's a gap of more than 11 minutes to the peloton, so that's how serious they've taken this escape today.
Well, I think it's after very 2 hard days in the mountains. The big contenders decided to take a back seat and just try and recuperate a little bit, and that's not really surprising because most of them had to really go for it yesterday in the individual time trial to the summit of the Sierra Nevada, which is why I think once this breakaway formed, there was nobody of any danger at all in it. They said, well, let it go, and basically or sort of had an unofficial day off.
Well, I can't blame them really. It's rather a pleasant day as well for a day off, but for a professional bike rider you still have to ride the distance. There's the stage result. Pablo Lastras completing the top 5. The peloton still meandering in behind our caption there, and a long way down. Officially coming in 11 minutes plus behind. There's the stage winner. No change in the overall either. As the hills stay with us, it's a tough day tomorrow in the mountains, and that's why here they all come now and see if they confirm that 11 minutes deficit that we had out on the highway approaching the finish. No big effort at all. And don't see Eric Zabel even getting involved in this, even for a couple of minor points for the competition.
There's Zabel.
There he is. Yes, he's got
the pink helmet on there.
Yeah.
Not very many riders left now for Team Telecom, or T-Mobile I should say. This looks like Kevin Holtzman's coming up through the middle.
Well, you better watch out here. Isn't that Pataki over to the left?
No, that's Marco Velo coming up there.
Oh, so we're having a day off for the sprinters as well. And look at that gap. It was right. 11 minutes 45 seconds.
And one of the slowest sprints so far as well there, just 61 kilometres an hour.
Be a slow sprint today as we move on now to stage 17 from Platencia to Estación de Esquí La Covatilla. 170 kilometres. The mountains are back with a vengeance. 2 first category, the 3rd category, which will take us on to the final outside category, the ore category climb up to the finish at Covatilla. Now, I think Arras is going to worry now about the whereabouts of one Santiago Perez, and I wonder if the bigger man, Valverde, can answer the 2 lighter climbers. We're going to find out now. This is a very tough day, and it's quite long too. 170 kilometres.
Finishing in the ski resort of La Covatilla, and certainly a very difficult finish for the riders in store. Fortunately, the weather in this part of Spain is absolutely glorious. They're making their way back up through the middle of the peninsula right now as they go over the Puerto de Honduras. There's a small breakaway just off the front end of the main field.
This has been away virtually since the opening kilometres. Felix Cardenas won the climb of the Puerto de Pionel, and he's done it again here on the Honduras climb. He's still the El Cerro to come, and the climb to the finish. So these are the 2 first categories out of the way. The breakaway's been away almost from the opening kilometres, but I don't think, well, I don't know either, that they're going to stay away. Into the last 10 kilometres here now. This will take us right onto the slopes of the final climb.
This is Felix Cardenas, number 41. And this is Oscar Sevilla at the back end of the group. He's been on the ground on a number of occasions, but he is not having a very good Vuelta a España at all.
And amongst the dropouts we've heard of today, interesting name is David Zabriskie, who won that brilliant stage long breakaway. He's now decided to call it quits. He's gone home. He packed in today. And the AG2R's lost another man. Their sprinter's gone now, Erki Putsep, and I think that leaves only Inigo Charot left on the road for AG2R. The rest of the team are out.
That's a very nasty situation to be in, and a very costly situation for a team, because they've still got all the management around, and probably most of the mechanics and the soigneurs will have gone home. Front end of the field there, you can see being controlled by the dark blue jerseys of Liberty Seguros. It's going to be a very important race finish this afternoon for Roberto Heras. He has to keep a very close eye on two riders, Santi Perez and of course Alejandro Valverde. Valverde is only 5 seconds in arrears, and over the last couple of days really has started to turn out to be a very serious threat.
Well, he took that bad knock in the second week when he fell, and he really thought he'd hurt himself. He's come through it very, very well indeed. But it may have cost him the race, as we'll find out, I think, because, you know, he lost time when he may not have lost time, and he's looking now at a mere 5 seconds. He could have been in the golden jersey under normal circumstance. 8 to go. That's the big field. Up front is Felix Cardenas, and riding well. He has ridden himself into this race despite his pre-race injuries.
Looks like Carlos Sastre going out on the attack.
Yep.
He's trying to put time between himself and the rest. He's a long way down in the overall classification, so I doubt if Roberto Heras will take up the pace-making here. He started in 6th place at the start of this afternoon. It's 6 minutes and 12 seconds in arrears, and they're not really chasing him.
Well, Sastra's still, I think the battle it's been quite a tough climb to the finish. These are the carrots which are getting away at the moment. The in-battle will start soon. It's up to everybody to attack Heras. They've got to watch him. The time gaps are still small. Perez is up to 3rd now, so he certainly won't be given any gifts anymore. Not that he took what he got, I know, but he'll be a marked man now. His number will be on the handlebars of Roberto Heras and Alejandro Valverde.
Well, Sastre opening up the gap at the front here. That's just on the top left-hand picture there. That is, I think, Felix Cardenas taking off. It is. There you can see.
Well, he's come back to the group if he's gone away again, but he's gone away again. This Cafe back rider. He's collected a host of points today, and he is the defending King of the Mountains. Heras has been up there as leader of that, but not wearing the jersey. But I really think now that this man could ride himself back into the jersey here.
Well, let's not forget he won a mountain stage towards the end of the Vuelta a Espana last year, to the summit of the Sierra Nevada. This year he didn't have a chance to do that because it was an individual time trial. But here he has definitely opened up his account in the King of the Mountains classification. He might well have a chance of taking the lead off this afternoon. There, chasing that small group of riders, is Carlos Sastre, and of course the group of the leader, the teammates of Roberto Heras, all over the front end of the main field.
Neutral service coming in. He must have got quite a gap all of a sudden here. 7 kilometres to go. Again, I don't think he's going to cause a reaction from the leaders, who will start to shadow box amongst themselves. 8 kilometres for Sastre.
This is an absolutely perfect day for bike racing. Not a cloud in the sky. I've always enjoyed the Vuelta a Espana, and I think the majority of the bike riders here do as well, because of the weather conditions. The roads are superb in this part of Spain, and it is an ideal situation to use as preparation for the upcoming World Championships, and of course all the one-day classics towards the end of the year, which I think is why there's a big host of Italian riders taking part in it.
Yes, and normally about towards at this stage of the Vuelta, we get dropouts because they're all thinking now preparing for the World Championships. But this field is still pretty strong here. And Cardenas, you can see his radio aerial sticking out of his back pocket. It keeps him in touch with the car behind. 9% the gradient. He's still got a lot to do to keep it. He's done a wonderfully good day in the mountains. He's scored regularly on all of the climbs. And that could be enough. He needs to score on this last climb, though, if he's going to get the King of the Mountains lead.
Oh, look at Isidro Nozal. I think he's about to pop there. You see, he was all over his machine. He's given everything over these last few days.
Oh, that was
Marcos Serrano.
That gave us just some idea of how steep these gradients are here. And this is incredible pace-making. And that looks like Perez from Cofidis has got himself up into 2nd place. And Thabo also up here. They haven't missed a beat, these fellows, yet.
Yeah, it's Serrano this time taking the pacemaking.
There's Heras.
Heras looking very comfortable. There's Alejandro Valverde right on his wheel. The two riders only separated by 5 seconds. Leonardo Pipoli. And this is Manuel Beltran going off the back here. He's been riding high in the overall classification. Another man missing as well from that group is Floyd Landis. Not very comfortable. In fact, there's a rumor emanating from US Postal Service that he's actually had a little bit of a cold creeping in over the last few days, and Wouldn't be very surprised if he didn't pull out of the race, because he's gone from first spot and he's slowly but surely now starting to slip down the overall classification.
2 minutes 10 already, and Serrano back in the pack there. A little bit of a problem here at the back of the race too, because this is Miguel Perdiguero, who's having a very good season, who's slipping away there.
Oh, the pressure is on. Looks like Carlos Sastra's been picked up by the rest of the group. Francisco Jose Lara is on the front now. But let's not forget, one man still leading this bike race a little bit further up, Felix Cardenas. He's no stranger to uphill wins. In fact, he won a Pyrenean stage of the Tour de France a couple of years ago. But when the lights go out, this is what it looks like. This is Isidro Nozal, 5th overall at the start of today. I think the body's just saying, help, please let me have a day off.
Well, he's done an amazing amount of work in the service of his team leader. He certainly has. Every day he gets up out of bed, he knows the pain he's going to go through. He knows what he has to do. He does it until he can't do it anymore. He's a great bike rider, but it's in the Tour of Spain when we see him most. We don't talk about him anywhere else all year. He rode the Tour de France, you wouldn't have known.
You wouldn't have known that at all. In fact, Liberty Seguros had a very anonymous Tour de France this year, and the whole team really seemed to crumble once Roberto Heras didn't rise to the occasion and become a major challenger to Lance Armstrong.
Oh, Francisco Jose Lara is beginning to make a little bit of progress here. Catanina, another one of the small teams that would miss out on the World Pro Tour and the European Pro Tour. That's the other problem with the Pro Tour, of course. It's splitting the rest of the world away from Europe.
Pipoli now, he's cracked at the back of the group. He's a long way down in the overall classifications, but he's got a stage victory to take away from the Vuelta a Espana. You can see the pressure that is being put on the front end of this main field.
It's because of that incredible pacemaking again. It's the sort of pain the US Postal Boys inflicted on the rest of the race in the Tour de France. It's now reversed here. Floyd Landis is somewhere down the mountain. Cardenas here looks as though he's beginning to struggle. He should do. He's been virtually in control of this stage from the minute it started. He's had a good day out, but this is the only good thing about this climb is it's got an excellent road surface, so it'll make it a little bit easier than if the road surface was broken up, because that makes it stick to you. But here come the boys. Oh, and that's Lara we're just looking at there, sorry.
There's Valverde just riding in front of Roberto Heras, just behind him Francisco Mancebo.
Vinokurov
tagged on the back, yes. Vinokurov rode a very good individual time trial up to the summit of Sierra Nevada, but right now he's probably riding himself a little higher up in the overall classification. Heras keeping a very close eye on the man in front. That's his closest challenger. And I don't think Heras will be very keen to let Valverde out of his sight here this afternoon, because the two men are only separated by 5 seconds. And with the acceleration that Alejandro Valverde's got at the top of a climb like this, he could very easily snatch back those 5 seconds.
Well, it's absolutely nothing, and that's why Roberto is sitting into the slipstream there of Valverde to make sure he's around if he makes a move, and we'll hope he can follow him. At this stage of the year, you know, in mid-September, the gap is opening here.
Heras has put the hammer down. He's decided now.
A little bit of a surprise.
Well, I think he's probably seen a little bit of weakness, and in fact, he's opened up a gap there on Alejandro Valverde, and it's up to the Spanish champion now to come up there and try and nail back that difference. He's been joined there by Santi Perez, moving up into second position behind Heras, and he's got the gap. Now he needs, I think the man he's really worried about though, Phil, is Alejandro Valverde, because 5 seconds is really not very much at all.
But just look at the face of Santiago Perez here. He's absolutely screwed up in agony, but this is a different man now. He's now learned to ride at the front with the stars after back-to-back stage wins. In 3rd overall, he could be challenging for 2nd overall here, because he's following the climber Heras, and they have spotted Valverde was struggling. He has lost a big piece of ground here. Could be another great day for Perez.
Well, they've just whizzed past Lara there. This is the group behind. This is Mancebo. There is Vinokurov. Oh, and look at the shoulders now of Valverde. They're all over his machine. He's just looking for a little bit more power to come up here from the engine room, and I don't think he can find it. 5 seconds down at the start of the day, and he can't even stay on the wheel. He has pushed himself, Phil, over the last couple of days to stay in contact every time this race has gone uphill, but now he's lost the wheel of Mancebo, who in the past has been a serious ally for him. He's joined there by Luis Perez. and this could be the advantage for Roberto Heras. Heras, in fact, getting some help there from Santi Perez in the top right-hand corner, and let's not forget, we have still got a lone leader trying to get himself some glory this afternoon, Felix Cardenas, on the top left-hand side.
He's going the opposite way.
He's going the opposite way. I hope they don't crash when they go around the other side of this mountain.
Well, Cardenas could be taking the jersey off Perez, which is that reddish-coloured jersey, as King of the Mountains leader. He won that jersey last year. He scored plenty of points today to give him it. He needs to stay away for the finish, though, or get a good place. But I think he might get the stage win here, which would be a good result for his small team. But Perez knows now that by working here with Heras, he could find himself second overall. That surely it was an unthinkable position just 10 days ago. But now, because he was lying, I think, 4 minutes 45 behind in 13th, 14th place. Now he's challenging for second.
He's moved up an awful long way in the last couple of days. This man's still not even worried about the overall classification. He hasn't had a victory so far this year, but in the Tour of Asturias early on in the year, he finished second in the overall standings. So Santi Perez there in second position, just content to sit on the wheel of Roberto Heras. He now is turning out to be Roberto Heras' closest challenger. 20 seconds separates the Heras-Perez group from Valverde. But Valverde did not look like a man who was pedaling with the confidence that he had a couple of days ago, although he has recovered and moved up there to the wheel of Luis Perez.
Well, it's an amazing thing here, but the Phonak rider, Perez, riding superbly. And this, don't forget, on a day when the racers heard about Tyler Hamilton, and apparently he's been accused of blood doping by the Olympic Committee, and also from a positive test they've alleged he's given here after that mountain time trial win. Well, that's a story, of course, which will unfold, but we're very distressed to hear that. Back with the race here, we're looking now at the leader, top left, Cardenas, the two chasers, Valverde in trouble, and on the right, a nice picture which would make a lovely jigsaw puzzle.
Absolutely. See if you can put that one back together. And if you could put it back together, it would look something like this. Cardenas and 1 minute and 30 seconds back to these two riders. And I have a feeling that Cardenas is actually going to survive the day here this afternoon. Just slipping back there. One of the riders from Il Baleares who was in the break just a little bit early on. They're catching up riders who are in that early breakaway. Felix Cardenas has still got a big advantage, though, Phil, at 1 minute and 30 seconds. I don't think those two riders will see him again, because Cardenas is a very good climber.
There's Jorge Ferrillo there, who's just unhitched at the back of these boys. These are fighting for their lives now. Most important two men in the Vuelta are up ahead of them. Valverde knows it only too well. We thought he was going to be the man to possibly win this Vuelta. He's had to struggle. He got up to second. I think he's going to find himself back to third by the end of the day.
Help there coming for Valverde from Carlos Garcia. Looking over his shoulder, trying to pace the team leader, second in the overall classification. And I think the way this race is going here, he could very well be losing that.
And the other Phonak man there, that was Valjevec. He's had 2 good days after his breakaway for second place yesterday. He still found the legs today to be up amongst it, but now he's falling back a little bit. Look at that face here, Alessandro Valverde. Don't ever tell me that top professionals don't suffer, just like normal human beings, just they get better results.
They certainly do get better results, but this man is going through all kinds of pain, while this man is just watching the kilometers tick by like they did 12 months ago when he won the stage to the top of the Sierra Nevada and went on to win the King of the Mountains classification. 4 kilometers to go. That on gradients like this corresponds to around about 8.5 minutes of racing.
There's still a long way to go, all uphill, of course, and Cardenas is hanging on well. We haven't had a time evaluation recently, but I think he's still well clear. Should take the stage win. Heras will be quite happy the fact that he's with a man who's becoming his most dangerous rival here. There's the gap, 32 seconds between these two and the chase behind of Valverde, which is where the interest lies for the golden jersey.
Oh, Valverde's not looking good here at all. You see how, in fact, his teammate Garcia is having to slow down and wait for him to try and encourage him to find some kind of a rhythm. When you're not a great climber and you climb most of your career on courage, once the lights go out, it is very difficult to find a pace that is comfortable. This is Lara. There's a lot of battles going on here. Riders trying to stay up in the overall classification, but Valverde is having a very bad day.
Yes, I think that about rounds it up. Everybody gets a bad day, they say, in a stage race. They just hope they can keep it a secret from everybody else. But on a mountain like this, I'm afraid you can't. 4 kilometers to the top. The clock says a minute 16 in favor of the lone leader. Could be a great stage win coming the way then for Felix Cardenas, and which is amazing really, considering his injuries in the crash just before this race began when he was training, but now he's back.
Oh, look at that, 49 seconds. He's losing big chunks of time here. He was hoping, I think, this afternoon to try and get himself the jersey away from Roberto Heras, but you've got to be a special kind of bike rider to challenge Roberto Heras on the slopes of a mountaintop finish, and I don't think Alejandro Valverde has got that in his legs here this afternoon. He can hardly follow his own teammate there, Carlos Garcia.
Well, brave heart required now as you continue to climb towards the finish when you know you started the day 5 seconds behind the golden jersey. With every pedal rev, it's becoming now probably out to a minute.
So Cardenas plowing a lonely furrow at the front end of the bike race, just watching those kilometers tick by slowly but surely. These guys here now have picked up Carlos Sastre at the back end of that group. He too is losing a little bit of time. Heras has got the support of the crowd. He's trying to make it 2 wins in a row and his 3rd win at the Vuelta a Espana since he began riding it back in 1997 in a race which, quite remarkably, Phil, he's never finished outside the top 6.
I think half of Spain have turned out here, found their way to the top of this mountain. I think they might have suspected that after the mountain time trial this would be the stage which would decide the destiny of the final golden jersey, but I think it's still in doubt here, because we've got that last time trial, and the rider on the left of the picture, Perez, is still gaining ground here on everybody except Heras at the moment. There in the distance, another kilometre banner. It's a long way to the finish still, but I think now Cardenas can start to think of victory.
Yep, Cardenas is still holding on to a very big chunk of his advantage over the chasers, and it's interesting you pick up that final time trial, Phil, because although it was in the final mountain time trial last year that Roberto Heras was able to wrest the lead away from Isidro Nerzal, it was in the final time trial, a flat time trial a couple of years ago, that he actually lost the overall lead in the Vuelta a España to Aitor Gonzalez.
That's right, it is amazing, but in the Tour of Spain especially, the time trial has played a hugely important role near the end of the race.
It certainly has. Roberto Heras now getting some serious help here from Santi Perez. These 2 men are opening up a big chunk of time over Valverde, 57 seconds. It's almost the 1 minute mark, and that will put Roberto Heras a minute and 5 seconds ahead of Valverde if we were to stop the race right now. But the way Valverde has blown, I think he might lose a serious chunk of time here this afternoon over the last couple of kilometres.
Well, it's the first time we've seen him very transparent. He quite clearly is in trouble now. He knew he had to hang on today, and he wasn't able to do it. And Roberto Heras, how strange, he's found an ally in the man that has become stronger and stronger and stronger in the last 5 or 6 days. Still 3 kilometres to go here. It gets a little bit easier, but not at these speeds.
I tell you what, it's not getting easier for Roberto Heras. You look at the way he's nodding the top half of his body around. This is not the same pedaling action he had a couple of days ago. And in fact, I think he is being put under pressure by the man in front of him, Santi Perez, who looks very comfortable and is taking advantage of the slightly easier gradient. No, let's not forget, Roberto Heras likes the very, very steep climbs. This one, which is being climbed with power, is certainly not going to his advantage.
I couldn't agree more, actually, because although he is the golden jersey, he's had to work for his right this time around. He has been seen to struggle, but he's been a good leader, and he's relied heavily on one particular man, Isidro Nerzal. Look at this gap now. This is based on the leader, don't forget, not the 2 chasers, but it's going to go out to 2 minutes between the leader and Valverde. Valverde is just about getting up this mountain right now. That is really, really tough for him. He's going to have a couple of good days if he's going to come back into this, because he's conceding 2nd place overall.
Just look how high this mountain is climbed from the plateau below. It's a remarkable country. Spain is such a magnificent backdrop for a bike race. And if you look down the mountain there, that's where these riders have had to drag their bodies over the last 25 minutes of climbing. Looking down there, that looks as if that's the group of Alejandro Valverde.
That's him. And 2:11 the gap, and the cars have been called around him, so now he knows he's slipping further and further back. He may not know exactly by how much, but this is an enormous gap.
Well, Felix Cardenas still holding on to a minute advantage over Roberto Heras, but there's a minute and 10 seconds between Roberto Heras and the Grupo Valverde, which is certainly what he wants to do here this afternoon. He will not have felt very comfortable with Valverde breathing down his neck at just a 5-second advantage. Santi Perez, 2 stage wins in the Vuelta a Espana, back-to-back, one into Granada and one out of Granada on the way up to the summit of the Sierra Nevada. Now then, 2 kilometers to go now to the summit for these two riders. Seem to be getting a little bit of recovery now in the pedaling action of Roberto Heras, but he's going to have to keep a very close eye here on the man in front of him, because Santi Perez is starting to look like a very serious challenger over the last couple of days. The win he had, I suppose, on the road into Granada could have been regarded as a fairly lucky win, because nobody at that time regarded him as a serious challenger. But after dominating the individual time trial to Sierra Nevada, they have to take this man very seriously now, and I'm sure Roberto Heras has not misnoticed that.
Well, he's a new boy. He's suddenly blossomed as far as we're concerned. Now Cardenas here, he's not exactly a new boy. He's been a pro for 5 years, and in 2 months' time he'll be 32 years of age. But he has won a stage of the Tour de France. He has won a couple of stages in the past of the Vuelta, and he has won the King of the Mountains. And by the time he wins this stage, he will be the leader again in the King of the Mountains competition. And he didn't expect that when he came to the race. Look at this, being pushed along here. Valverde has, as they say, violently hit the wall.
He certainly has. In fact, he cannot even follow the wheel of his teammate there, Carlos Garcia, who has to keep slowing down to try and encourage his... What's this? Roberto Heras is
gone backwards.
He's been dropped here. There's been an acceleration by Santi Perez, and Roberto Heras has been put into difficulty on the slopes of a climb now. This is a very rare happening.
And this is a very, very good bike race right now, because the golden jersey is not yet the final golden jersey, and this rider, Santiago Perez, is riding out a dream here.
Oh, Heras is having a hard time there, Phil. He put his head down, he was looking at his gears. That's a very big indication that you're not feeling good at all, because every gear feels like the wrong gear. 1,000 meters left here for Felix Cardenas. He should take the overall victory here. Just 2 more minutes to ride to the summit, and he could be very close to getting himself the lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
It's been a great day of racing for him, one of those classic crossings of the mountains, the sort of sortie that Richard Virenque could go on in the Tour de France. Virenque, by the way, rumored to be retiring at the end of this season. And the gap, a minute 41 between Heras, and that's good news, of course, back to Valverde. But now Heras under pressure from the man who's just left him, and he's losing more seconds. He's nibbling away at the lead, this man.
There's Alexander Vinokurov in that group there with Alejandro Valverde. This is the leader and probably the winner of the stage here this afternoon. But I think what's going to become a little bit more important, Phil, is the time gap now between Santi Perez and, of course, Roberto Heras, who looked like a very solid leader at the start of today. But now his foundations actually seem to be crumbling just a little bit. And the threat he expected from Alejandro Valverde didn't materialize, but he's got a new threat in the form of Santiago Perez of Phonak.
Well, it is absolutely amazing today, but this is it as he comes up towards the line, salutes the crowd, a long escapade. He's the new leader in the King of the Mountains. He gets the stage win, and he's given the team a great big boost. It won't be a golden jersey, but you know, in the next few days there could be a golden jersey for this rider. This has been another great day by Santiago Perez. 2 wins and now a second in the mountains. He is storming through these hills.
He certainly is. Look at the acceleration. Look at the confidence this man has got over the last couple of days. He hasn't managed to pull himself back to get another stage victory, but he has taken second place, 29 seconds behind Felix Cardenas. Now let's check the clocks. Just the time back to Roberto Heras. For the first time since we went into the mountains, he really does seem to be under a little bit of pressure.
Yes, well, Roberto Heras, if he does win this race, he's going to know he's been in a bike race. Last year, he came from behind very confident. He could handle it all in the last time trial, which he did. This year, he's taken the lead early. He's only got one man really can help him in Isidro Nozal, but that's okay. He's still gaining on Valverde. Here comes Mancebo.
He lost around about 30 seconds there on Santi Perez. Mancebo is going to come across the line to take himself fourth. He's lost 1 minute and 12 seconds, and he too will move just that little bit higher up in the overall classification. And Santiago Perez will make it moving very closely up into second place. And we have to now see the time gap back to Alejandro Valverde, who's not had a very happy day out in the Vuelta a Espana this afternoon.
Well, it's been a very tough day, and he'd be glad to see the end of it. Luis Perez coming up here, the Cofradis climber. He must feel very lonely on this team when it comes to the mountains, because nobody else climbs with him.
No, they certainly don't. The next man we're expected to see come in has got to be, at some time or another, this man in the white jersey here, Alejandro Valverde, still being paced there by his teammate Carlos Garcia Quesada. In that group as well with him, Alexander Vinokurov, who was the rider who gave him a little bit of a push just a little earlier. That just goes to show the fraternity in the mountains. Everybody knows what it's like to suffer, and nobody really wants to have to do it alone.
Well, we're looking at serious time losses for Valverde now, because he's still got about 900 metres to ride to the line here. He'll be over 3 minutes surely as he comes up, and nothing in our sight now. Sastre coming through.
Well, he actually recovered quite a bit, because a little while ago he was in the company of Alejandro Valverde, so he's ridden himself back into the race. He should keep his 6th place that he started yesterday in the overall classification, but once again losing big chunks of time to Roberto Heras.
Well, the time has gone by, and Santiago Perez is now up into 2nd place in the Vuelta Espana. It is absolutely amazing the progress of that rider. Here's Valverde, can't even take part in the sprint. He's just tacked on at the back of this group, and the clock is going to be 3 minutes and over, because he's got to come over that little brow of the hill yet. He's got one faithful teammate with him. He's tried to talk him up the mountain, but Alejandro Valverde has had the day he won't want to know about, and he certainly won't want to know he's 3 minutes 10 seconds down on the winner.
Well, he was 5 seconds off the overall lead at the start of the day, and there he has lost a huge chunk of time. And let's not forget, despite the huge battle we've had on the slopes of this mountain, Felix Cardenas was the winner by 29 seconds at the end of the day, ahead of Santiago Perez. But that ride, Phil, will drag him up as well into the lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
And a nice puff of fresh air there from Felix Cardenas. He gets the stage win. Roberto Heras, 1 minute 13 over Perez, 2:15 over Valverde. The gaps have opened, except Perez continues to annoy Roberto Heras. But at least his rivals are getting fewer, but he's still got to worry about that one man. So the Vuelta moves on to stage 18 now, and the battle is just as hot. 2 first category climbs, a third to warm them up, and a second category climb near the end at Avia. 196.6 kilometers from Beja, and this is now a battle between 2 men, it appears, after the tough ride there yesterday of Alejandro Valverde.
After a very long day in the saddle, it's always a very nasty little climb up to the finish in the walled city of Avia.
Well, here's the riders again. We're picking up the action, and it's been another day of good attacking rider. This is Javier Pascual Rodriguez on the right of our picture, who's just gone through here with 6 kilometers still to run. And he's joined on the attack by Ivan Parra. If his name sounds familiar, well, it should be. He's the younger brother of the famous Parra, who once dominated the Tour de France.
And the Tour of Spain as well. They're running for the Café Barca team. There's been a lot of attacking on this day today with the 3 big first category climbs, and at just around about 8 kilometers to go, there's another very serious group second on the road here. And it's been a day when everyone expected, I think, to have a slightly easier day, but for some riders it gave them a chance to actually rattle the top end of the overall classification.
Well, Felix Cardenas reminded us of his new position as head of the King of the Mountains by winning the first climb. It was a 3rd category climb over the Alto de Valajera. But after that, the breakaway was starting to annoy the situation, and Juan Fuentes Seco went over the 2nd cat, just ahead of Parra. And Buena Hora, there's a name we haven't mentioned throughout the whole of this year's Vuelta.
He's a man we used to mention an awful lot in the old days when he used to ride for the very serious Kelme squad. Just looking a little bit further back, there's Roberto Heras looking a little bit more comfortable now. There was a couple of challenges early on from Francisco Mancebo. Tried to rattle the cages over one or two of the early first category climbs.
Life in the we used to call them the hotspot sprints, but life in the points competition at the intermediate sprints. Zabel got 4 points winning the first one after 25 kilometres, and after that took a back seat, but that might be very crucial, that 4 points, because he is still being challenged by the climbers in this year's Vuelta. It's not certain yet he's going to win.
Well, these two guys inside of 5 kilometres to go right now, Javier Pascual Rodriguez and Ivan Parra have got around about a 10-second advantage over the front end of this group, which seems to be trying to peg them back as they go under the banner indicating 7 kilometres to go. And there's another group moving forward here as well. Roberto Heras is in that second group on the road, as is Alejandro Valverde, who seems to have recovered just a little bit overnight. He's plummeted quite a long way behind Roberto Heras now in the overall classification. He's 3 minutes and 15 seconds in arrears.
Well, these two leaders, they got away on top of the Puerto de Navamoral, which was the second category climb. And if they stay to the finish, that'll give them a breakaway of 20 kilometres. And I think they might now. There's the finish in the distance there. And it's a day... Well, and Valverde will be grateful for a day off, I think, to try and recover from the hammering he took yesterday. And I think Heras will be anxious to keep Santiago Perez out at the sharp end of the race because he's getting a bit too confident.
He'll have to keep a very close eye on him over the next couple of days, because it's going to be a very serious sort out in the final time trial. And it may well go the way it did a couple of years ago when Roberto Heras on the final time trial actually lost himself the overall classification. 4 kilometres to go right now. Kelme leading out here with Javier Pascual and Ivan Parra, the Colombian rider, in second position. Kelme, for the reputation of being one of the smaller teams, have certainly had a very successful Vuelta a España so far. And I think up until yesterday, they probably thought they were going to walk away with the overall victory because Alejandro Valverde was only 5 seconds in arrears. But this, Phil, has been a very rough ride in towards the finish, and you can see the race is split up into 3 or 4 different groups. The two leaders are around the corner, and they're holding on to around about a 10-second advantage, a 15-second advantage, I should say, over a chasing group.
Well, 6 kilometres, this is going to be a day of them and us. These are the strong climbers. They've got themselves band together. Nobody has attacked this group at all today. 2 riders who do not affect the destiny of the golden jersey. Just keeping things under control nicely. And Valverde riding that lactic acid out of his legs from yesterday. The obvious man to win, I suggest, would be Javier Pascual Rodriguez, to give him his full title, because he is the most experienced rider there. He's had places in the big classics like the Grand Prix of Zurich and Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Isn't a big winner of races though. He's only had 3 wins, and he's been a pro since 1995 now, so he's getting on a bit. He'll be 33 in November.
Coming into the outskirts of town, the two leaders are still holding on to their advantage. And I think this is 3 kilometres to go for the two men, and you can see the Colombian rider is actually being put into a certain amount of bother when you get that acceleration when Pascual Rodriguez goes to the front.
5 kilometres to go for the chase group.
Well, they're a long way down. They're almost 3 minutes in arrears, so I don't think they're going to close that down over the next 3 miles of racing. That's the group there containing Roberto Heras, Francisco Mancebo, Alejandro Valverde. But it is, Phil, a very tricky run into the finish here, and very often we have seen splits in the past, and I do remember a couple of years ago seeing Aitor Gonzalez actually attack over the last kilometre and grabbing himself a couple of seconds over the rest.
And just seeing the Kelme rider there, Rodriguez, just releasing and retightening the clasps on his shoes just to make sure he feels comfortable for the sprint. There we are again for you. And there's no doubt he's planning on taking this one out if he can get to the finish line ahead of Parra, and he should. Parra's a better climber than a sprinter.
Well, that is all very much psychological manoeuvring, trying to make yourself get into the position of being ready for the sprint to start. You don't want any accident. There is the great walled city of Avila. It really is a magnificent backdrop. The Tour of Spain has been to this place on a number of occasions in the past, but it's a rather tricky little climb up to the finish, and you have to climb up over a large cobbled road before you get into the centre of town. the scene in the past of a lot of very last-minute attacks, which when you think that the Vuelta a España is still really sorted out by a matter of seconds, it's a moment when you have to be very attentive on the run-in.
Yes, I remember back in 1999, Jean-Luc Van den Broek winning here, and that he wrapped up the points competition at the very end of the race. But whatever happened to Jean-Luc Van den Broek?
You mean Frank Van den Broek? Jean-Luc, I remember what happened to Jean-Luc.
I'm getting too old for this game.
Jean-Luc, I remember, actually was a former teammate of mine. But Frank Van den Broek, well, he really is the bad boy of Belgian cycling.
He got a win the other day, by the way, a small Kermesse in Belgium. He still tries to keep his eye on, but he hasn't really had a good year. Just can't break back in. He's mentally, it's his mind rather than his legs, because he still has an incredible talent.
He certainly does. It was a small Kermesse in the little town of Zwevegem, which is just outside of Kortrijk. These are the two leaders now, and what a magnificent backdrop that is. It looks like a film set, really, but it is in fact a fully walled medieval city. That's the group of the main contenders. Roberto Heras is in the group with second and third in the overall classification. Now Santiago Perez and, of course, Alexandro Valverde. 3 kilometers to go for that group, and it's still hovering at 2.5 minutes. Now here's the walled climb. Now, I wonder if there's going to be a challenge here from Parra. If I was Parra, this would be the ideal position to try and launch an attack.
That was just what I thought he was going to do, as you said it. Then he looked as though he's about to accelerate, but he's got to use the climb, I think, because if it's a sprint, then Rodriguez will take it. And the crowd love this now. What a lovely place to finish a stage of any bike race here. But here comes the Tour of Spain. We've had a number of riders, by the way. 3 notables didn't start today. Michael Barry of US Postal, Alexander Vinokurov of T-Mobile, are virtually all gone now. Aitor Gonzalez didn't start either. And Floyd Landis has abandoned on the road.
Yes, well, I wasn't surprised, because we did hear that little rumour a couple of days ago that Floyd was complaining of some kind of a chest cold. And the best thing for him now is to try and recuperate, and maybe he'll participate in the World Championships in a couple of weeks' time. But these riders feel they can't mess around too much, because the chasing group is not very much more than 20 seconds in arrears. So if they start jockeying for position before they get to the top of this climb, we could see a return of 1 or 2 riders from the back.
Well, if they've got that close, they're clearly going quite quick now. They've shut down over these last couple of kilometres, but they have looked to be riding rather casually, these two. There's the group now. I'm not sure whether that's the second or the third group on the road. That's the third group, I think. 1 kilometre to go now.
Well, now they've got a chance now to start jockeying for position. It's a very rough road, especially when you bear in mind they've been out on the road for an awful long time. Once they get to the top of this little cobble section, the roads actually do start to smooth out, and then Javier Pascual Rodriguez, I think, needs to try and force Parra to go into first position, because at the end of a long breakaway like this, the body does respond in very strange ways sometimes.
Well, Parra is going to give this his best shot. He sat behind Rodriguez for the last 2 kilometres, made sure that Rodriguez sets the pace. I think, though, there's a confidence with Rodriguez, but Parra didn't try a single attack, probably because he was aware, perhaps, of this long, straight, flat here. He would have got picked up again, even if he had got away over the cobbles. It doesn't look like the same finish, in fact, that Frank Van den Broek approached a couple of years ago.
No, I think they've come round the city, where on that occasion they came straight in and straight up the hill. Now you can see the riders. They will, right in the distance, see the finishing banner.
This is it now, Rodriguez. The old cat and mouse has started. Don't play around too long, boys, because the chase is coming.
It's a scary moment, this, especially when you put all the effort into surviving off the front end of the main field. He's just waiting to see if he can force Parra to the front, but Parra hasn't made any mistakes at all so far.
Well, the Katebake riders have had some excellent performances here, largely with Cardenas. Can they get this one as a win? But Kelme are having an exceptional ride, you know. They've still got their man Valverde in the mix, and they're picking off stages one by one. Now, can this be another one here? For Hulier was the last man to score, but this time it's another victory for Kelme. Very, very easy, and I don't think Parra's heart was in that. I don't think he had the legs left. Here's the race for third. They were right behind as well. And this is now going to be surely a sprint for Johan Horak. He's a very good finisher in a group of only 2. That looks like Calcagni of Switzerland, who's come in, Vina Calderola. First time we've seen him in the top 6 finishes.
See the gaps. This is a very difficult run in towards the finish. Hernan Buenahora just came in through there with Horace as well and got himself 4th place. Yep. And this is Cedric Vasseur, a former yellow jersey wearer at the Tour de France.
Yes, and has come through a big doping situation there and seems to have got away with it, and is now first time we've seen him up here as well. Well, the gaps are ticking away. There won't be any change to the leaders, that's for sure now. Vasseur has taken 6th place as they race up towards the line.
This is Carlos Sastre trying to leap off the front and get himself a few seconds in the overall classification, and I think they'll be very attentive to that. You can see the sprint starting to wind up behind. It looks like Valverde not too far off, and he's right on the wheel there of Roberto Heras.
So no time gains, no losses at all, and it looks as though they might even pick up Sastre on the line here. Valverde out of the white jersey he's been wearing for the last couple of days. Now he finds that he's going to get a place here. Now Eric Zabel is not involved in this, and Valverde picks off some points. This is running very close. That's not a good result for Zabel in his quest for his 3rd points jersey.
Well, all the major contenders very close together, but there you get a chance to see this has been a very difficult run into the city here, the walled city of Avia, and it split the main field on a number of occasions.
Well, there's the result, and again one that has not affected the overall situation. Buenahora did get 4th, Calcagni 5th for Switzerland, 24 seconds down. The other boys coming in all together that mattered, and although the race was badly fragmented, all the favourites came in that little knot of riders, meaning no change overall. Heras got 1 minute 13, all intact over Perez. Valverde at 2:15, Mancebo, and Isidro Nozal, despite his work for Heras, still holds on in 5th. Onwards we go now to stage 19, 3 stages to go. From Avia we go on now to Colaldo Villalba, 142 kilometres today. Oh dear me, the dentist would have a good day out here. 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 1st category in the middle, a couple of 3rd categories, and a reasonable respite, and as they run into the finish.
That's the thing about the Tour of Spain, very much like the Giro d'Italia. The sting really is very much in the tail, and there's a lot of climbing to do as we reach towards the outskirts of the city of Madrid. This is Zabala, and he's got a very big advantage over the front end of the main field, 7 minutes and 41 seconds.
Well, he's a survivor. Looking at his shoulders, not for much longer there, but he's still clear at the moment. He has been he's coming up the Abantus climb here, scene of the time trial last year, the mountain time trial that Heras rode so well on. He was part of an original breakaway of 20, and he is the last survivor, and he's now decided to strike out and go for it.
Well, he has, in fact, he's opened up a very serious advantage over the front end of the main field. This is the remnants of that breakaway at the summit of the Alto de Abantos. 2 minutes and 16 seconds to this group. And it was on the very slopes of this mountain here that we saw the destruction last year of Isidro Nozal when he was toppled by Roberto Heras in that very difficult mountain time trial.
Yes, indeed, along this very road, and I can still picture the scenes now. It was a great day for one Spaniard and not such a great day for the other. And now they're both on the same team. Well, this is Constantino Zabaya, and he is now hoping he can hang on here. Doesn't win many races, but this might be one. Just 2 kilometres to go. It's been a brave move, but when you know where you sit in the overall classification, if you can get in the early move that gets the time gaps, you've got the strength to move away from that group, which is what Zabaya has done, then you should win the day. And at 3 kilometres to go, that gap should be a winning gap.
Minute 30 to this group back here. It's interesting to note that the Italians are now starting to ride a lot better. Eddie Mazzolini in this group, with the revelation of this year's Giro d'Italia, Damiano Cunego. I think Cunego really riding this race as preparation for the World Championships in Verona, because after all, last time the World Championships was there as an under 23-year-old. Actually, no, as a junior, he was the world champion.
Luca Paolini amongst the non-starts today, by the way, while Danilo De Luca and Miguel Perdiguero, they're two that have dropped out. The field is now down to 119, and with the final weekend to come, that should be, barring accidents of course, the size of field that will get into the finish in Madrid. That's about par for the course at this time of the year. 1 kilometre to go now for Zabaya.
Just look at his body, he's all over that machine. He's had a win so far this year, and that was very early on. In April, he won the 3rd stage of the Tour of Aragon. Been a professional since 2000. He spent most of his career riding for Kelme, But over this last 12 months, he's actually moved across to ride for Saunier Duval. They're not going to catch him at all here, because still at 2 kilometres to go, this group is a minute and a half behind. They're separated on the road by just over a kilometre's distance.
And the battle in the points competition, by the way, it's 16 points now separating the top two, and there's 25 every time you take a stage. So Valverde still might take the points in this race yet, especially with one more mountain stage to come. Then it's all hands looking towards Zabel in the finish in Madrid.
Well, I hope not. I've got my fingers crossed for Eric Zabel, because that's been an incredible battle since the very first day of the Vuelta a Espana, initially between Grady and Zabel. Then Pataki and all those riders have actually fallen by the wayside, and Eric Zabel, not with very many teammates left in the race, is still there at the top of that competition. But for this man, it's been a glorious day out.
26 years of age, at the home straight, a pro for 5 seasons. Second win of the year. He got a stage of the Tour of Aragon back in April. This is the one he wanted, though, his first serious big stage result, a stage win in the Vuelta a Espana. He's a good bike rider, 27th in last year's Tour of Italy, but this is what you want to do, perform in front of the crowd and win the stage. It's only 2 wins this year, and he's only won 4 in his career. That's a great result.
This is the best one. This is the one that all the Spaniards want. They want to win on home turf and to win in their own event. He only had 2 days left to go to try and get himself a stage victory. This is the second group on the road.
And this second group actually contains 15 riders. The main peloton last reported to be more than 5 minutes back, so they're going to be out of the hunt, and that means that they're racing only for 17th place, so not many points left at stake.
Well, there's Felix Cardenas on the pack there as well, the winner of a mountain stage, and also today going into this breakaway situation to get himself some more points in the King of the Mountains. And basically with his ride this afternoon, he's won that competition.
He has. He scored on the first climb, and he's made sure he's been noticed, so he's nibbled away to keep his lead in the King of the Mountains today, so he won't take part in the sprint as the riders now swing into the home straight.
Well, having said that, he's leading them round the corner.
Well, you see, commentators' nightmare, say the wrong thing, and there's Cardenas leading for the line now. He won't get second place, I say with confidence, that the sprinters take a hand here. And it looks like Cunego is taking them on, and then Ivanov. Ruslan Ivanov almost checking there to see how he was doing. Well, he's won the sprint for second. Damiano Cunego has got third there, and I think it was possibly Arietta from the Illes Baleares team who's coming just there. Just sidling in off the back was David Latassa from the Kelme squad. Back out to the rest of the race now, and I think we're down the road here at least 5 minutes.
This is Carlos Sastre on the front. Not quite sure why he's riding so hard on the front end of the main field. All of the main contenders are in this group. Roberto Heras very comfortable here this afternoon as we go back to a replay of the finish. And Constantino Zavalla coming up to get his greatest ever victory as a professional. It's only his 4th, but certainly one that will go down in the history books and one that he will remember. It's been a very long escapade to get this one, having escaped on the summit of that very difficult climb, the Alba Contes.
Well, he's milking that one up the home straight, and why shouldn't he? Deserves it all of the way. This is sort of bridging the gap now while we wait for the peloton to come in. Let's have a look at the result. It was Ivanov who took it out, 1:23 later from Cunego, Arietta and Mazzolini, the ever-present Big Eddie Mazzolini of Saeco, in the 5th slot. Here's the moment of trophies. Everybody seems to get a book and also a bouquet of flowers.
Well, that's a good win for him. It's a long wait for the main field to come home.
Let's have a look at the King of the Mountains, and Felix Cardenas has got this now. 60 points clear of the former leader, Heras. Perez, with his 2 stage wins and a second in the mountains, he's up there in 3rd place. Here come the peloton while we've done the adverts, and they're coming in, yes indeed, now more than 6 minutes behind, and it's going to be a hurly-burly sprint with no signs there of Eric Zabel trying to join in at the front. He's gambling now, and I would imagine getting a little bit tired as well. He's still got to watch out for Valverde. Heras, you see, staying near the front and safely out of trouble. He's gone across the line there, 3rd or 4th in the group sprint. Not bad for a man that doesn't sprint.
Well, he has to be very attentive because, you know, Santi Perez is breathing down his neck. And after all, there's a very interesting final mountain stage to come. And of course, Roberto Heras is going to come head-to-head with him in the final day's individual time trial. So this race is far from won yet by Roberto Heras.
The final weekend of the Vuelta Espana, the 59th edition of this race around the most beautiful country. And it's not flat at all. 178 kilometers, 3 first category climbs, then a third, and up to the last mountain top finish, itself first category. We head from Alcobendas to the Navacerrada, and this is now the final day that Roberto Heras needs show concern over. Tomorrow, well, I'm probably wrong in saying that, I suspect, because tomorrow's a time trial. Let's just say if he doesn't lose time today, he's in with a better chance of winning the race tomorrow. Let's join the action.
Well, this is the front end of the race. Jimenez is in this group, as is Latassa. But I think what's probably a little bit more interesting is Martin Dembacker up there. Tony Cruz is up there for the US Postal Service.
This breakaway got away after only 10 kilometers today, and you know, this is the sort of plan that Heras would have come out with, to try and get a group of notoriety away that doesn't affect the destiny. Over the top now of the Alto de Leon, and then just hope that he can manage to look after his nearest rivals. And at the Alto de Leon, at the 121 kilometer point there, it's Eladio Jimenez, the man that won earlier on in the mountains, who got over first, and Jose Enrique Gutierrez, Quinziato, Rafael Casero, Daniel Rigi, all of these riders. Antonio Cruz went over the top there in 8th place. And these are the riders absolutely who are taking the pressure off on the eve of the last day, which is a time trial.
Well, this is the final climb now. Cabeza de Carrera, car number 1. And that looks like Martin Dembacker there. And coming up alongside him, Eladio Jimenez for Kelme in 2nd place. And moving up into 3rd place is Jose Enrique Gutierrez of Phonak. These riders are still holding on to a little bit of an advantage over the main field, which is certainly starting to stir itself up, because after all, this is the last serious chance that anybody has of dethroning Roberto Heras before the final time trial tomorrow in Madrid.
10 kilometers to go. And by the way, at the start this morning, the talk wasn't about the Vuelta Espana, but about the fact that the 3 major Grand Tour organisers have told the UCI they want no part of the new Pro Tour next year. They're now saying the Pro Tour is dead, but they don't know the UCI. They're good politicians and they'll push on, I'm sure. But the big 3 organisers, Italy, Spain and France, do not want to be involved.
I think they don't want to be dictated to, because if you take out all of the smaller teams, as we've spoken about on a number of occasions throughout the Vuelta a España, teams like, of course, Kelme, teams like Café Barca, those are very often the teams that make some of the intermediary stages in a Grand Tour very aggressive indeed. And if you take them out, it could end up being just very much like a Formula One, and we don't want to see the races being dominated by just one single team.
Well, it's 2 very different countryside since the last few days here. Nice wooded area. We're heading on the outskirts of Madrid, and the peloton still unconcerned by this breakaway, or that breakaway, as they start to ride along here. This is Benoit Joachim, who's had his taste of gold in that opening week. Still very much part of the setup. They've lost 4 riders on the way, US Postal Service, Floyd Landis, Michael Barry, Max van Heeswijk and David Zabriskie. But the others are coming home.
There's Martin Dembacker at the front there, and this is a comeback here by, it looks very much to me as if this is Luis Perez. No, it's Cedric Vasseur. He's having a very good final couple of days here
coming
to
out
the
strong.
Vuelta.
He was looking for a place in the French team for the World Championships, I would think.
Somebody's taken a flyer.
Your guess is as good as mine from that position.
Well, it's Gutierrez. Jose Enrique Gutierrez has gone off the front here. Now, I wouldn't have expected that, because he's a very big bike rider, and I thought the challenge was going to come from Eladio Jimenez. He seems to have been caught out in the crossfire as those riders were attacking and counter-attacking.
Well, Jose Enrique Gutierrez,
he's got a big gap.
Well, he's a good rider. He was the leader in the Dauphiné this year, having taken victory on stage number 2 of that race. Let's see how he gets on. He's held the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia a few years ago now, 4 to be precise. Just checking over his shoulder there to see if it's worth continuing on. Well, I would suggest it probably is just now. Again, he's not a big winner, but a vastly experienced rider. And at this stage of the Vuelta, if you're feeling just a little bit strong, you've got to give it your best shot, because the chances are it'll work.
You see he's now getting to the slightly steeper part of the climb. It's kicking in at around about 8%. He's getting into a nice rhythm. He's taking the bull by the horns here, really, and if he's going to try and stay off the front, he's got to give it everything if he can, but he's going to find the chase very hard from riders like Cedric Vasseur, who seems to, over the last couple of days, have ridden himself into very good form. The front end of the main field, well, it's no surprise really, Phil, to see the blue jerseys of Liberty Seguros all over the front. They're at 8 kilometers to go. They're a long way behind, 3 minutes and 49 seconds. There's Heras right in the middle of that V formation. And the riders from Seiko have been very attentive over the last couple of days too.
This is a very dangerous stage. The day before the finish of the race, the time trial tomorrow. It's a long uphill climb to the finish, almost now 8 kilometers of climbing. They're not worried about the breakaway, but the infighting, I feel they've got to attack. Whether Heras will attack, or should he wait and see if Perez goes or Valverde? But there's still seconds to be gained and lost on this race.
I don't think he's got to worry too much about Alejandro Valverde. He's too far down in the overall classification. He's lost himself more than 3 minutes now. The man he really needs to keep a very close eye on is the man that I'm surprised, I wouldn't think very many people uttered the name of before the start of the Vuelta, Santiago Perez. And here he is now in second place in the overall classification and a serious challenger for the win.
Still, because the battle of the time trial tomorrow, it might be a slow motion time trial, because neither Perez nor Heras are seen as great time trial riders on flat roads. Well, we'll see tomorrow. It's going to be a nervous day for both of them, that's for sure. And it's going to be a decisive day. Right on the last possible kilometres of the Vuelta, it would be possible for the jersey to change shoulders. Now, this rider's not thinking of a golden jersey. He's thinking of a golden handshake when he wins the stage from the team, I would think.
Absolutely. He's got a slight advantage. It's not really very much. He's only got about 15 seconds advantage over Eladio Jimenez and David Latassa. But you can see there is a slight acceleration now coming, and this looks like Oscar Sevilla.
Yep, Oscar Sevilla it is. Babyface Oscar.
He's trying to set up Santiago Perez. And that's the idea now, as Oscar Sevilla had a very quiet Vuelta a España, and Team Phonak now are trying to put a bit of pressure onto Roberto Heras. Heras hasn't taken the bait just yet. He's still sitting at the back end of that long line of riders. The big advantage that Roberto Heras has, I think, Phil, is over the last 4 or 5 years, he's ridden alongside a man by the name of Lance Armstrong. He knows how to control situations like this. And that really is one of the reasons why he wanted to go across to US Postal Service. Yes, it took away his chances of possibly having a crack at winning the Tour, but it also taught him an awful lot about being a leader.
The ironical thing is they're having to cause a reaction here which might terminate the breakaway up the road of their own teammate, Gutierrez. But this is Valjevich. He's actually come good, very good in this last week. He's been showing a lot at the front. And this Phonak team, well, frankly, they haven't missed Tyler Hamilton, because they have played a very big role in this race without him.
This is Luis Perez on the front for Cofidis. He too has ridden a very solid Vuelta a España, one of the best riders the Cofidis have had here. We had Stuart O'Grady very present in the first part of the event.
Not sure what happened there. Is that Valjevich? He seemed to lock up his bike and he's dropped back very quickly.
He locked up his legs, probably.
Yeah, probably was. Needs some oil for his legs.
Heras attentive. There he is in about third or fourth position. I think that's Aitor Gonzalez moving up into second spot there. 9%. This is the kind of gradient that Roberto Heras starts to like, especially once it gets over the 10% mark. Look at the altitude there, 1,400 meters. This is the back of the group.
But the peloton has started to become extremely fragmented. This is Leiseca who's in trouble there, number 65, and he's had his fair share of victories in these races. Those long, lanky legs of his have climbed like rabbits before, but today he's finding the speed too much. 5 kilometers to go, and he's still on his own up here.
Looking over his shoulder, what he's actually looking to see what the position is of the riders who he left just a few moments ago, and he hasn't really got that much of an advantage over Jimenez and Latassa. This is Perez. Roberto Heras there, looking over at his teammate Isidro Nozal, saying, come on, can you find anything else in that box of courage of yours? We've got to keep control of this. This is a last mountain climb, and now as a leader of the race, Roberto Heras has been forced to take over control at the front. Francisco Mancebo, fourth overall, 2 minutes and 16 seconds down. There's Damiano Cunego. He's actually riding a lot better towards the end, and I'm sure that's a lot to do, Phil, with the fact that the World Championships is in Verona this year.
Yeah, in Verona in Italy. He's an amazing rider when you think he's only 22 years of age. and this is his second major tour of the year. That is a lot to say for a young pair of legs. He hasn't played a big lead role in this event, but he's ridden the race out and he'll finish tomorrow in Madrid. Boy, next year that guy is going to be worth watching. Look at this attack now coming on the inside of Perez. Actually can't see who it is, but it looks like it might be a Patanina rider.
Well, I think it might actually be Santiago. No, it is a
No,
Patanina
it's
rider.
Jorge Ferrerio. They're taking their helmets off now. Yes, it's Ferrerio. And he's been riding a very good race as well.
Luis Perez on his wheel, and I don't think they've got any interest at all in chasing these two riders. I think finally here you can see on the front Isidro Nozal has found a little bit more effort there to try and pace Roberto Heras just that little bit longer. What a great ride by this rider from Liberty Seguros. He really has been a great ally for Roberto. Looking down the line there, that's Valverde.
Yes,
Very
down the line,
attentive.
that's the operative word though, because it looks as though here Heras is hooked up to his express engine, and he's going to move by him and see if he can finish off his challenges before the time trial, because I think Roberto would feel a bit happier if he could just chisel even only 10 seconds off away from the leadership of Perez, or away from the deficit of Perez, because Perez must be a big danger in that time trial tomorrow.
Well, he's had a very easy first 10 days of the Vuelta. He didn't really have a lot of pressure on his shoulders as a challenger, and he's going to come into the last few days feeling rather fresh. This is Nozal, and I'm sure he's not feeling very fresh at all, because he's done an awful lot of work throughout this bike race. There's Valverde. He's actually starting to look a lot better now. Just sitting at the back of the group there. Very comfortable rider, a man who I think's got a very good chance of winning the World Championships later on this year. Pipoli. He's had a very quiet last couple of days, but he's been a great rider, won himself a mountaintop finish. Heras, Phil, I think now just starting to tick away at the kilometres, just waiting for the last individual time trial, probably with a little bit of reticence, because he certainly is not a great individual time trialist.
He's showing no signs of effort, and you look at the effort on Mancebo's face, different contrast altogether. There's Cadenas, he's running out, the king of the mountains, for the second year in succession. And he really never thought he would be able to do that this year. Well, he has had a couple of great journeys through the mountains. Now they've only just reached 5 kilometres to go. There's the time, 3 minutes 14. That should see Gutierrez as the stage winner. And another good win for Phonak, who've used 3 different riders to win stages so far.
David Blanco having a very difficult time at the back.
Well, there's a rider from Saunier Duval come back there, but he was one of the original breakaway, and he's back in the pack anyway. And it looks as though Zabel will have to hope that Valverde doesn't turn in a good time trial tomorrow, finish up amongst the leaders, because that would give Valverde the points competition, because there'll be no score here for Eric, and there could be a score for Valverde. It's going to be a tight finish in the points. It won't be solved today, that's for sure.
So there's Valverde on the left, Roberto Heras just sitting at the back of the group here, keeping a very close eye on Santiago Perez.
So Garcia.
An acceleration from Kelme, yeah. They, I think once again are going to try and put Roberto Heras into difficulty. 6th overall, Garcia Quesada, 6 minutes 16 down. And Cardenas, I think, has called it a day.
The king of the mountains just lost his love of the mountains, I think. He decided to call and just sit down. That's why, look at that.
This is all because of that pressure that's being put on the front end of this group by Isidro Nozal. Now there's another attack coming here.
This is Garcia again. He's gone straight through. No, this is
Valverde.
Is that Valverde?
This is Valverde.
It didn't
now.
look like him, did it? But it is indeed Alejandro Valverde. Looking around, he'll turn off. Oh, here's Garcia. He'll turn off again now that he's seen Heras marshalling well. Another big move here. Mancebo's gone. And that's the one that's got to be answered by Roberto Heras, and that, I think...
This is Perez.
This is Perez, I beg your pardon. Santiago Perez. No wonder Heras came out. The battle of the top two riders. Seconds could mean the big difference in the time trial tomorrow.
Heras is having a bit of a problem. He's not quite got onto the wheel there. He's really having to struggle to stay in contact here with the man who, over the last couple of days, is turning out to be a very serious challenger to the supremacy of Liberty Seguros. Roberto, I think, now can breathe a slight sigh of relief because he's made the junction, but this is the first and second riders in the overall classification. But Heras is really being put under pressure with just 24 hours left to go in this race.
Well, that's terrifically great, aggressive riding by Santiago Perez, and it has taken a big dig dib for Heras to answer this one. He's done it, and he's locked on, and he's in his slipstream. But what's he feeling like inside? And can Perez go again? Indeed. Because, you know, even a 10-second gain right now, we'll be looking at just around a minute in the time trial tomorrow. That is possible.
It's going to be very close, and it will be rather interesting to see what the time trial is going to be like, because I'm sure Roberto Heras is not too keen to use too much energy on the eve of that very important time trial. This is Valverde in second position, Mancebo just on his wheel. Those two riders are third and fourth in the overall classification, and the man doing the majority of the work on the front is Carlos Garcia Quesada, and he's sixth overall, so all the top men are here.
Now Perez picking off the remnants of the breakaway, just leaving up the front there now. It's Garate, I think, who's just slipped through our picture there. Oh, it was Kinziato. He was up in that move, and he was getting places on the mountains too, but he's had enough now. They've picked him up.
So Heras separated from Valverde by 17 seconds, but he's got his eyes here on the man who is regarded as his closest rival. This is Carlos Sastre. A little bit further down the slopes, he's managed to reintegrate the group of Valverde. Seventh overall, just about 8 minutes down. A very consistent bike rider, Carlos Sastre. He was hoping for a podium finish here at the Vuelta, but that's not going to happen. The gap between these great challengers, Heras Perez and Valverde Mancebo, is stretched out now to 20 seconds. And I have to say, once again, Phil, as we get down to the last couple of days, Roberto Heras is not really looking very comfortable.
Well, he's certainly not very comfortable, but the fact is this little man fights, and the days are working out in his favour. And, well, it wouldn't be a great win if he weren't put under some sort of difficulty. And Roberto Heras knows that this race will not be decided today now. It is going to go to the time trial tomorrow between these two riders. He's not helping Santiago Perez. He won't go past him in case he gets jumped. And the big boys, all of them in the top 6 overall, they're all behind now, and they're all getting themselves together.
Valverde looking pretty good, looks over his shoulder, wants to see what the face of Francisco Mancebo looks like. And he's decided to stay quite happily on the slipstream of his own teammate Garcia. 22 seconds the difference between the Heras group and the Valverde group. Valverde once again losing a little bit of time on this final climb of the Vuelta.
Face of Santiago Perez. Nobody mentioned this rider's name in any preview I saw of the Vuelta Espana. He wasn't to be expected to be a challenger. Tyler Hamilton was the leader of the Phonak team. He's no longer in the Tour. And a big question mark hanging over his career, I have to say right now, as Roberto Heras just hangs on, knowing he need do no more than not concede a single second, because it could make the difference in the final time trial. And they're both gaining over Valverde, Mancebo and that group, and that's good news for them both. The top two riders in the Vuelta are going to go to the time trial head to head, and may the best man win, because these boys are now confirming their fight for only third place.
They're picking up a lot of riders as they accelerate up the slopes of this mountain.
There's quite a big breakaway up the mountain. Our camera's unable to show them, but they've been out all day and now they're paying the price.
Well, this is the battle that we want to see, the battle between Santiago Perez and Roberto Heras. Heras just sitting there keeping his eye on the back wheel of the man who is, I'm sure, later on going to try and dethrone him. This is the last chance he's got to pull back some time before the individual time trial. Start of the day, these two men are separated by 1 minute and 13 seconds, but Roberto will not be too excited to go into this individual time trial with a gap of 1 minute 13. I think he would be much more comfortable if it was closer to the 2 minute mark. So he too has got to try and do something to make his time trial tomorrow just that little bit simpler.
If he'd have had 2 minutes, then we needn't have worried about the time trial tomorrow, but these the rest of that breakaway that have been spread across the mountain today. As we look over our shoulder, there's only soon going to be one rider ahead. I'm not sure how many we've caught, to be honest. Look at this, though. Perez has taken his chance through the traffic. He's lifted the revs, and again he has hurt Roberto Heras. He takes that little while to find his feet, and this time he may have beaten him.
He really has hit him hard this time. He's got the gap, and the important thing is to be on a rider's wheel. And I think Roberto Heras was maybe just looking the other way as they caught up that little gaggle of riders, and he was caught unawares by this very violent attack by this man. Santiago Perez starts the day 1 minute and 13 seconds off the overall lead of Roberto Heras, and today he's really put Roberto Heras into difficulty. We almost forgot about the man stealing the glory, the individual glory of the stage there, just a little bit further up the road, Jose Enrique Gutierrez. He's still hanging on to a nice advantage, but this is a massive battle. And if he fails over the final kilometre, this man might well just pick him up, because he's picking up the majority of that early morning breakaway.
This is incredible here. This is a battle to the final day now for sure. Roberto Heras, I wonder what he's thinking, because he knows how he's feeling, and he knows that if he loses too many seconds, tomorrow he could lose this race in the time trial. Well, what a turnaround that would be a year on, because he took the race in the time trial last year, and now he would find out the other end of the sting, because and that was close.
That was very close.
I saw that happen. That's so dangerous.
There's a lot of people now are using these flags and getting them very close to the riders, and we've seen it in races like Paris-Roubaix when it's almost caused an accident. In fact, the Flemish government actually tried to ban the Flemish lion flags from the side of the road, saying they were much too dangerous and were actually a negative impact in the publicity of the country.
Wouldn't be easy to ban them, but one can understand their feelings behind it. Well, there on the left is the lone leader. On the right, the attacker racing for gold. On the left, the defending champion of the Tour, hoping to stay in gold. What a great Tour this has been this year.
Well, there are 4 riders still in front of Santiago Perez. Jose Enrique Gutierrez is up, and look at this, 11 seconds between Heras and Perez. So Roberto Heras, look at this, he's really got to do something special now. This is an individual time trial between these two men. They're trying to stay as closely locked together as they can going into the final time trial. Second on the road is Eladio Jimenez. Third on the road is David Latassa. And this man here is slowly but surely eating his way up through the advantage. I don't think he's going to come anywhere near catching them. But what is more important to him is the time gap between himself and this man, the man who wears the golden jersey, Roberto Heras.
Number 1, the golden man of the Tour, trying to do what only Tony Rominger has done, and that's win the Vuelta Espana 3 times. But all of a sudden, there's a huge doubt over that now. There's no doubt who the winner is going to be, but can this rider here take the gold jersey and come from around 13th to 14th overall and to the top position by the time this race finishes? Let's give this man his due now. Another win for Phonak here. Jose Enrique Gutierrez gets a stage win in the Vuelta, his first ever, by the way, which is great for the Spanish rider. Finished 6th in Paris Tours last year, which is still to come. He's a good sprinter, but he didn't need his sprint today.
He certainly didn't. He's obviously a very good climber too, and surviving that 20-man breakaway that got away very early on in the day, and he's managed to survive up to the summit of this very difficult climb of the Navacerrada. This man, though, is extending his advantage over Roberto Heras with almost every pedal stroke. This today, Phil, is actually going to make tomorrow's individual time trial a very close match between the two men in first and second place.
This is Eladio Jimenez. He's had his stage win for Kelme. The Kelme have had a great race. Today, he's crossing the line in second place, but it's the time gap between Perez and Heras which is going to reveal all. And he's still climbing. The white jersey is the combine leader's jersey, by the way. That's why he's not in his team colours today.
22 seconds, that is a very big gap. There's Cedric Vasseur, I'd forgotten about him. He was also a member of that early morning breakaway. He's been caught there by Roberto Heras, and funnily enough, a couple of years ago, those two riders were teammates.
This is David Latasta. Kelme getting the third place finish. He was in the breakaway as well. We haven't seen anything of him. Sorry about that. Our cameras are rather committed now. But he comes up into third place. A minute and...
This is Perez.
That's Perez
coming in now.
That's Perez with the cars and the cameras, and then the clock will really start, and he's coming up here at a terrific rate of knots, right up alongside the crowd. He's going to take fourth place on the stage. The clock starts now at 1 minute and 37 seconds on that clock. Every second now could put him in a winning position tomorrow in the time trial. And this is not Heras, this is Aitor Perez coming up the line.
We're looking around the corner. There is Heras now in front of all of those cars. He's got Cedric Vasseur alongside him, but this is going to be a very big battle now tomorrow in the individual time trial, because Roberto Heras, Phil, here has lost himself almost 30 seconds on Santiago Perez.
Not almost, exactly. 30 seconds is the gap, and now that is a huge loss to Heras for the time trial to come. And that, I suggested, exactly what Perez wanted, to get that much closer to Roberto. And a 30-second gain it is all possible.
Everything is possible right now. This is the man who won the stage, Jose Enrique Gutierrez, 38 seconds ahead of Eladio Jimenez. But more importantly, the fourth place finish there of Santiago Perez, 30 seconds ahead of Roberto Heras. It's going to be a hell of a showdown.
Oh, it's going to be one terrific race tomorrow. Santiago Perez, this is Gutierrez here, saluting the crowd. We look down the barren slopes of the mountain, and there is the confirmation. Perez is now just 43 seconds off gold, and tomorrow's the race of truth between the two of them. The rest are racing for third place marginally. Mancebo and Valverde, the only two who can fight out that third place finish. Well, he's still smiling, but deep down when he looks at the overall result tonight, he's going to feel a bit rough inside, I think. The final stage of this year's 59th Vuelta Espana. As always, we're at home in Madrid, and the race now, a race of truth, 28.2 kilometres. There's no hills. Even Eric Zabel's worried about where Valverde will finish because he can still lose the points competition. We're now going to see, and all of the interest, let's face it, is in the last two riders to start, separated after 3 weeks of racing by a bag full of seconds.
Well, there's a big battle too for third place as well. Let's not forget, between Mancebo and Valverde, they were only separated by a number of seconds too. This is the man who starts second from the last, and this is the man who believes today he's got the ability to win the Vuelta a España. Santiago Perez, 2 stage wins, out on course. There's only one man left to start behind him, and that's the man who won the Vuelta a España last year, Roberto Heras. This is going to be a huge battle.
Well, Carlos Sastre coming through at 10.5 kilometres, best time at the moment by David Blanco, 13:33. It's all academic now. We're just waiting for the arrival of the top two, to be honest. But now we're seeing the last man of the 119 survivors taking his start. Roberto Heras, what a moment. He's not a noted time trial rider, but then neither is Santiago Perez on a course like this. It's going to be a case of who can turn it on the day.
Well, he'll be very interested to see the first time check. I'm absolutely certain of that. The only thing that he brings across with him, I think, from the US Postal Service is the fact that he knows how to handle himself as leader of a bike race. He knows how not to panic in situations like this. He's the kind of rider who does have the ability to pull something very special out of the bag, and over the last couple of years he's taken the advantage of the US Postal Service's investment in finding an aerodynamic time trial position. That's one thing he wanted to improve, and I wonder if it's going to pay today.
Here comes Isidro Nozal slipping away. He lost his lead on this same day last year, which was a Saturday in fact last year, the penultimate day of the mountain time trial at Bantos. Now Nozal doesn't have to worry about how high he finishes. He's been second, so he's not going to worry about losing a place today. He's gone through here with the 6th best time. He's a fair time trial rider, but can this man produce yet another ride of his life? He came here without a care in the world to support Tyler Hamilton. Now on this last day, he's racing to win the Vuelta a España.
I tell you what, he looks very good on that machine. A nice aerodynamic machine. He's got a full disc wheel in the back to reduce the amount of turbulence at the back end of the machine. The first time check is going to be very important for everybody. This is Valverde. He too has got an important rendezvous this afternoon because he could ride himself into third place and get himself onto the podium.
Won't be easy. It's the riders behind that count, of course, behind him. He's only coming through here, slipping out of the top 10, just in the top 10 at the moment, giving 24 seconds away to Blanco. And it looks as though he will be lucky now to break into the top 3 on the podium and equal his position of a year ago. This is their head-to-head. On the right, Santiago Perez. On the left, Roberto Heras. The only thing they've got in common, they're both from Spain.
Time to beat David Blanco there, and this is a very good ride by Francisco Mancebo. He goes through there just huge. 2 seconds in arrears, so he's holding on to his third place at the moment.
That's a huge result for him. Might be a good result for Eric Zabel too, Paul, because he's going to push Valverde down the points competition.
Yeah, Valverde will be trying to get himself up there if he can. Santiago Perez, the time to beat David Blanco, and this, I think, is going to be a new best time here. 13:33. The clock will stop as he crosses the line, and is he going to do it? This is going to be very close at 10.5 kilometres. He's just gone inside that time by 1 second.
1 second best time, Perez. Unimportant in effect. We want to see now the arrival of Roberto Heras, and he's going to have to do one of the rides of his life here if he's going to hang on. Of course, it's a question of can Perez get back 43 seconds, not just one, but we'll see. Here comes Tricky Beltran as he races up. And Tricky has had a great ride, so too has US Postal. This is their last Grand Tour, don't forget, as the sponsorship moves across to the Discovery Channel next time around.
Now this is the time check. This is 10.5 kilometers for Roberto Heras. The time to beat, or the time to stay in contact with, is Santiago Perez. And it's 4 seconds is not much.
The 4 seconds is nothing. He's still holding on now. It's going to be desperate. I think it's in the favour of Heras, that particular 4 second deficit, 13.32. David Blanco setting Grabsch's in, but Blanco's been setting the best times, so we should see Grabsch's time updated on the line. Yes, we do for the moment. 16 seconds quicker for Blanco.
David Blanco taking the fastest time now, 35 minutes and 23 seconds. I give the advantage here to Roberto Heras. Now this is what the overall classification looks like at 10.5 kilometers. Roberto Heras still holding on to a 39-second advantage. Now if he only loses 4 seconds for every 10 kilometers of this event, he's going to run out the overall leader.
Oh, by quite a margin in the end, I suspect, but I'll remind you, the shortest possible victory, it was Eric Caratu in 1984. He won the race by just 6 seconds. This has always been a race of seconds. There's been a lot of narrow victories over the years in the Vuelta, but it could be reversed still today. Carlos Sastre finishing a very strong race. Rides for the Danish CSC team. They haven't really been the prominent team this year in the Vuelta that they were during the Midsummer's Tour de France. But now he's got the best time.
That's amazing.
And exactly 30 miles an hour his average speed, 10 seconds to the good.
Well, this is the big battle. And you know what? Roberto Heras, Phil, is actually holding on. It's hovering at the 5 and 6 second advantage between those two riders. Heras has got to pull himself inside out to try and stay in that golden jersey. And I'm sure last night when he went to bed, he was thinking about the time that he lost the lead in the Vuelta a España on the final day. I hope that doesn't happen to him here this afternoon.
Well, Mancebo is hoping to keep third place here, and he's looking good.
Well, he's just gone through there with the best time, and he's trying to keep himself in third place. That is probably one of his best ever time trial performances.
Inspired?
In this Vuelta a España, the climbers this year are turning out some very good individual time trials, even on the flat.
It's been a great Vuelta in many, many ways. The sprinters go on breaks in the mountains. The climbers go on great times in the time trials. This is Garcia, Carlos Garcia, 12th place for him. He played a big part, though, out in the mountains this last couple of weeks looking after Valverde. This rider, it's beginning to slip a little bit. He's got first place up here at 23 kilometres, which means he's come through, but you know, it's a question of what Heras is doing.
Well, Heras is the next man on the road, and he's just 2 minutes before he gets to that time check, and we'll get an indication of whether or not he's able to keep himself at least in contact with the time of Santiago Perez. This guy has been the unbelievable revelation of this year's Vuelta a España.
He has.
Now Heras out of the saddle. His body is screaming out in request for the white flag to be put up, but I don't think he can do that for the next 12 kilometres or so.
He'll probably know now whether he's winning or not, because his team car will have told him on that race radio the time gaps, which will be crucial now. But it does look as though Santiago Perez could deliver another stage-winning ride here. It'd be another time trial victory for him, and that's quite amazing. A man we've not known hardly anything about. Here's Isidro Nozal. He slipped away a little bit there. Not surprisingly, his job is done this time around. Here comes Heras at 23 kilometres. Perez best time, and Roberto goes through second best time. Well, that's right. The top two men in the Tour, 1 and 2. Just the wrong way around at the minute for the supporters of Perez.
7 seconds for Roberto Heras. And I think, do you remember what I said about if he only loses 4 seconds for every 10 kilometres? Well, he lost 4 seconds for the first 10.
Now
3 seconds for the next. And if he loses another 4, well, thank you very much. He's going to win this bike race overall.
He'll happily concede that. This is, again, a situation where when you have something to get out of the race, you ride a good time trial, even if you're not a good time trial rider. Words of Sean Kelly.
Santiago Perez, though, he's looking here to try and cause the upset on the final day, the final 28 kilometres. Well, the provisional overall classification at 23 kilometres covered is still advantage Roberto Heras, and still by 36 seconds. But Santiago Perez is slowly chipping away, but he's actually running out of kilometres for me.
He is 5 kilometres all that remains after that time check. Hardly time to change a wheel, and that would be the only thing now, I think, to take a third victory away from Roberto. But boy, he's been in a fight and he's been bruised. And he's been bruised by a man that we haven't really seen or heard of ever before. Alejandro Valverde came into this race as a man who could win it. In the end, he's tired. He's finished 11th in the time trial. He's conceded a minute already to Carlos Sastre. So he will only finish 4th because Mancebo coming in now has closed right in on him.
Well, what a great ride. And he's actually, I think, going to rival the time there of Carlos Sastre. 35:13 is the time that's been set by Sastre at the top end of the overall classification. Mancebo is all over that machine. It really is a strange position the way he tilts his head over to one side, but he's doing a superb ride in the individual time trial here. And I think we're looking here at a new best time.
I'm sure you're right now. And again, another example of how a climber and the champion of the road race of Spain can deliver a time trial when it matters. He wanted to stand on the podium. He gets his wish. This will be a 3rd place finish for him overall. And for the moment, at least, it will just be 1st place by a whole second.
Wow, that was close, very close indeed, and he's happy with that. He knows he's got onto the podium right now. He knew immediately the time he had to beat. That would have been communicated to him. He had to beat Valverde to stay up there, and he's done that nice and comfortably. But there are still 2 men left out on the open road. This man is picking up the pace. He can feel the golden jersey. He wants that golden jersey. He wants to rip it off the shoulders of Roberto Heras. Taking a few risks now coming into town. Look at the speed. He's inside now the final kilometre. 1,000 metres to go, and he's used all of the road there.
That was a bit of a... I was just thinking to myself, what a lovely course this is, and he almost ran out of road. But Santiago Perez is now in the last 800 metres of a remarkable Vuelta Espana for him, from the depths of the mid-teens of the classification to probably 2nd overall, but 1st here, because this is going to be best time for the day now. The 118th man to come home of the 119 riders, Santiago Perez, will get his 3rd stage win of this race. And there it is, 7 seconds quicker than Mancebo. That was a good ride by Mancebo. Perez won't beat that time, but he better not lose it by too much.
Well, what we've got to wait for now is the arrival of Roberto Heras, the last man, the man in the golden jersey of leadership. And here is the time. 35:05 is the time that has been set by Santiago Perez, but Roberto Heras started the day with a 43-second advantage. So far, at the last time check, he'd only lost 7 seconds of that, and he looks to me like he really is on a mission here. This could very well be one of the best time trials that Roberto Heras has ever ridden on the flat.
He's made him fight as Santiago Perez, and he's been up to the game. It's been a wonderful battle through the mountains, including the mountain time trial, now on a flat road in the centre of Madrid. Roberto Heras is setting his own personal record of 3 wins in the Vuelta. He joins Tony Rominger, the only other man to have won this race 3 times. So Heras becomes the first Spanish rider to do it. 35:05, he's not going to get up here to beat that time. But at the end of the day, these 2 boys have gone pedal rhythm for pedal rhythm, and it's not going to matter. It's going to be a tight finish. It's going to be another day that the Vuelta goes down in history, having been won by just a hatful of seconds, despite the terrain on what has been one of the most difficult recent Vueltas. 35:05 is about to pass by, but the man in the golden jersey won't see it removed from his shoulders by Santiago Perez. There's the time. Into 2nd place goes Heras. Fitting though, I think he's going to finish this race in 2nd.
Well, he's still got 40 seconds to get himself to the finish line, and I'm absolutely certain he's going to do that. And you can see the clock ticking by. It has to be 35:48, and he's gone inside that. In fact, he's finished 4th on the stage, and he knows that. He is very happy with that time trial performance. He only lost 13 seconds, so he'll win the Vuelta a España by 30.
That's a great result for Heras. He really had to work for that. He could never have gone to bed on any night on this Vuelta and slept easily, because he'd been stalked throughout the final 10 days by Santiago Perez. And Perez got his answer here. His 3rd stage win. Mancebo finishing a brilliant 2nd. Sastre hanging on for 3rd. Heras 4th. And David Blanco's been riding well, though he hasn't quite delivered the goods in 5th place. Well, this beautiful city of Madrid, now all set for the prize presentation and the overall result. And it's going to tell us pretty quickly that the overall winner is Roberto Heras. He becomes a 3-time winner of this race in the 59th edition of the Vuelta Espana. First of all, a word for Santiago Perez. 3-stage wins, and the crucial stage is a big mountain stage, the mountain time trial, and the last day. There's the result.
Well, as he says himself, this last week of the race here at the Vuelta Espana, Phil, has been an absolute and utter dream. And he's a man now that can come up to the Vuelta Espana next year with the title of challenger. And after a great battle over the first week with Alessandro Patacchi and Stuart O'Grady, the man who gets the points championship, Eric Zabel.
At the expense of Alejandro Valverde in the end, but look at that, 8 points was all it was. It was a close one. Roberto Heras third in that competition, and Perez, not surprisingly, fourth with his 3-stage wins. But Eric Zabel had a wonderful day out. This is the King of the Mountains competition here.
Felix Cardenas, the winner of this competition last year, and exactly as he did last year, he won himself a mountain top finish as well.
56 points to the good again over the ever-consistent Heras. He must win the combination race as well, Heras with his high finishes. And Perez there getting third, and Eladio Jimenez. But this is the jersey they all want. Only one man takes it home, of course. And he's held the lead here for the last half of this race since taking it in the mountains. Roberto Heras now has 3 victories. He won in 2000 and he also won in 2003. He wins by just 30 seconds from Santiago Perez. How nice to see a new name on the block. Mancebo gets the better of Valverde, and that was an exceptional ride by Garcia to finish in 5th place, albeit 7 3/4 minutes behind. There they are on the podium, and this has been a great Vuelta Espana, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. For Paul Sherwen, I'm Phil Liggett saying until the next time, goodbye.